Introduction of the Analects of Confucius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Li Jing. The Analects of Confucius, translated into English by William Jennings. Introduction. The strangest figure that meets us in the annals of Oriental thought is that of Confucius. To the popular mind he is the founder of a religion, and yet he has nothing in common with the great religious teachers of the East. We think of Siddhartha, the founder of Buddhism, as the very impersonation of romantic asceticism, enthusiastic self-sacrifice, and faith in the things that are invisible. Zoroaster is the friend of God, talking face to face with the Almighty, and drinking wisdom and knowledge from the lips of omniscience. Mohammed is represented as snatched up into heaven, where he receives the divine communication which he is bidden to propagate with fire and sword throughout the world. These great teachers lived in an atmosphere of the supernatural. They spoke with the authority of inspired prophets. They brought the unseen world close to the minds of their disciples. They spoke positively of immortality, of reward or punishment beyond the grave. The present life they despised, the future was to them everything in its promised satisfaction. The teachings of Confucius were of a very different sort. Throughout his whole writings he has not even mentioned the name of God. He declined to discuss the question of immortality. When he was asked about spiritual beings, he remarked, "If we cannot even know men, how can we know spirits?" Yet this was the man the impress of whose teaching has formed the national character of 500 millions of people. A temple to Confucius stands to this day in every town and village of China. His precepts are committed to memory by every child from the tenderest age, and each year at the Royal University of Peking the Emperor holds a festival in honor of the illustrious teacher. The influence of Confucius springs, first of all, from the narrowness and definiteness of his doctrine. He was no transcendentalist, and never meddled with supramundane things. His teaching was of the earth, earthy. It dealt entirely with the common relations of life, and the golden rule he must necessarily have stumbled upon as the most obvious canon of his system. He strikes us as being the great Stoic of the East, for he believed that virtue was based on knowledge, knowledge of a man's own heart, and knowledge of humankind. There is a pathetic resemblance between the accounts given of the death of Confucius and the death of Zeno. Both died almost without warning in dreary hopelessness, without the ministrations of either love or religion. This may be a mere coincidence, but the lives and teachings of both men must have led them to look with indifference upon such an end. For Confucius in his teaching treated only of man's life on earth, and seems to have had no ideas with regard to the human lot after death. If he had any ideas, he preserved an inscrutable silence about them. As a moralist, he prescribed the duties of the king and of the father, and advocated the cultivation by the individual man of that rest or apathy of mind, which resembles so much the disposition aimed at by the Greek and Roman Stoic. Even as a moralist, he seems to have sacrificed the ideal to the practical, and his loose notions about marriage, his tolerance of concubinage, the slight emphasis which he lays on the virtue of veracity, of which indeed he does not seem himself to have been particularly studious in his historic writings, place him low down in the rank of moralists. Yet he taught what he felt the people could receive, and the flat mediocrity of his character and his teachings has been stamped forever upon the people who, while they are kindly, gentle, forbearing, and full of family piety, are palpably lacking not only in the exaltation of mysticism, but in any religious feeling, generally so called. The second reason that made the teaching of Confucius so influential is based on the circumstances of the time. When this thoughtful, earnest youth awoke to the consciousness of life about him, he saw that the abuses under which the people groaned sprang from the feudal system, which cut up the country into separate territories, over which the power of the king had no control. China was in the position of France in the years preceding Philip August, excepting that there were no places of sanctuary and no truths of God. The great doctrine of Confucius was the unlimited despotism of the emperor, and his moral precepts were intended to teach the emperor how to use his power aright. But the emperor was only typical of all those in authority, the feudal duke, the judge on the bench, and the father of the family. Each could discharge his duties aright only by submitting to the moral discipline which Confucius prescribed. A vital element in this system is its conservatism, its adherence to the imperial idea. As James I said, "No bishop, no king," so the imperialists of China have found in Confucianism the strongest basis for the throne, and have supported its dissemination accordingly. The Analects of Confucius contain the gist of his teachings, and is worthy of study. We find in this work most of the precepts which his disciples have preserved and recorded. They form a code remarkable for simplicity, even crudity, and we are compelled to admire the force of character, the practical sagacity, the insight into the needs of the hour, which enabled Confucius, without claiming any divine sanction, to impose this system upon his countrymen. The name Confucius is only the Latinized form of two words which mean Master K'ung. He was born 551 B.C., his father being governor of Shandong. He was married at 19, and seems to have occupied some minor position under the government. In his 24th year he entered upon the 3 years' mourning for the death of his mother. His seclusion gave him time for deep thought and the study of history, and he resolved upon the regeneration of his unhappy country. By the time he was 30, he became known as a great teacher, and disciples flocked to him. But he was yet occupied in public duties, and rose through successive stages to the office of chief judge in his own country of Lu. His tenure of office is said to have put an end to crime, and he became the idol of the people in his district. The jealousy of the feudal lords was roused by his fame as a moral teacher and a blameless judge. Confucius was driven from his home, and wandered about with a few disciples until his 69th year, when he returned to Lu, after accomplishing a work which has borne fruit, such as it is, to the present day. He spent the remaining 5 years of his life in editing the odes and historic monuments in which the glories of the ancient Chinese dynasty are set forth. He died in his 73rd year, 478 B.C. There can be no doubt that the success of Confucius has been singularly great, owing especially to the narrow scope of his scheme, which has become crystallized in the habits, usages, and customs of the people. Especially has it been instrumental in consolidating the empire and in strengthening the power of the monarch, who, as he every year burns incense in the red-walled temple at Peking, utters sincerely the invocation, "Great art thou, O perfect sage! Thy virtue is full, thy doctrine complete. Among mortal men there has not been thine equal. All kings honor thee. Thy statutes and laws have come gloriously down. Thou art the pattern in this imperial school. Reverently have the sacrificial vessels been set out. Full of awe, we sound our drums and bells." E.W. End of introduction. Recording by Li Jing. Book 1 of the Analects of Confucius, translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Analects, Book 1. On Learning, Miscellaneous Sayings. "To learn," said the Master, "and then to practice opportunely what one has learned, does not this bring with it a sense of satisfaction? To have associates in study coming to one from distant parts, does not this also mean pleasure in store? And are not those who, while not comprehending all that is said, still remain not unpleased to hear, men of the superior order?' A saying of the scholar Yu: 'It is rarely the case that those who act the part of true men in regard to their duty to parents and elder brothers are at the same time willing to turn currishly upon their superiors. It has never yet been the case that such as desire not to commit that offense have been men willing to promote anarchy or disorder. Men of superior mind busy themselves first in getting at the root of things, and when they have succeeded in this, the right course is open to them. Well, are not filial piety and friendly subordination among brothers a root of that right feeling which is owing generally from man to man?' The Master observed, 'Rarely do we meet with the right feeling due from one man to another where there is fine speech and studied meaning.' The scholar Tsang once said of himself, 'On 3 points I examine myself daily, viz., whether, in looking after other people's interests, I have not been acting wholeheartedly; whether, in my intercourse with friends, I have not been true; and whether, after teaching, I have not myself been practising what I have taught.' The Master once observed that to rule well one of the larger states meant strict attention to its affairs and conscientiousness on the part of the ruler, careful husbanding of its resources, with at the same time a tender care for the interests of all classes, and the employing of the masses in the public service at suitable seasons. 'Let young people,' said he, 'show filial piety at home, respectfulness towards their elders when away from home; let them be circumspect, be truthful; their love going out freely towards all, cultivating good will to men; and if in such a walk there be time or energy left for other things, let them employ it in the acquisition of literary or artistic accomplishments.' The disciple Tsz hiŠ said, 'The appreciation of worth in men of worth, thus diverting the mind from lascivious desires; ministering to parents while one is the most capable of so doing; serving one's ruler when one is able to devote himself entirely to that object; being sincere in one's language in intercourse with friends: this I certainly must call evidence of learning, though others may say there has been no learning.' Sayings of the Master: 'If the great man be not grave, he will not be revered, neither can his learning be solid. Give prominent place to loyalty and sincerity. Have no associates in study who are not advanced somewhat like yourself. When you have erred, be not afraid to correct yourself.' A saying of the scholar Tsang: 'The virtue of the people is renewed and enriched when attention is seen to be paid to the departed, and the remembrance of distant ancestors kept and cherished.' Tsz k'in put his query to his fellow disciple Tsz kung. Said he, 'When our master comes to this or that state, he learns without fail how it is being governed. Does he investigate matters, or are the facts given him?' Tsz kung answered, 'Our master is a man of pleasant manners, and of property, courteous, moderate, and unassuming. It is by his being such that he arrives at the facts. Is not his way of arriving at things different from that of others?' A saying of the Master: 'He who, after 3 years' observation of the will of his father when alive, or of his past conduct if dead, does not deviate from that father's ways, is entitled to be called a dutiful son.' Sayings of the scholar Yu: 'For the practice of the rules of propriety, one excellent way is to be natural. This naturalness became a great grace in the practice of kings of former times. Let every one, small or great, follow their example. It is not, however, always practicable; and it is not so in the case of a person who does things naturally, knowing that he should act so, and yet who neglects to regulate his acts according to the rules. When truth and right are hand in hand, a statement will bear repetition. When respectfulness and propriety go hand in hand, disgrace and shame are kept afar off. Remove all occasion for alienating those to whom you are bound by close ties, and you have them still to resort to. A saying of the Master: "The man of great mind who, when he is eating, craves not to eat to the full; who has a home but craves not for comforts in it; who is active and earnest in his work and careful in his words; who makes towards men of high principle, and so maintains his own rectitude, that man may be styled a devoted student." Tsz kung asked, "What say you, sir, of the poor who do not cringe and fawn, and what of the rich who are without pride and haughtiness?" "They are passable," the Master replied, "yet they are scarcely in the same category as the poor who are happy and the rich who love propriety." "In the Book of the Odes," Tsz kung went on to say, "we read of one, 'polished as by the knife and file, the graving tool, the smoothing stone.' Does that coincide with your remark?" "Ah, such as you," replied the Master, "may well commence a discussion on the Odes. If one tell you how a thing goes, you know what ought to come." "It does not greatly concern me," said the Master, "that men do not know me. My great concern is, my not knowing them." Footnote on Rules of Propriety. An important part of a Chinaman's education still. The text-book, the Legge, contains rules for behavior and propriety for the whole life, from the cradle to the grave. End of Book 1. Recording by Li Jing. Book 2 of the Analects of Confucius, translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2. Good Government, Filial Piety, the Superior Man. Sayings of the Master: "Let a ruler base his government upon virtuous principles, and he will be like the pole star, which remains steadfast in its place while all the host of stars turn towards it." The Book of Odes contains 300 pieces, but one expression in it may be taken as covering the purport of all, with delicate, unswerving mindfulness. To govern simply by statute, and to reduce all to order by means of pains and penalties, is to render the people evasive, and devoid of any sense of shame. To govern upon principles of virtue, and to reduce them to order by the rules of propriety, would not only create in them the sense of shame, but would moreover reach them in all their errors. When I attained the age of 15, I became bent upon study. At 30, I was a confirmed student. At 40, naught could move me from my course. At 50, I comprehended the will and decrees of heaven. At 60, my ears were attuned to them. At 70, I could follow my heart's desires without overstepping the lines of rectitude. To a question of Mang Yi as to what filial piety consisted in, the Master replied, "In not being perverse." Afterwards, when Fan Ch'i was driving him, the Master informed him of his question and answer, and Fan Ch'i asked, "What was your meaning?" The Master replied, "I meant that the rules of propriety should always be adhered to in regard to those who brought us into the world; in ministering to them while living, in burying them when dead, and afterwards in the offering to them of sacrificial gifts." To a query of Mang Wu respecting filial piety, the Master replied, "Parents ought to bear but one trouble, that of their own sickness." To a like question put by Tsz yu, his reply was this: "The filial piety of the present day simply means that being able to support one's parents; which extends even to the case of dogs and horses, all of which may have something to give in the way of support. If there be no reverential feeling in the matter, what is there to distinguish between the cases?" To a like question of Tsz hiŠ, he replied, "The manner is the difficulty. If, in the case of work to be done, the younger folks simply take upon themselves the toil of it, or if, in the matter of meat and drink, they simply set these before their elders, is this to be taken as filial piety?" Once the Master remarked, I have conversed with Hui the whole day long, and he has controverted nothing that I have said, as if he were without wits. But when his back was turned, and I looked attentively at his conduct apart from me, I found it satisfactory in all its issues. No, indeed, Hui is not without his wits." Other observations of the Master: "If you observe what things people usually take in hand, watch their motives, and note particularly what it is that gives them satisfaction, shall they be able to conceal from you what they are? Conceal themselves indeed." Be versed in ancient lore, and familiarize yourself with the modern. Then may you become teachers. The great man is not a mere receptacle. In reply to Tsz kung respecting the great man, what he first says as a result of his experience, he afterwards follows up. "The great man is Catholic-minded, and not one-sided. The common man is the reverse. Learning without thought is a snare. Thought without learning is a danger. Where the mind is set much upon heterodox principles, there truly and indeed is harm." To the disciple Tsz lu the Master said, "Should I give you a lesson about knowledge? When you know a thing, maintain that you know it; and when you do not, acknowledge your ignorance. This is characteristic of knowledge." Tsz chang was studying with an eye to official income. The Master addressed him thus: "Of the many things you hear, hold aloof from those that are doubtful, and speak guardedly with reference to the rest. Your mistakes will then be few. Also, of the many courses you see adopted, hold aloof from those that are risky, and carefully follow the others. You will then seldom have occasion for regret. Thus, being seldom mistaken in your utterance, and have few occasions for regretting the line you take, you are on the high road to your preferment." To a question put to him by Duke A as to what should be done in order to render the people submissive to authority, Confucius replied, "Promote the straightforward, and reject those whose causes are crooked, and the thing will be effected. Promote the crooked, and reject the straightforward, and the effect will be the reverse." When Ki K'ang asked of him how the people could be induced to show respect, loyalty, and willingness to be led, the Master answered, "Let there be grave dignity in him who has the oversight of them, and they will show him respect. Let him be seen to be good to his own parents, and kindly in disposition, and they will be loyal to him. Let him promote those who have ability, and see to the instruction of those who have it not, and they will be willing to be led." Some one speaking to Confucius inquired, "Why, sir, are you not an administrator of government?" The Master rejoined, "What says the book of the Annals with reference to filial duty? Make it a point to be dutiful to your parents and amicable with your brethren. The same duties extend to an administrator. If these then also make an administrator, how am I to take your words about being an administrator?" On one occasion the Master remarked, "I know not what men are good for, on whose word no reliance can be placed. How should your carriages, large or little, get along without your whipple trees or swing trees?" Tsz chang asked if it were possible to forecast the state of the country 10 generations hence. The Master replied in this manner: "The Yin dynasty adopted the rules and manners of the Hsia line of kings, and it is possible to tell whether it retrograded or advanced. The Chow line has followed the Yin, adopting its ways, and whether there has been deterioration or improvement may also be determined. Some other line may take up in turn those of Chow, and supposing even this process to go on for 100 generations, the result may be known." Other sayings of the Master: "It is but flattery to make sacrificial offerings to departed spirits not belonging to one's own family. It is moral cowardice to leave undone what one perceives to be right to do." Footnote regarding Duke Ai of Lu, Confucius' native state. Footnote about Ji Kang, head of one of the three families of Lu. End of Book 2. Recording by Li Jing. Book 3 of the Analects of Confucius, translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3. Abuse of Proprieties in Ceremonial and Music. Alluding to the head of the Ji family, and the 8 lines of postures before their ancestral hall, Confucius remarked, "If the Ji can allow himself to go to this extent, to what extent will he not allow himself to go?" The 3 families were in the habit, during the removal of the sacred vessels after sacrifice, of using the hymn commencing, "Harmoniously the princes draw near with reverent tread, assisting in his worship, Heaven's Son, the great and dread." "How," exclaimed the Master, "can such words be appropriated in the ancestral hall of the 3 families?" "Where a man," said he again, "has not the proper feelings due from one man to another, how will he stand as regards the rules of propriety? And in such a case, what shall we say of his sense of harmony?" On a question being put to him by Lin Fang, a disciple, as to what was the radical idea upon which the rules of propriety were based, the Master exclaimed, "Ah, that is a large question. As to some rules, where there is likelihood of extravagance, they would rather demand economy. In those which relate to mourning, and where there is likelihood of being easily satisfied, what is wanted is real sorrow." Speaking of the disorder of the times, he remarked that, while the barbarians on the north and east had their chieftains, we here in this great country had nothing to compare with them in that respect. We had lost these distinctions. Alluding to the matter of the chief of the Ji family worshipping on Tai shan, the Master said to Yen Yu, "Cannot you save him from this?" He replied, "It is beyond my power." "Alas, alas!" exclaimed the Master, "are we to say that the spirits of Tai shan have not as much discernment as Lin Fang?" "Of the superior man," the Master observed, "in him there is no contentiousness. Say even that he does certainly contend with others, as in archery competitions, yet mark, in that case, how courteously he will bow and go up for the forfeit cup, and come down again and give it to his competitor. In his very contest he is still the superior man." Tsze hsia once inquired what inference might be drawn from the lines, "Dimples playing in witching smile, beautiful eyes, so dark, so bright. Oh, and her face may be thought the while colored by art, red rose on white." "Coloring," replied the Master, "requires a pure and clear background." "Then," said the other, "rules of ceremony require to have a background." "Ah!" exclaimed the Master, "you are the man to catch the drift of my thought. Such as you may well introduce a discussion on the Odes." Said the Master, "As regards the ceremonial adopted and enforced by the Hsia dynasty, I am able to describe it, although their own descendants in the state of Ch'i can adduce no adequate testimony in favor of its use there. So too I am able to describe the ceremonial of the Yin dynasty, although no more can the Sung people show sufficient reason for its continuance amongst themselves. And why cannot they do so? Because they have not documents enough, nor men learned enough. If only they had such, I could refer them to them in support of their usages." "When I am present at the great quinquennial sacrifice to the manes of the royal ancestors," the Master said, "from the pouring out of the oblation onwards, I have no heart to look on." Some one asked what was the purport of this great sacrifice, and the Master replied, "I cannot tell. The position in the empire of him who could tell you is as evident as when you look at this," pointing to the palm of his hand. When he offered sacrifices to his ancestors, he used to act as if they were present before him. In offering to other spirits, it was the same. He would say, "If I do not myself take part in my offerings, it is all the same as if I did not offer them." Wang Sun Jia asked him once, "What says the proverb, 'Better to court favor in the kitchen than in the drawing room'?" The Master replied, "Nay, better say, 'He who has sinned against heaven has none other to whom prayer may be addressed.'" Of the Chow dynasty the Master remarked, "It looks back upon two other dynasties, and what a rich possession it has in its records of those times. I follow Chow." On his first entry into the Grand Temple, he inquired about every matter connected with its usages. Some one thereupon remarked, "Who says that the son of the man of Chow understands about ceremonial?" On entering the Grand Temple, he inquired about everything. This remark coming to the Master's ears, he said, "What I did is part of the ceremonial." In archery, he said, "The great point to be observed is not simply the perforation of the leather, for men have not all the same strength. That was the fashion in the olden days." Once, seeing that his disciple Tsz kung was desirous that the ceremonial observance of offering a sheep at the new moon might be dispensed with, the Master said, "Ah, you grudge the loss of the sheep, I grudge the loss of the ceremony." "To serve one's ruler nowadays," he remarked, "fully complying with the rules of propriety, is regarded by others as toadyism." When Duke Ting questioned him as to how a prince should deal with his ministers, and how they, in turn, should serve their prince, Confucius said in reply, "In dealing with his ministers, a prince should observe the proprieties. In serving his prince, a minister should observe the duty of loyalty." Referring to the first of the oaths, he remarked that it was mirthful without being lewd, and sad also without being painful. Duke Ai asked the disciple Tsai Wo respecting the places for sacrificing to the earth. The latter replied, "The family of the great Yu of the Sha dynasty chose a place of pine trees; the Yin founders chose cypresses; and the Chow founders chestnut trees, solemn and majestic, to inspire, 'tis said, the people with feelings of awe." The Master on hearing of this exclaimed, "Never an allusion to things that have been enacted in the past! Never a remonstrance against what is now going on! He has gone away without a word of censure." The Master once said of Kwan Chung, "A small-minded man indeed." "Was he miserly?" some one asked. "Miserly indeed," said he. "Not that. He married 3 times, and he was not a man who restricted his official business to too few hands. How could he be miserly?" "He knew the rules of propriety, I suppose. Judge! Seeing that the feudal lords planted a screen at their gates, he too would have one at his. Seeing that when any two of the feudal lords met in friendly conclave they had an earthenware stand on which to place their inverted cups after drinking, he must have the same. If he knew the rules of propriety, who is there that does not know them?" In a discourse to the chief preceptor of music at the court of Lu, the Master said, "Music is an intelligible thing. When you begin a performance, let all the various instruments produce as it were one sound, inharmonious. Then, as you go on, bring out the harmony fully, distinctly, and with uninterrupted flow, unto the end." The warden of the border town of Yi requested an interview with Confucius, and said, "When great men have come here, I have never yet failed to obtain a sight of them." The followers introduced him, and, on leaving, he said to them, "Sirs, why grieve at his loss of office? The empire has for long been without good government, and heaven is about to use your master as its edict announcer." Comparing the music of the Emperor Shun with the music of Chin Wu, the Master said, That of Shun is beautiful throughout, and also good throughout. That of Wu is all of it beautiful, but scarcely all of it good. High station, said the Master, occupied by men who have no large and generous heart, ceremonial performed with no reverence, duties of mourning engaging the attention where there is absence of sorrow, how should I look on where this is the state of things? Footnote regarding the Chi family. The chief of the Chi clan was virtually the Duke of Lu, under whom Confucius for a time held office. Footnote regarding posturers. These posturers were mutes who took part in the ritual of the ancestral temple, waving plumes, flags, etc. Each line or rank of these contained 8 men. Only in the sovereign's household should there have been 8 lines of them. A ducal family like the Chi should have had but 6 lines. A great official had 4, and one of lower grade 2. These were the gradations marking the status of families, and Confucius' sense of propriety was offended by the Chi's usurping in this way the appearance of royalty. Footnote regarding the 3 families. 3 great families related to each other, in whose hands the government of the state of Lu then was, and of which the Chi was the chief. Footnote regarding Taishan. One of the 5 sacred mountains, worshipped upon only by the sovereign. Footnote regarding the men of Tsou. Tsou was Confucius' birthplace. His father was governor of the town. Footnote regarding Guanzhong. A renowned statesman who flourished about 200 years before Confucius' time. A philosophical work on law and government, said to have been written by him, is still extant. He was regarded as a sage by the people, but he lacked, in Confucius' eyes, the one thing needful, propriety. End of Book 3. Recording by Li Jing. Book 4 of the Analects of Confucius, translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4. Social Virtue, Superior and Inferior Man. Sayings of the Master. It is social good feeling that gives charm to a neighborhood. And where is the wisdom of those who choose an abode where it does not abide? Those who are without it cannot abide long, either in straitened or in happy circumstances. Those who possess it find contentment in it. Those who are wise go after it as men go after gain. Only they in whom it exists can have right likings and dislikings for others. Where the will is set upon it, there will be no room for malpractices. Riches and honors are what men desire. But if they arrive at them by improper ways, they should not continue to hold them. Poverty and low estate are what men dislike. But if they arrive at such a condition by improper ways, they should not refuse it. If the superior man make not of social good feeling, how shall he fully bear that name? Not even whilst he eats his meal will the superior man forget what he owes to his fellow men. Even in hurried leave-takings, even in moments of frantic confusion, he keeps true to his virtue. I have not yet seen a lover of philanthropy nor a hater of misanthropy, such that the former did not take occasion to magnify that virtue in himself, and that the latter, in his positive practice of philanthropy, did not, at times, allow in his presence something savoring of misanthropy. Say you, is there any one who is able for one whole day to apply the energy of his mind to this virtue? Well, I have not seen any one whose energy was not equal to it. It may be there are such, but I have never met with them. The faults of individuals are peculiar to their particular class and surroundings. And it is by observing their faults that one comes to understand the condition of their good feelings towards their fellows. One may hear the right way in the morning, and at evening die. The scholar who is intent upon learning the right way, and who is yet ashamed of poor attire and poor food, is not worthy of being discoursed with. The masterly man's attitude to the world is not exclusively this or that. Whatsoever is right, to that he will be a party. The masterly man has an eye to virtue, the common man to earthly things. The former has an eye to penalties for error, the latter to favor. Where there is habitual going after gain, there is much ill will. When there is ability in a ruler to govern a country by adhering to the rules of propriety and by kindly condescension, what is wanted more? Where the ability to govern thus is wanting, what has such a ruler to do with the rules of propriety? One should not be greatly concerned at not being in office, but rather about the requirements in one's self for such a standing. Neither should one be so much concerned at being unknown, but rather with seeking to become worthy of being known. Addressing his disciple Tsang Shen, the Master said, "Tsang Shen, the principles which I inculcate have one main idea upon which they all hang." "Aye, surely," he replied. When the Master was gone out, the other disciples asked what was the purport of this remark. Tsang's answer was, "The principles of our Master's teaching are these: whole-heartedness and kindly forbearance, these and nothing more." Other observations of the Master: "Men of loftier mind manifest themselves in their equitable dealings, small-minded men in their going after gain. When you meet with men of worth, think how you may attain to their level. When you see others of an opposite character, look within, and examine yourself." A son, in ministering to his parents, may on occasion offer gentle remonstrances. When he sees that their will is not to heed such, he should nevertheless still continue to show them reverent respect, never obstinacy. And if he have to suffer, let him do so without murmuring. Whilst the parents are still living, he should not wander far, or, if a wanderer, he should at least have some fixed address. If for 3 years he do not veer from the principles of his father, he may be called a dutiful son. A son should not ignore the years of his parents. On the one hand, there may be a matter for rejoicing that they have been so many, and on the other, for apprehension that so few remain. People in olden times were loath to speak out, fearing the disgrace of not being themselves as good as their words. Those who keep within restraints are seldom losers. To be slow to speak, but prompt to act, is the desire of the superior man. Virtue dwells not alone. She must have neighbors. An observation of Tsz yu: "Officiousness, in the service of princes, leads to disgrace; among friends, to estrangement." End of Book 4. Recording by Li Jing. Book 5 of the Analects of Confucius, translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5. A Disciple and the Golden Rule, Miscellaneous. The Master pronounced Gong Ye Chang, a disciple, to be a marriageable person, for, although lying bound in criminal fetters, he had committed no crime, and he gave him his own daughter to wife. Of Nan Rong, a disciple, he observed that in a state where the government was well conducted, he would not be passed over in its appointments; and in one where the government was ill conducted, he would evade punishment and disgrace. And he caused his elder brother's daughter to be given in marriage to him. Of Tsz Chian, a disciple, he remarked, "A superior man indeed is the like of him, but had there been none of superior quality in Lu, how should this man have attained to his excellence?" Tsz kung asked, "What of me, then?" "You," replied the Master, "you are a receptacle." "Of what sort?" said he. "One for high and sacred use," was the answer. Some one having observed of Yen Yong that he was good-natured towards others, but that he lacked the gift of ready speech, the Master said, "What need of that gift? To stand up before men and pour forth a stream of glib words is generally to make yourself obnoxious to them. I know not about his good-naturedness, but at any rate what need of that gift?" When the Master proposed that Chi Tiao Kai should enter the government service, the latter replied, "I can scarcely credit it." The Master was gratified. "Good principles are making no progress," once exclaimed the Master. "If I were to take a raft and drift about on the sea, would Tsz lu, I wonder, be my follower there?" That disciple was delighted at hearing the suggestion, whereupon the Master continued, "He surpasses me in his love of deeds of daring, but he does not in the least grasp the pith of my remark." In reply to a question put to him by Mang Wu respecting Tsz lu, as to whether he might be called good-natured towards others, the Master said, "I cannot tell." But, on the question being put again, he answered, "Well, in an important state he might be entrusted with the management of the military levies, but I cannot answer for his good nature." "What say you then of Yen Yu?" "As for Yen," he replied, "in a city of 1,000 families, or in a secondary fief, he might be charged with the governorship, but I cannot answer for his good-naturedness." "Take Tsz hua then, what of him?" "Tsz hua," said he, "with the cincture girt upon him, standing as attendant at court, might be charged with the addressing of visitors and guests, but as to his good-naturedness, I cannot answer." Addressing Tsz kung, the Master said, "Which of the two is ahead of the other, yourself or Hui?" "How should I dare," he replied, "even to look at Hui? Only let him hear one particular, and from that he knows 10, whereas I, if I hear one, may from it know 2." "You are not a match for him, I grant you," said the Master. "You are not his match." Tsai Yu, a disciple, used to sleep in the daytime. Said the Master, "One may hardly carve rotten wood, or use a trowel to the wall of a manure yard. In his case, what is the use of reprimand?" "My attitude towards a man in my first dealings with him," he added, "was to listen to his professions and to trust to his conduct. My attitude now is to listen to his professions and to watch his conduct. My experience with Tsai Yu has led to this change." "I have never seen," said the Master, "a man of inflexible firmness." Some one thereupon mentioned Shen Ch'eng, a disciple. "Ch'eng," said he, "is wanton. Where do you get at his inflexibleness?" Tsz kung made the remark, "That which I do not wish others to put upon me, I also wish not to put upon others." "Nay," said the Master, "you have not got so far as that." The same disciple once remarked, "There may be access so as to hear the Master's literary discourses, but when he is treating of human nature and the way of heaven, there may not be such success." Tsz lu, after once hearing him upon some subject, and feeling himself as yet incompetent to carry into practice what he had heard, used to be apprehensive, only lest he should hear the subject revived. Tsz kung asked how it was that K'ung Wan had come to be so styled Wan, the talented. The Master's answer was, "Because, though a man of an active nature, he was yet fond of study, and he was not ashamed to stoop to put questions to his inferiors." Respecting Tsz ch'an, the Master said that he had 4 of the essential qualities of the superior man. In his own private walk he was humble-minded. In serving his superiors he was deferential. In his looking after the material welfare of the people he was generously kind. And in his exaction of public service from the latter he was just. Speaking of Yen Ping, he said, "He was one who was happy in his mode of attaching men to him. However long the intercourse, he was always deferential to them." Referring to Tsang Wan, he asked, "What is to be said of this man's discernment? This man with his tortoise house, with the pillar heads and posts bedizened with scenes of hill and mere." Tsz chang put a question relative to the chief minister of Chu, Tsz wen. He said 3 times he became chief minister, and on none of these occasions did he betray any sign of exaltation. 3 times his ministry came to an end, and he showed no sign of chagrin. He used without fail to inform the new minister as to the old mode of administration. What say you of him?" "That he was a loyal man," said the Master. "But was he a man of fellow feeling?" said the disciple. "Of that I am not sure," he answered. "How am I to get at that?" The disciple went on to say, "After the assassination of the Prince of Ch'i by the officer Cui, the latter's fellow official Cheng Wen, who had 60 teams of horses, gave up all and turned his back upon him. On coming to another state, he observed, 'There are here characters somewhat like that of our minister Cui,' and he turned his back upon them. Proceeding to a certain other state, he had occasion to make the same remark, and left. What say you of him?" "That he was a pure-minded man," answered the Master. "But was he a man of fellow feeling?" urged the disciple. "Of that I am not sure," he replied. "How am I to get at that?" Chi Wan was one who thought 3 times over a thing before he acted. The Master hearing this of him, observed, "Twice would have been enough." Of Ning Wu the Master said that when matters went well in the state he used to have his wits about him, but when they went wrong he lost them. His intelligence might be equalled, but not his witlessness. Once, when the Master lived in the state of Ch'in, he exclaimed, "Let me get home again! Let me get home! My school children are wild and impetuous. Though they are somewhat accomplished, and perfect in one sense in their attainments, yet they know not how to make nice discriminations." Of Po yi and Shu qi he said, "By the fact of their not remembering old grievances, they gradually did away with resentment." Of Wei sheng gao he said, "Who calls him straightforward? A person once begged some vinegar of him, and he begged it from a neighbor, and then presented him with it. Fine speech," said he, "and studied mien, and superfluous show of deference, of such things Tso Chiu ming was ashamed. I too am ashamed of such things. Also of hiding resentment felt towards an opponent and treating him as a friend, of this kind of thing he was ashamed, and so too am I." Attended once by the 2 disciples Yen Yuan and Tsz lu, he said, "Come now, why not tell me, each of you, what in your hearts you are really after?" "I should like," said Tsz lu, "for myself and my friends and associates, carriages and horses, and to be clad in light furs, nor would I mind much if they should become the worse for wear." "And I should like," said Yen Yuan, "to live without boasting of my abilities, and without display of meritorious deeds." Tsz lu then said, "I should like, sir, to hear what your heart is set upon." The Master replied, "It is this: in regard to old people, to give them quiet and comfort; in regard to friends and associates, to be faithful to them; in regard to the young, to treat them with fostering affection and kindness." On one occasion the Master exclaimed, "Ah, 'tis hopeless! I have not yet seen the man who can see his errors, so as inwardly to accuse himself." "In a small cluster of houses there may well be," said he, "some whose integrity and sincerity may compare with mine, but I yield to none in point of love of learning." [Footnote 10: An important state. Literally, a state of 1,000 war chariots. [Footnote 11: A secondary fief. Literally, a house of 100 war chariots. [Footnote 12: Tsz ch'an. A great statesman of Confucius' time. [Footnote 13: School children is a familiar way of speaking of his disciples in their hearing.] End of Book 5. Recording by Li Jing. Book 6 of the Analects of Confucius, translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6. More Characteristics, Wisdom, Philanthropy. Of Ran Yung, a disciple, the Master said, "Yung might indeed do for a prince." On being asked by this Ran Yung his opinion of a certain individual, the Master replied, "He is passable, impetuous though." "But," argued the disciple, "if a man habituate himself to a reverent regard for duty, even while in his way of doing things he is impetuous, in the oversight of the people committed to his charge, is he not passable? If, on the other hand, he habituate himself to impetuosity of mind, and show it also in his way of doing things, is he not then over impetuous?" "You are right," said the Master. When the Duke Ai inquired which of the disciples were devoted to learning, Confucius answered him, "There was one Yan Hui who loved it, a man whose angry feelings towards any particular person he did not suffer to visit upon another, a man who would never fall into the same error twice. Unfortunately his allotted time was short and he died, and now his like is not to be found. I have never heard of one so devoted to learning." While Tsz hwa, a disciple, was away on a mission to Ch'i, the disciple Ran Yu, on behalf of his mother, applied for some grain. "Give her 3 pecks," said the Master. He applied for more. "Give her 8 then." Ran gave her 50 times that amount. The Master said, "When Tsz hwa went on that journey to Ch'i, he had well-fed steeds yoked to his carriage, and was arrayed in light furs. I have learned that the superior man should help those whose needs are urgent, not help the rich to be more rich." When Yuan Si became prefect under him, he gave him 900 measures of grain, but the prefect declined to accept them. "You must not," said the Master. "May they not be of use to the villages and hamlets around you?" Speaking of Ran Yung again, the Master said, "If the offspring of a speckled ox be red in color, and horned, even though men may not wish to take it for sacrifice, would the spirits of the hills and streams reject it?" Adverting to Hui again, he said, "For 3 months there would not be in his breast one thought recalcitrant against his feeling of good will towards his fellow men. The others may attain to this for a day or for a month, but there they end." When asked by Ki K'ang whether Tsz lu was fit to serve the government, the Master replied, "Tsz lu is a man of decision. What should prevent him from serving the government?" Asked the same question respecting Tsz kung and Ran Yu, he answered similarly, pronouncing Tsz kung to be a man of perspicacity, and Ran Yu to be one versed in the polite arts. When the head of the Ki family sent for Min Tsz k'ien to make him governor of the town of Bi, that disciple said, "Politely decline for me. If the offer is renewed, then indeed I shall feel myself obliged to go and live on the further bank of the Wen." Po niu had fallen ill, and the Master was inquiring after him. Taking hold of his hand held out from the window, he said, "It is taking him off. Alas! His appointed time has come. Such a man, and to have such an illness." Of Hui again, "A right worthy man indeed was he, with his simple wooden dish of rice and his one gourd basin of drink, away in his poor back lane, in a condition too grievous for others to have endured, he never allowed his cheery spirits to droop. Ay, a right worthy soul was he." "It is not," Ran Yu once apologized, "that I do not take pleasure in your doctrines. It is that I am not strong enough." The Master rejoined, "It is when those who are not strong enough have made some moderate amount of progress that they fail and give up. But you are now drawing your own line for yourself." Addressing Tsz hiŠ, the Master said, "Let your scholarship be that of gentlemen, and not like that of common men." When Tsz yu became governor of Wu ch'en, the Master said to him, "Do you find good men about you?" The reply was, "There is Tan t'ai Mieh ming, who, when walking eschew's bypaths, and who, unless there be some public function, never approaches my private residence." "Mang Chih Fan," said the Master, "is no sounder of his own praises. During a stampede he was in the rear, and as they were about to enter the city gate, he whipped up his horses and said, 'Twas not my daring made me lag behind. My horses would not go." Obiterdicta of the Master: "Whoever has not the glib utterance of the priest T'o, as well as the handsomeness of Prince Chao of Sung, will find it hard to keep out of harm's way in the present age. Who can go out but by that door? Why walks no one by these guiding principles? Where plain naturalness is more in evidence than polish, we have the man from the country. Where polish is more in evidence than naturalness, we have the town scribe. It is when naturalness and polish are equally evident that we have the ideal man. The life of a man is his rectitude. Life without it, such may you have the good fortune to avoid. They who know it are not as those who love it, nor they who love it as those who rejoice in it, that is, have the fruition of their love for it. To the average man, and those above the average, it is possible to discourse on higher subjects. To those from the average downwards, it is not possible." Fan Ch'i put a query about wisdom. The Master replied, "To labor for the promoting of righteous conduct among the people of the land, to be serious in regard to spiritual beings, and to hold aloof from them. This may be called wisdom." To a further query about philanthropy, he replied, "Those who possess that virtue find difficulty with it at first, success later. Men of practical knowledge," he said, "find their gratification among the rivers of the lowland. Men of sympathetic social feeling find theirs among the hills. The former are active and bustling, the latter calm and quiet. The former take their day of pleasure, the latter look to length of days." Alluding to the states of Ch'i and Lu, he observed that Ch'i by one change might attain to the condition of Lu, and that Lu by one change might attain to good government. An exclamation of the Master, satirizing the times when old terms relating to government were still used while bereft of their old meaning: "A quart and not quart! Quart indeed! Quart indeed!" Tsai Wo, a disciple, put a query. Said he, "Suppose a philanthropic person were told, 'There's a fellow creature down in the well,' would he go down after him?" "Why should he really do so?" answered the Master. "The good man or a superior man might be induced to go, but not to go down. He may be misled, but not be fooled." "The superior man," said he, "with his wide study of books, and hedging himself round by the rules of propriety, is not surely, after all that, capable of overstepping his bounds." Once when the Master had had an interview with Nan Tsz, which had scandalized his disciple Tsz lu, he uttered the solemn adjuration, "If I have done aught amiss, may Heaven reject me! May Heaven reject me!" "How far reaching," said he, "is the moral excellence that flows from the constant mean! It has for a long time been rare among the people." Tsz kung said, "Suppose the case of one who confers benefits far and wide upon the people, and who can, in so doing, make his bounty universally felt, how would you speak of him? Might he be called philanthropic?" The Master exclaimed, "What a work for philanthropy! He would require indeed to be a sage. He would put into shade even Yao and Shun. Well, a philanthropic person, desiring for himself a firm footing, is led on to give one to others. Desiring for himself an enlightened perception of things, he is led on to help others to be similarly enlightened. If one could take an illustration coming closer home to us than yours, that might be made the starting point for speaking about philanthropy." Footnote 14: When Yuan Si became prefect under him, he gave him 900 measures of grain, but the prefect declined to accept them. At this time Confucius was criminal judge in his native state of Lu. Yuan Si had been a disciple. The commentators add that this was the officer's proper salary, and that he did wrong to refuse it. Footnote 15, about the constant mean. The doctrine afterwards known by that name, and which gave its title to a Confucian treatise. End of Book 6. Recording by Li Jing. Book 7 of the Analects of Confucius, translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 7. Characteristics of Confucius. An incident. Said the Master, I, as a transmitter and not an originator, and as one who believes in and loves the ancients, venture to compare myself with our old Peng. Footnote 16. Regarding transmitter, in reference to his editing the 6 classics of his time. What find you indeed in me? A quiet brooder and a memorizer, a student never satiated with learning, an unwearied monitor of others. The things which weigh heavily upon my mind are these: failure to improve in the virtues, failure in discussion of what is learned, inability to walk according to knowledge received as to what is right and just, inability also to reform what has been amiss. In his hours of recreation and refreshment, the Master's manner was easy and unconstrained, affable and winning. Once he exclaimed, Alas, I must be getting very feeble. 'Tis long since I have had a repetition of the dreams in which I used to see the Duke of Chow. Footnote 17, regarding the Duke of Chow. This was one of his beloved ancients, famous for what he did in helping to found the dynasty of Chow, a man of great political wisdom, a scholar also, and poet. It was the dream of Confucius' life to restore the country to the condition in which the Duke of Chow left it. Concentrate the mind, said he, upon the good way. Maintain firm hold upon virtue. Rely upon philanthropy. Find recreation in the arts. Footnote 18. These were 6 in number, viz., ceremonial, music, archery, horsemanship, language, and calculation. I have never withheld instruction from any, even from those who have come for it with the smallest offering. No subject do I broach, however, to those who have no eager desire to learn. No encouraging hint do I give to those who show no anxiety to speak out their ideas. Nor have I anything more to say to those who, after I have made clear one corner of the subject, cannot from that give me the other 3. If the Master was taking a meal, and there were any in mourning beside him, he would not eat to the full. On one day on which he had wept, on that day he would not sing. Addressing his favorite disciple, he said, To you only and myself it has been given to do this, to go when called to serve, and to go back into quiet retirement when released from office. Tsz lu, hearing the remark, said, But if, sir, you had the handling of the army of one of the greater states, whom would you have associated with you in that case? The Master answered, Not the one who aroused the tiger, not the one who awayed the he, not the man who can die with no regret. He must be one who should watch over affairs with apprehensive caution, a man fond of strategy, and of perfect skill and effectiveness in it. Footnote 19. About the army of one of the greater states. Literally, 3 forces. Each force consisted of 12,500 men, and 3 of such forces were the equipment of a greater state. As to wealth, he remarked, if wealth were an object that I could go in quest of, I should do so even if I had to take a whip and do groom's work. But seeing that it is not, I go after those objects for which I have a liking. Among matters over which he exercised great caution were times of fasting, war, and sickness. When he was in the state of Qi, and had heard the ancient Shao music, he lost all perception of the taste of his meat. I had no idea, said he, that music could have been brought to this pitch. In the course of conversation, Yen Yu said, "Does the master take the part of the Prince of Wei?" "Ah, yes," said Tsz kung, "I will go and ask him that." On going in to him, that disciple began, "What sort of men were Bo er and Shu Qi?" "Worthies of the olden time," the Master replied. "Had they any feelings of resentment?" was the next question. "Their aim and object," he answered, "was that of doing the duty which every man owes to his fellows, and they succeeded in doing it. What room further for feelings of resentment?" The questioner on coming out said, "The Master does not take his part." "With a meal of coarse rice," said the Master, "and with water to drink, and my bent arm for my pillow, even thus I can find happiness. Riches and honors without righteousness are to me as fleeting clouds." "Give me several years more to live," said he, "and after 50 years' duty of the Book of Changes, I might come to be free from serious error." The Master's regular subjects of discourse were the books of the Odes and history, and the upkeeping of the rules of propriety. On all of these he regularly discoursed. The Duke of Sheh questioned Tsz lu about Confucius, and the latter did not answer. Hearing of this, the Master said, "Why did you not say, 'He is a man with a mind so intent on his pursuits that he forgets his food, and finds such pleasure in them that he forgets his troubles, and does not know that old age is coming upon him?' As I came not into life with any knowledge of it," he said, "and as my likings are for what is old, I busy myself in seeking knowledge there." Strange occurrences, exploits of strength, deeds of lawlessness, references to spiritual beings, such like matters the Master avoided in conversation. "Let there," he said, "be 3 men walking together. From that number I should be sure to find my instructors. For what is good in them I should choose out and follow, and what is not good I should modify." On one occasion he exclaimed, "Heaven begat virtue in me. What can man do unto me?" To his disciples he once said, "Do you look upon me, my sons, as keeping anything secret from you? I hide nothing from you. I do nothing that is not manifest to your eyes, my disciples. That is so with me." 4 things there were which he kept in view in his teaching: scholarliness, conduct of life, honesty, faithfulness. "It is not given to me," he said, "to meet with a sage. Let me but behold a man of superior mind, and that will suffice. Neither is it given to me to meet with a good man. Let me but see a man of constancy, and it will suffice. It is difficult for persons to have constancy when they pretend to have that which they are destitute of, to be full when they are empty, to do things on a grand scale when their means are contracted." When the Master fished with hook and line, he did not also use a net. When out with his bow, he would never shoot at game in cover. "Some there may be," said he, "who do things in ignorance of what they do. I am not of these. There is an alternative way of knowing things, viz., to sift out the good from the many things one hears, and follow it; and to keep in memory the many things one sees." Pupils from Hu-hsiang were difficult to speak with. One youth came to interview the Master, and the disciples were in doubt whether he ought to have been seen. "Why so much ado," said the Master, "at my merely permitting his approach, and not rather at my allowing him to draw back? If a man have cleansed himself in order to come and see me, I receive him as such; but I do not undertake for what he will do when he goes away." "Is the philanthropic spirit far to seek indeed?" the Master exclaimed. "I wish for it, and it is with me." The minister of crime in the state of Ch'in asked Confucius whether Duke Chao of Lu was acquainted with the proprieties, and he answered, "Yes, he knows them." When Confucius had withdrawn, the minister bowed to Wu Ma Chi, a disciple, and motioned to him to come forward. He said, "I have heard that superior men show no partiality. Are they too, then, partial? That prince took for his wife a lady of the Wu family, having the same surname as himself, and had her named Lady Zi of Wu, the elder. If he knows the propriety, then who does not?" The disciple reported this to the Master, who thereupon remarked, "Well for me! If I err in any way, others are sure to know of it." When the Master was in company with any one who sang, and who sang well, he must needs have the song over again, and after that would join in it. "Although in letters," he said, "I may have none to compare with me, yet in my personification of the superior man, I have not as yet been successful." "A sage and a philanthropist? How should I have the ambition?" said he. "All that I can well be called is this: an insatiable student, an unwearied teacher. This and no more. Exactly what we, your disciples, cannot by any learning manage to be," said Kung si Hwa. Once when the Master was seriously ill, Tsz lu requested to be allowed to say prayers for him. "Are such available?" asked the Master. "Yes," said he. "And the manual prayer says, 'Pray to the spirits above, and to those here below.'" "My praying has been going on a long while," said the Master. "Lavish living," he said, "renders men disorderly. Miserliness makes them hard. Better, however, the hard than the disorderly. Again, the man of superior mind is placidly composed. The small-minded man is in a constant state of perturbation." The Master was gentle, yet could be severe; had an overawing presence, yet was not violent; was deferential, yet easy. End of Book 7. Recording by Li Jing. Book 8 of the Analects of Confucius. Translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sayings of Tsang. Sentences of the Master. Speaking of Tai Po, the Master said that he might be pronounced a man of the highest moral excellence. For he allowed the empire to pass by him onwards to a third heir, while the people, in their ignorance of his motives, were unable to admire him for so doing. "Without the proprieties," said the Master, "we have these results: for deferential demeanor, a worried one; for calm attentiveness, awkward bashfulness; for manly conduct, disorderliness; for straightforwardness, perversity. When men of rank show genuine care for those nearest to them in blood, the people rise to the duty of neighborliness and sociability; and when old friendships among them are not allowed to fall off, there will be a cessation of underhand practices among the people. The scholar Tsang was once unwell, and calling his pupils to him, he said to them, 'Disclose to view my feet and my hands. What says the old? Act as from a sense of danger, with precaution and with care; as a yawning gulf overlooking, as on ice that scarce will bear. At all times, my children, I know how to keep myself free from bodily harm.' Again, during an illness of his, Meng Jing, an official, went to ask after him. The scholar had some conversation with him, in the course of which he said, 'Doleful the cries of a dying bird; good the last words of a dying man.' There are 3 points which a man of rank in the management of his duties should set store upon: a lively manner and deportment, banishing both severity and laxity; a frank and open expression of countenance, allied closely with sincerity; and a tone in his utterances utterly free from any approach to vulgarity and impropriety. As to matters of bowls and dishes, leave such things to those who are charged with the care of them." Another saying of the scholar Tsang: "I once had a friend who, though he possessed ability, would go questioning men of none, and though surrounded by numbers, would go with his questions to isolated individuals; who also, whatever he might have, appeared as if he were without it; and, with all his substantial acquirements, made as though his mind were mere blank, and when insulted would not retaliate. This was ever his way. Again he said, "The man that is capable of being entrusted with the charge of a minor on the throne, and given authority over a large territory, and who, during the important term of his superintendence, cannot be forced out of his position, is not such a superior man? That he is indeed." Again, "The learned official must not be without breadth and power of endurance. The burden is heavy, and the way is long. Suppose that he take his duty to his fellow men as his peculiar burden, is that not indeed a heavy one? And since only with death it is done with, is not the way long?" Sentences of the Master. From the Book of Odes we receive impulses. From the Book of the Rules, stability. From the Book on Music, refinement. Footnote 20: Comparison of three of the classics, the Shi Jing, the Li Ji, and the Yue. The last is lost. The people may be put into the way they should go, though they may not be put into the way of understanding it. The man who likes bravery, and yet groans under poverty, has mischief in him. So too has the misanthrope, groaning at any severity shown towards him. Even if a person were adorned with the gifts of the Duke of Chow, yet if he were proud and avaricious, all the rest of his qualities would not indeed be worth looking at. Not easily found is the man who, after 3 years' study, has failed to come upon some fruit of his toil. The really faithful lover of learning holds fast to the good way till death. He will not go into a state in which a downfall is imminent, nor take up his abode in one where disorder reigns. When the empire is well ordered, he will show himself; when not, he will hide himself away. Under good government it will be a disgrace to him if he remain in poverty and low estate; under a bad one it would be equally disgraceful to him to hold riches and honors. If not occupying the office, devise not the policy. When the Professor Chih began his duties, how grand the finale of the first of the Odes used to be! How it rang in one's ears! I cannot understand persons who are enthusiastic and yet not straightforward, nor those who are ignorant and yet not attentive, nor again those folks who are simple-minded and yet untrue. Learn as if never overtaking your object, and yet as if apprehensive of losing it. How sublime was the handling of the empire by Shun and Yu! It was as nothing to them. How great was Yao as a prince! Was he not sublime? Say that heaven only is great, then was Yao alone after its pattern. How profound was he! The people could not find a name for him. How sublime in his achievements! How brilliant in his scholarly productions! Shun had for his ministers 5 men, by whom he ordered the empire. King Wu in his day stated that he had 10 men as assistants for the promotion of order. With reference to these facts Confucius observed, "Ability is hard to find. Is it not so indeed? During the 3 years' interregnum between Yao and Shun, there was more of it than in the interval before this present dynasty appeared. There were, at this latter period, 1 woman and 9 men only." When 2/3 of the empire were held by King Wen, he served with that portion of the house of Yin. We speak of the virtue of the house of Chow, we may say, indeed, that it reached the pinnacle of excellence. "As to Yu," added the Master, "I can find no flaw in him. Living on meagre food and drink, yet providing to the utmost in his filial offerings to the spirits of the dead. Dressing in coarse garments, yet most elegant when vested in his sacrificial apron and coronet. Dwelling in a poor palace, yet exhausting his energies over those boundary ditches and watercourses. I can find no flaw in Yu." End of Book 8. Recording by Li Jing. Book 9 of the Analects of Confucius, translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. His favorite disciple's opinion of him. Topics on which the master rarely spoke were advantage and destiny and duty of man to man. A man of the village of Daxiang exclaimed of him, "A great man is Confucius, a man of extensive learning, and yet in nothing has he quite made himself a name." The master heard of this, and mentioning it to his disciples, he said, "What then shall I take in hand? Should I become a carriage driver, or an archer? Let me be a driver." "The sacrificial cap," he once said, "should, according to the rules, be of linen, but in these days it is of pure silk. However, as it is economical, I do as all do. The rule says, 'Make your bow when at the lower end of the hall,' but nowadays the bowing is down at the upper part. This is great freedom, and I, though I go in opposition to the crowd, bow when at the lower end." The master barred 4 words. He would have no shalls, no musts, no certainty, no eyes. Once, in the town of Kwang, fearing that his life was going to be taken, the master exclaimed, "King Wen is dead and gone, but is not Wen with you here? If heaven be about to allow this Wen to perish, then they who survive its disease will get no benefit from it. But so long as heaven does not allow it to perish, what can the men of Kwang do to me?" Footnote 21. Wen was the honorary appellation of the great sage and ruler whose praise is in the Shi Jing as one of the founders of the Zhou dynasty, and the term represented civic talent and virtues, as distinct from Wu, the martial talent, the latter being the honorary title of his son and successor. Wen also often stands for literature and polite accomplishments. Here Confucius simply means, "If you kill me, you kill a sage." A high state official, after questioning Tsz kung, said, "Your master is a sage, then. How many and what varied abilities must be his?" The disciple replied, "Certainly heaven is allowing him full opportunities of becoming a sage, in addition to the fact that his abilities are many and varied." When the master heard of this, he remarked, "Does that high official know me? In my early years, my position in life was low, and hence my ability in many ways, though exercised in trifling matters. In the gentleman is there indeed such variety of ability? No." From this, the disciple Lau used to say, "'Twas a saying of the master, 'At a time when I was not called upon to use them, I acquired my proficiency in the polite arts.'" "Am I, indeed," said the master, "possessed of knowledge? I know nothing. Let a vulgar fellow come to me with a question. A man with an emptyish head, I may thrash out with him the matter from end to end, and exhaust myself in doing it." "Ah," exclaimed he once, "the phoenix does not come, and no symbols issue from the river. May I not as well give up?" Whenever the master met with a person in mourning, or with one in full dress cap and kirtle, or with a blind person, although they might be young persons, he would make a point of rising on their appearance, or, if crossing their path, would do so with quickened step. Once Yen Yuan exclaimed with a sigh, with reference to the master's doctrines, "If I look up to them, they are ever the higher. If I try to penetrate them, they are ever the harder. If I gaze at them, as if before my eyes, lo, they are behind me. Gradually and gently the master with skill lures men on. By literary lore he gave me breadth, by the rules of propriety he narrowed me down. When I desire respite, I find it impossible. And after I have exhausted my powers, there seems to be something standing straight up in front of me, and though I have the mind to make towards it, I make no advance at all." Once, when the master was seriously ill, Tsz lu induced the other disciples to feign they were high officials acting in his service. During a respite from his malady, the master exclaimed, "Ah, how long has Tsz lu's conduct been false!" Whom should I delude, if I were to pretend to have officials under me, having none? Should I deceive heaven? Besides, were I to die, I would rather die in the hands of yourselves, my disciples, than in the hands of officials. And though I should fail to have a grand funeral over me, I should hardly be left on my death on the public highway, should I?" Tsz kung once said to him, "Here is a fine gem. Would you guard it carefully in a casket and store it away, or seek a good price for it and sell it?" "Sell it indeed," said the Master. "That would I, but I should wait for the bidder." The Master protested he would "go and live among the 9 wild tribes." "A rude life," said some one. "How could you put up with it?" "What rudeness would there be," he replied, "if a superior man was living in their midst?" Once he remarked, "After I came back from Wei to Lu, the music was put right, and each of the festal odes and hymns was given its appropriate place and use." "Ah, which one of these following," he asked on one occasion, "are to be found exemplified in me: proper service rendered to superiors when abroad; duty to father and elder brother when at home; duty that shrinks from no exertion when dear ones die; and keeping free from the confusing effects of wine?" Standing once on the bank of a mountain stream, he said musingly, "Like this are those that pass away, no cessation, day or night." Other sayings: "Take an illustration from the making of a hill. A simple basketful is wanting to complete it, and the work stops. So I stop short." Take an illustration from the levelling of the ground. Suppose again just one basketful is left, when the work has so progressed. There I desist. "I was Hui, was it not? Who, when I had given him his lesson, was the unflagging one." Alas for Hui, I saw him ever making progress. I never saw him stopping short. "Blade, but no bloom; or else bloom, but no produce. Ay, that is the way with some." Reverent regard is due to youth. How know we what difference there may be in them in the future from what they are now? Yet when they have reached the age of 40 or 50, and are still unknown in the world, then indeed they are no more worthy of such regard. Can any do otherwise than assent to words said to them by way of correction? Only let them reform by such advice, and it will then be reckoned valuable. Can any be other than pleased with words of gentle suasion? Only let them comply with them fully, and such also will be accounted valuable. With those who are pleased without so complying, and those who assent but do not reform, I can do nothing at all. Give prominent place to loyalty and sincerity. Have no associates in study who are not advanced somewhat like yourself. When you have erred, be not afraid to correct yourself. It may be possible to seize and carry off the chief commander of a large army, but not possible so to rob one poor fellow of his will. One who stands, clad in hempen robe the worse for wear, among others clad in furs of fox and badger, and yet unabashed. To Tsz lu that is it not? Tsz lu used always to be humming over the lines, "From envy and enmity free, what deed doth he other than good?" How should such a rule of life, asked the Master, be sufficient to make any one good? When the year grows chilly, we know the pine and cypress are the last to fade. The wise escape doubt, the good-hearted trouble, the bold apprehension. Some may study side by side and yet be asunder when they come to the logic of things. Some may go on together in this latter course, but be wide apart in the standards they reach in it. Some again may together reach the same standard, and yet be diverse in weight of character. The blossom is out on the cherry tree, with a flutter on every spray. Dost think that my thoughts go not out to thee? Ah, why art thou far away? Commenting on these lines, the Master said, "There can hardly have been much thought going out. What does distance signify?" End of Book 9. Recording by Li Jing. Book 10 of the Analects of Confucius, translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Confucius in private and official life. In his own village, Confucius presented a somewhat plain and simple appearance, and looked unlike a man who possessed ability of speech. But in the ancestral temple, and at court, he spoke with the fluency and accuracy of a debater, but ever guardedly. At court, conversing with the lower order of great officials, he spoke somewhat firmly and directly. With those of the higher order, his tone was somewhat more affable. When the prince was present, he was constrainedly reverent in his movements, and showed a proper degree of grave dignity in demeanor. Whenever the prince summoned him to act as usher to the court, his look would change somewhat, and he would make as though he were turning round to do obeisance. He would salute those among whom he took up his position, using the right hand or the left, and holding the skirts of his robe in proper position before and behind. He would make his approaches with quick step, and with elbows evenly bent outwards. When the visitor withdrew, he would not fail to report the execution of his commands with the words, "The visitor no longer looks back." When he entered the palace gate, it was with the body somewhat bent forward, almost as though he could not be admitted. When he stood still, this would never happen in the middle of the gateway; nor when moving about would he ever tread on the threshold. When passing the throne, his look would change somewhat, he would turn aside and make a sort of obeisance, and the words he spoke seemed as though he were deficient in utterance. On going up the steps to the audience chamber, he would gather up with both hands the ends of his robe, and walk with his body bent somewhat forward, holding back his breath like one in whom respiration has ceased. On coming out, after descending one step, his countenance would relax and assume an appearance of satisfaction. Arrived at the bottom, he would go forward with quick step, his elbows evenly bent outwards, back to his position, constrainedly reverent in every movement. When holding the scepter in his hand, his body would be somewhat bent forward, as if he were not equal to carrying it; wielding it now higher, as in a salutation, now lower, as in the presentation of a gift. His look would also be changed and appear awestruck, and his gait would seem retarded, as if he were obeying some restraining hand behind. When he presented the gifts of ceremony, he would assume a placid expression of countenance. At the private interview, he would be cordial and affable. The good man would use no purple or violet colors for the facings of his dress. Footnote 22. Because it is said such colors were adopted in fasting and mourning. End of footnote. Nor would he have a red or orange color for his undress. Footnote 23. Because they did not belong to the 5 correct colors, viz., green, yellow, carnation, white, and black, and were affected more by females. End of footnote. For the hot season he wore a singlet, of either coarse or fine texture, but would also feel bound to have an outer garment covering it. For his black robe he had lamb's wool, for his white one fawn's fur, and for his yellow one fox fur. His furred undress robe was longer, but the right sleeve was shortened. He would needs have his sleeping dress 1½ times his own length. For ordinary home wear, he used thick substantial fox or badger furs. When he left off mourning, he would wear all his girdle trinkets. His kirtle in front, when it was not needed for full cover, he must needs have cut down. He would never wear his black lamb's wool or dark-colored cap when he went on visits of condolence to mourners. Footnote 24. Since white was, as it is still, the mourning color. End of footnote. On the first day of the new moon, he must have on his court dress and to court. When observing his fasts, he made a point of having bright, shiny garments, made of linen. He must also at such times vary his food, and move his seat to another part of his dwelling room. As to his food, he never tired of rice so long as it was clean and pure, nor of hashed meats when finely minced. Rice spoiled by damp and sour he would not touch, nor tainted fish, nor bad meat, nor aught of a bad color or smell, nor aught overdone in cooking, nor aught out of season. Neither would he eat anything that was not properly cut, or that lacked its proper seasonings. Although there might be an abundance of meat before him, he would not allow a preponderance of it to rob the rice of its beneficial effect in nutrition. Only in the matter of wine did he set himself no limit, yet he never drank so much as to confuse himself. Tradesmen's wines, and dried meats from the market, he would not touch. Ginger he would never have removed from the table during a meal. He was not a great eater. Meat from the sacrifices at the prince's temple he would never put aside till the following day. The meat of his own offerings he would never give out after 3 days' keeping, for after that time none were to eat it. At his meals he would not enter into discussions, and when reposing afterwards he would not utter a word. Even should his meal consist only of coarse rice and vegetable broth or melons, he would make an offering, and never fail to do so religiously. He would never sit on a mat that was not straight. After a feast among his villagers, he would wait before going away until the old man had left. When the village people were exorcising the pests, he would put on his court robes and stand on the steps of his hall to receive them. When he was sending a message of inquiry to a person in another state, he would bow twice on seeing the messenger off. Ki K'ang once sent him a present of some medicine. He bowed and received it, but remarked, "Until I am quite sure of its properties, I must not venture to taste it." Once, when the stabling was destroyed by fire, he withdrew from the court and asked, "Is any person injured?" without inquiring as to the horses. Whenever the prince sent him a present of food, he was particular to set his mat in proper order, and would be the first one to taste it. If the prince's present was one of raw meat, he must needs have it cooked, and make an oblation of it. If the gift were a live animal, he would be sure to keep it and care for it. When he was in waiting, and at a meal with the prince would make the offering, and he, the master, was the pregustator. Footnote 25, referring to "make the offering." The act of grace, before eating. End of footnote. When unwell, and the prince came to see him, he would arrange his position so that his head inclined towards the east, would put over him his court robes, and draw his girdle across them. When summoned by order of the prince, he would start off without waiting for his horses to be put to. On his entry into the grand temple, he inquired about everything connected with its usages. If a friend died, and there were no near relatives to take him to, he would say, "Let him be buried from my house." For a friend's gift, unless it consisted of meat that had been offered in sacrifice, he would not bow, even if it were a carriage and horses. In repose he did not lie like one dead. In his home life he was not formal in his manner. Whenever he met with a person in mourning, even though it were a familiar acquaintance, he would be certain to change his manner; and when he met with any one in full dress cap, or with any blind person, he would also unfailingly put on a different look, even though he were himself in undress at the time. In saluting any person wearing mourning, he would bow forwards towards the front bar of his carriage. In the same manner he would also salute the bearer of a census register. When a sumptuous banquet was spread before him, a different expression would be sure to appear in his features, and he would rise up from his seat. At a sudden thunderclap, or when the wind grew furious, his look would also invariably be changed. On getting into his car, he would never fail first to stand up erect, holding on by the strap, When in the car, he would never look about, nor speak hastily, nor bring one hand to the other. Let one but make a movement in his face, and the bird will rise and seek some safer place. Apropos of this, he said, "Here is a hen pheasant from Shanliang, and in season! And in season!" After Tsz lu had got it prepared, he smelt it thrice, and then rose up from his seat. End of Book 10. Recording by Li Jing. Book 11 of the Analects of Confucius, translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Comparative worth of his disciples. "The first to make progress in the proprieties and in music," said the Master, "are plain countrymen. After them, the men of higher standing. If I had to employ any of them, I should stand by the former. Of those," said he, "who were about me when I was in the Chen and Ts'ai states, not one now is left to approach my door." "As for Hui," said the Master, "he is not one to help me on. There is nothing I say but he is not well satisfied with." Footnote 26. The men of virtuous life were Yen Yuan, or Hui, Ming Zi Qian, Ran Bo Niu, and Zhong Gong, or Ran Yong. The speakers and debaters were Zai Wo and Tsz Gong. The capable government servants were Ran You and Ji Lu. The literary students, Tsz Yu and Tsz Xia. End of footnote. "What a dutiful son was Ming Zi Qian!" he exclaimed. "No one finds occasion to differ from what his parents and brothers have said of him." Nan Rong used to repeat 3 times over the lines in the Odes about the white scepter. Confucius caused his own elder brother's daughter to be given in marriage to him. When Ki K'ang inquired which of the disciples were fond of learning, Confucius answered him, "There was one Yan Hui who was fond of it, but unfortunately his allotted time was short, and he died, and now his like is not to be found." When Yen Yuan died, his father, Yen Lu, begged for the Master's carriage in order to get a shell for his coffin. "Ability or no ability," said the Master, "every father still speaks of my son. When my own son Li died, and the coffin for him had no shell to it, I know I did not go on foot to get him one. But that was because I was, though retired, in the wake of the ministers, and could not therefore well do so." On the death of Yen Yuan, the Master exclaimed, "Ah me! Heaven is ruining me! Heaven is ruining me!" On the same occasion, his wailing for that disciple becoming excessive, those who were about him said, "Sir, this is too much." "Too much?" said he. "If I am not to do so for him, then for whom else?" The disciples then wished for the deceased a grand funeral. The Master could not on his part consent to this. They nevertheless gave him one. Upon this he remarked, "He used to look upon me as if I were his father. I could never, however, look on him as a son. 'Twas not my mistake, but yours, my children." Ji Lu propounded a question about ministering to the spirits of the departed. The Master replied, "Where there is scarcely the ability to minister to living men, how shall there be ability to minister to the spirits?" On his venturing to put a question concerning death, he answered, "Where there is scarcely any knowledge about life, how shall there be any about death?" The disciple Ming was by his side, looking affable and bland. Tsz lu also, looking careless and intrepid, and Ran You and Tsz Gong firm and precise. The Master was cheery. "One like Tsz lu there," said he, "does not come to a natural end." Some persons in Lu was taking measures in regard to the long treasury house. Ming Zi Qian observed, "How if it were repaired on the old lines?" The Master upon this remarked, This fellow is not a talker, but when he does speak, he is bound to hit the mark." "There's a used harpsichord," exclaimed the master. "What is it doing at my door?" On seeing, however, some disrespect shown to him by the other disciples, he added, "You has got as far as the top of the hall, only he has not yet entered the house." Tsz kung asked which was the worthier of the two, Tsz chang or Tsz hia. "The former," answered the master, "goes beyond the mark; the latter falls short of it." "So then Tsz chang is the better of the two, is he?" said he. "To go too far," he replied, "is about the same as to fall short." The chief of the Ki family was a wealthier man than the Duke of Chow had been, and yet Yen Yu gathered and hoarded for him, increasing his wealth more and more. "He is no follower of mine," said the master. "It would serve him right, my children, to sound the drum and set upon him." Characteristics of 4 disciples: Tsz kao was simple-minded; Tsang Zi a dullard; Tsz chang full of airs; Tsz lu rough. "As to Hui," said the master, "he comes near to perfection, while frequently in great want. Tsz kung does not submit to the appointments of heaven, and yet his goods are increased. He is often successful in his calculations." Tsz chang wanted to know some marks of the naturally good man. "He does not walk in others' footprints," said the master, "yet he does not get beyond the hall into the house." Once the master said, "Because we allow that a man's words have something genuine in them, are they necessarily those of a superior man? Or words carrying only an outward semblance and show of gravity?" Tsz lu put a question about the practice of precepts one has heard. The master's reply was, "In a case where there is a father or elder brother still left with you, how should you practice all you hear?" When, however, the same question was put to him by Yen Yu, his reply was, "Yes, do so." Kung Hsi Hwa animadverted upon this to the master. "Tsz lu asked you, sir," said he, "about the practice of what one has learnt, and you said, 'There may be a father or elder brother still alive.' But when Yen Yu asked the same question, you answered, 'Yes, do so.' I am at a loss to understand you, and venture to ask what you meant." The master replied, "Yen Yu backs out of his duties, therefore I push him on. Tsz lu has forwardness enough for them both, therefore I hold him back." On the occasion of that time of fear in K'wang, Yen Yuan having fallen behind, the master said to him afterwards, "I took it for granted you were a dead man." "How should I dare to die," said he, "while you, sir, still lived?" On Ki Tsz jan putting to him a question anent Tsz lu and Yen Yu, as to whether they might be called great ministers, the master answered, "I had expected your question, sir, to be about something extraordinary, and lo, it is only about these two. Those whom we call great ministers are such as serve their prince conscientiously, and who, when they cannot do so, retire. At present, as regards the two you ask about, they may be called qualified ministers." "Well, are they then," he asked, "such as will follow their leader?" "They would not follow him who should slay his father and his prince," was the reply. Through the intervention of Tsz lu, Tsz kao was being appointed governor of Bi. "You are spoiling a good man's song," said the master. Tsz lu rejoined, "But he will have the people and their superiors to gain experience from, and there will be the altars. What need to read books? He can become a student afterwards." "Here is the reason for my hatred of glib-tongued people," said the master. On one occasion, Tsz lu, Tsang shen, Yen Yu, and Kung Hsi Hwa were sitting near him. He said to them, "Though I may be a day older than you, do not for the moment regard me as such. While you are living this unoccupied life you are saying, we do not become known. Now, suppose some one got to know you, what then?" Tsz lu, first to speak, at once answered, Give me a state of large size and armament, hemmed in and hampered by other larger states, the population augmented by armies and regiments, causing a dearth in it of food of all kinds. Give me charge of that state, and in 3 years' time I should make a brave country of it, and let it know its place." The Master smiled at him. "Yen," said he, "how would it be with you?" "Give me," said Yen, "a territory of 60 or 70 li square, or of 50 or 60 square, put me in charge of that, and in 3 years I should make the people sufficiently prosperous. As regards their knowledge, or ceremonial, or music, I should wait for superior men to teach them that." "And with you, Kung si, how would it be?" The disciple's reply was, "I have nothing to say about my capabilities for such matters. My wish is to learn. I should like to be a junior assistant, in dark robe and cap, at the services of the ancestral temple, and at the grand receptions of the princes by the sovereign." "And with you, Tsang Shen?" This disciple was strumming on his harpsichord. But now the twanging ceased, he turned from the instrument, rose to his feet, and answered thus: "Something different from the choice of these 3. "What harm?" said the Master. "I want each one of you to tell me what his heart is set upon." "Well then," said he, "give me, in the latter part of spring, dressed in full spring-tide attire, in company with 5 or 6 young fellows of 20, literally capped ones. At 20 they underwent the ceremony of capping, and were considered men. Or 6 or 7 lads under that age, to do the ablutions in the Yi stream, enjoy a breeze in the rain dance. That is, before the altars, where offerings were placed, with prayer for rain. A religious dance. And finish up with songs on the road home." The Master drew in his breath, sighed, and exclaimed, "Ah, I take with you." The 3 other disciples having gone out, leaving Tsang Shen behind, the latter said, "What think you of the answers of those 3?" "Well, each told me what was uppermost in his mind," said the Master. "Simply that." "Why did you smile at Tsz lu, sir?" "I smiled at him because to have the charge of a state requires due regard to the rules of propriety, and his words betrayed a lack of modesty." "But Yen, then, he had a state in view, had he not?" "I should like to be shown a territory such as he described, which does not amount to a state." "But had not Kung si also a state in view?" "What are ancestral temples and grand receptions but for the feudal lords to take part in? If Kung si were to become an unimportant assistant at these functions, who could become an important one?" Book 11. Recording by Li Jing. Book 12 of the Analects of Confucius. Translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Master's Answers. Philanthropy. Friendships. Yen Yuan was asking about man's proper regard for his fellow man. The Master said to him, "Self-control and habit of falling back upon propriety virtually affect it. Let these conditions be fulfilled for one day, and every one round will betake himself to the duty. Is it to begin in one's self, or think you indeed? It is to begin in others." "I wanted you to be good enough," said Yen Yuan, "to give me a brief synopsis of it." Then said the Master, "Without propriety, use not your eyes. Without it, use not your ears, nor your tongue, nor a limb of your body." "I may be lacking in diligence," said Yen Yuan, "but with your favor I will endeavor to carry out this advice." Chung kung asked about man's proper regard for his fellows. To him the Master replied thus: "When you go forth from your door, be as if you were meeting some guest of importance. when you are making use of the common people, for state purposes, be as if you were taking part in a great religious function. Do not set before others what you do not desire yourself. Let there be no resentful feelings against you when you are away in the country, and none when at home." "I may lack diligence," said Chung kung, "but with your favor I will endeavor to carry out this advice." Sima Niu asked the like question. The answer he received was this: "The words of the man who has a proper regard for his fellows are uttered with difficulty." "His words uttered with difficulty?" he echoed, in surprise. "Is that what is meant by proper regard for one's fellow creatures?" "Where there is difficulty in doing," the Master replied, "will there not be some difficulty in utterance?" The same disciple put a question about the superior man. "Superior men," he replied, "are free from trouble and apprehension." "Free from trouble and apprehension," said he, "does that make them superior men?" The Master added, "Where there is found, upon introspection, to be no chronic disease, how shall there be any trouble? How shall there be any apprehension?" The same disciple, being in trouble, remarked, "I am alone in having no brother, while all else have theirs, younger or elder." Tsze hsia said to him, "I have heard this: Death and life have destined times; wealth and honors rest with heaven. Let the superior man keep watch over himself without ceasing, showing deference to others, with propriety of manners. And all within the four seas will be his brethren. How should he be distressed for lack of brothers?" Footnote 29. From Confucius it is generally thought. Tsze chang asked what sort of man might be termed enlightened. The Master replied, "That man with whom drenching slander and cutting calumny gain no currency may well be called enlightened. Aye, he with whom such things make no way may well be called enlightened in the extreme." Tsze kung put a question relative to government. In reply the Master mentioned three essentials: sufficient food, sufficient armament, and the people's confidence. "But," said the disciple, "if you cannot really have all three, and one has to be given up, which would you give up first?" "The armament," he replied. "And if you are obliged to give up one of the remaining two, which would it be?" "The food," said he. "Death has been the portion of all men from of old. Without the people's trust, nothing can stand." Chi Tsz ch'en once said, "Give me the inborn qualities of a gentleman, and I want no more. How are such to come from book learning?" Tsze kung exclaimed, "Ah, sir, I regret to hear such words from you, a gentleman! But a team of four can never overtake the ton. Literary accomplishments are much the same as inborn qualities, and inborn qualities as literary accomplishments. A tiger's or leopard's skin without the hair might be a dog's or sheep's when so made bare." Duke Ai was consulting Yu Ruo. Said he, "It is a year of dearth, and there is an insufficiency for ways and means. What am I to do?" "Why not apply the tithing statute?" said the minister. "But two tithings would not be enough for my purposes," said the duke. "What would be the good of applying the statute?" The minister replied, "So long as the people have enough left for themselves, who of them will allow their prince to be without enough? But when the people have not enough, who will allow their prince all that he wants?" Tsze chang was asking how the standard of virtue was to be raised, and how to discern what was illusory or misleading. The Master's answer was, "Give a foremost place to honesty and faithfulness, and tread the path of righteousness, and you will raise the standard of virtue. As to discerning what is illusory, here's an example of an illusion. Whom you love, you wish to live; whom you hate, you wish to die. To have wished the same person to live and also to be dead, there is an illusion for you." Duke Jing of Ch'i consulted Confucius about government. His answer was, "Let a prince be a prince. and ministers be ministers. Let fathers be fathers, and sons be sons." "Good!" exclaimed the duke. "Truly, if a prince fail to be a prince, and ministers to be ministers, and if fathers be not fathers, and sons not sons, then, even though I may have my allowance of grain, should I ever be able to relish it?" "The man to decide a cause with half a word," exclaimed the Master, "is Tsz lu." Tsz lu never let a night pass between promise and performance. "In hearing causes, I am like other men," said the Master. "The great point is, to prevent litigation." Tsz chang having raised some question about government, the Master said to him, "In the settlement of its principles, be unwearied. In its administration, see to that loyally." "The man of wide research," said he, "who also restrains himself by the rules of propriety, is not likely to transgress." Again, the noble-minded man makes the most of others' good qualities, not the worst of their bad ones. Men of small mind do the reverse of this. Ki K'ang was consulting him about the direction of public affairs. Confucius answered him, "A director should be himself correct. If you, sir, as a leader show correctness, who will dare not to be correct?" Ki K'ang, being much troubled on account of robbers abroad, consulted Confucius on the matter. He received this reply: "If you, sir, were not covetous, neither would they steal, even were you to bribe them to do so." Ki K'ang, when consulting Confucius about the government, said, "Suppose I were to put to death the disorderly for the better encouragement of the orderly, what say you to that?" "Sir," replied Confucius, "in the administration of government, why resort to capital punishment? Covet what is good, and the people will be good. The virtue of the noble-minded man is as the wind, and that of an inferior man as grass. The grass must bend when the wind blows upon it." Tsz chang asked how otherwise he would describe the learned official who might be termed influential. "What, I wonder, do you mean by one who is influential?" said the Master. "I mean," replied the disciple, "one who is sure to have a reputation throughout the country as well as at home." "That," said the Master, "is reputation, not influence. The influential man, then, if he be one who is genuinely straightforward and loves what is just and right, a discriminator of men's words, and an observer of their looks, and in honor careful to prefer others to himself, will certainly have influence, both throughout the country and at home. The man of mere reputation, on the other hand, who speciously affects philanthropy, though in his way of procedure he acts contrary to it, while yet quite evidently engrossed with that virtue, will certainly have reputation, both in the country and at home." Fan Ch'i, strolling with him over the ground below the place of the rain dance, said to him, "I venture to ask how to raise the standard of virtue, how to reform dissolute habits, and how to discern what is illusory." "Ah, a good question indeed!" he exclaimed. "Well, is not putting duty first, and success second, a way of raising the standard of virtue? And is not attacking the evil in one's self, and not the evil which is in others, a way of reforming dissolute habits? And as to illusions, is not one morning's fit of anger causing a man to forget himself, and even involving in the consequences those who are near and dear to him, is not that an illusion?" The same disciple asked him what was meant by "a right regard for one's fellow creature." He replied, "It is love to man." Asked by him again what was meant by wisdom, he replied, "It is knowledge of man." Fan Ch'i did not quite grasp his meaning. The Master went on to say, "Lift up the straight, set aside the crooked, so can you make the crooked straight." Fan Ch'i left him, and meeting with Tsz hiŠ, he said, "I had an interview just now with the Master, and I asked him what wisdom was. In his answer he said, 'Lift up the straight, set aside the crooked, and so can you make the crooked straight.' What was his meaning?" "Ah, words rich in meaning, those," said the other. "When Shun was emperor, and was selecting his men from among the multitude, he 'lifted up' (gao yao), and men devoid of right feelings towards their kind went far away. And when Tang was emperor, and chose out his men from the crowd, he 'lifted up' yi yin, with the same result." Tsz kung was consulting him about a friend. "Speak to him frankly and respectfully," said the Master, "and gently lead him on. If you do not succeed, then stop. Do not submit yourself to indignity." The learned Tsang observed, "In the society of books, the superior man collects his friends. In the society of his friends, he is furthering good will among men." End of Book 12. Recording by Li Jing. Book 13 of the Analects of Confucius, translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Answers on the art of governing. Consistency. Tsz lu was asking about government. "Lead the way in it," said the Master, "and work hard at it." Requested to say more, he added, "And do not tire of it." Chung kung, on being made first minister to the chief of the Ki family, consulted the Master about government, and to him he said, "Let the heads of officers be heads. Excuse small faults. Promote men of sagacity and talent." "But," he asked, "how am I to know the sagacious and talented before promoting them?" "Promote those whom you do know," said the Master. "As to those of whom you are uncertain, will others omit to notice them?" Tsz lu said to the Master, "As the Prince of Wei, sir, has been waiting for you to act for him in his government, what is it your intention to take in hand first?" "One thing of necessity," he answered, "the rectification of terms." "That!" exclaimed Tsz lu. "How far away you are, sir! Why such rectification?" "What a rustic you are, Tsz lu!" rejoined the Master. "A gentleman would be a little reserved and reticent in matters which he does not understand. If terms be incorrect, language will be incongruous; and if language be incongruous, deeds will be imperfect. So again, when deeds are imperfect, propriety and harmony cannot prevail; and when this is the case, laws relating to crime will fail in their aim; and if these last to fail, the people will not know where to set hand or foot. Hence a man of superior mind, certain first of his terms, is fitted to speak; and being certain of what he says can proceed upon it. In the language of such a person there is nothing heedlessly irregular; and that is the sum of the matter." Fan Ch'i requested that he might learn something of husbandry. "For that," said the Master, "I am not equal to an old husbandman." "Might he then learn something of gardening?" he asked. "I am not equal to an old gardener," was the reply. "A man of little mind that," said the Master, when Fan Ch'i had gone out. "Let a man who is set over the people love propriety, and they will not presume to be disrespectful. Let him be a lover of righteousness, and they will not presume to be aught but submissive. Let him love faithfulness and truth, and they will not presume not to lend him their hearty assistance. Ah, if all this only were so, the people from all sides would come to such a one, carrying their children on their backs. What need to turn his hand to husbandry?" "Though a man," said he, "could hum through the Odes, the 300, yet should show himself unskilled when given some administrative work to do for his country. Though he might know much of that other law, yet if, when sent on a mission to any quarter, he could answer no question personally and unaided, what after all is he good for?" "Let a leader," said he, "show rectitude in his own personal character, and even without directions from him, things will go well. If he be not personally upright, his directions will not be complied with." Once he made the remark, The governments of Lu and of Wei are in brotherhood. Of Ching, a son of the Duke of Wei, he observed that he managed his household matters well. On his coming into possession, he thought, "What a strange conglomeration!" Coming to possess a little more, it was, "Strange, such a result!" And when he became wealthy, "Strange, such elegance!" The Master was on a journey to Wei, and Yen Yu was driving him. "What multitudes of people!" he exclaimed. Yen Yu asked him, "Seeing they are so numerous, what more would you do for them?" "Enrich them," replied the Master. "And, after enriching them, what more would you do for them?" "Instruct them." "Were any one of our princes to employ me," he said, "after 12 months I might have made some tolerable progress." Again, "How true is that saying, 'Let good men have the management of a country for a century, and they would be adequate to cope with evil doers, and thus do away with capital punishments.'" Again, "Suppose the ruler to possess true kingly qualities, then surely after 1 generation there would be good will among men." Again, "Let a ruler but see to his own rectitude, and what trouble will he then have in the work before him? If he be unable to rectify himself, how is he to rectify others?" Once, when Yen Yu was leaving the court, the Master accosted him. "Why so late?" he asked. "Busy with legislation," Yen replied. "The details of it," suggested the Master, "had it been legislation, I should have been there to hear it, even though I am not in office." Duke Ting asked if there were one sentence which, if acted upon, might have the effect of making a country prosperous. Confucius answered, "A sentence could hardly be supposed to do so much as that. But there is a proverb people use which says, 'To play the prince is hard, to play the minister not easy.' Assuming that it is understood that to play the prince is hard, would it not be probable that with that one sentence the country should be made to prosper? Is there then," he asked, "one sentence which, if acted upon, would have the effect of ruining a country?" Confucius again replied, "A sentence could hardly be supposed to do so much as that. But there is a proverb men have, which says, 'Not gladly would I play the prince, unless my words were never withstood.' Assuming that the words were good, and that none withstood them, would not that also be good? But assuming that they were not good, and yet none withstood them, would it not be probable that with that one saying he would work his country's ruin?" When the Duke of Sheh consulted him about government, he replied, "Where the near are gratified, the far will follow." When Tsz hiŠ became governor of Chu Fu, and consulted him about government, he answered, "Do not wish for speedy results. Do not look at trivial advantages. If you wish for speedy results, they will not be far reaching. And if you regard trivial advantages, you will not successfully deal with important affairs." The Duke of Sheh in a conversation with Confucius said, "There are some straightforward persons in my neighborhood. If a father has stolen a sheep, the son will give evidence against him." "Straightforward people in my neighborhood are different from those," said Confucius. "The father will hold a thing secret on his son's behalf, and the son does the same for his father. They are on their way to becoming straightforward." Fan Ch'i was asking him about duty to one's fellow men. "Be courteous," he replied, "in your private sphere. Be serious in any duty you take in hand to do. Be leal-hearted in your intercourse with others. Even though you were to go amongst the wild tribes, it would not be right for you to neglect these duties." In answer to Tsz kung, who asked how he would characterize one who could fitly be called learned official, the Master said, "He may be so called who in his private life is affected with the sense of his own unworthiness, and who, when sent on a mission to any quarter of the empire, would not disgrace his prince's commands." "May I presume," said his questioner, "to ask what sort you would put next to such?" "Him who is spoken of by his kinsmen as a dutiful son, and whom the folks of his neighborhood call 'good brother.'" "May I still venture to ask whom you would place next in order?" such as are sure to be true to their word and effective in their work, who are given to hammering, as it were, upon one note, of inferior caliber indeed, but fit enough, I think, to be ranked next. How would you describe those who are at present in the government service? Oh, mere peg and pannier men, not worth taking into the reckoning. Once he remarked, "If I cannot get via media men to impart instruction to, then I must of course take the impetuous and undisciplined. The impetuous ones will at least go forward and lay hold on things, and the undisciplined have at least something in them which needs to be brought out." "The Southerners," said he, "have the proverb, 'The man who sticks not to rule will never make a charm, worker or medical man.' Good! Whoever is intermittent in his practice of virtue will live to be ashamed of it. Without prognostication," he added, "that will indeed be so." "The nobler minded man," he remarked, "will be agreeable even when he disagrees. The small minded man will agree and be disagreeable." Tsz kung was consulting him, and asked, "What say you of a person who was liked by all in his village?" "That will scarcely do," he answered. "What then, if they all disliked him?" "That, too," said he, "is scarcely enough. Better if he were liked by the good folk in the village, and disliked by the bad." "The superior man," he once observed, "is easy to serve but difficult to please. Try to please him by the adoption of wrong principles, and you will fail. Also, when such a one employs others, he uses them according to their capacity. The inferior man is, on the other hand, difficult to serve, but easy to please. Try to please him by the adoption of wrong principles, and you will succeed. And when he employs others, he requires them to be fully prepared for everything." Again, "The superior man can be high without being haughty. The inferior man can be haughty if not high." "The firm, the unflinching, the plain and simple, the slow to speak," said he once, "are approximating towards their duty to their fellow men." Tsz lu asked how he would characterize one who might fitly be called an educated gentleman. The Master replied, "He who can properly be so called will have in him a seriousness of purpose, a habit of controlling himself, and an agreeableness of manner; among his friends and associates, the seriousness and the self-control, and among his brethren, the agreeableness of manner." "Let good and able men discipline the people for 7 years," said the Master, "and after that they may do to go to war." "But," said he, "to lead an undisciplined people to war, that I call throwing them away." Book 13. Book 14 of the Analects of Confucius, translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Good and bad government, miscellaneous sayings. Yuan Tzu asked what might be considered to bring shame on one. "Pay," said the Master. "Pay, ever looking to that, whether the country be well or badly governed. When imperiousness, boastfulness, resentments, and covetousness cease to prevail among the people, may it be considered that mutual good-will has been effected?" To this question the Master replied, "A hard thing overcome it may be considered. But as to the mutual good-will, I cannot tell." "Learned officials," said he, "who hanker after home life, are not worthy of being esteemed as such." Again, "In a country under good government, speak boldly, act boldly. When the land is ill governed, though you act boldly, let your words be moderate." Again, "Men of virtue will needs be men of words, will speak out, but men of words are not necessarily men of virtue. They who care for their fellow men will needs be bold, but the bold may not necessarily be such as care for their fellow men." "Nan Gong Ku, who was consulting Confucius, observed respecting Yi the skillful archer, and Ao who could propel a boat on dry land, that neither of them died a natural death, while Yu and Chi, who with their own hands had labored at husbandry, came to wield imperial sway. The Master gave him no reply. But when the speaker had gone out, he exclaimed, "A superior man, that! A man who values virtue, that!" "There have been noble-minded men," said he, "who yet were wanting in philanthropy, but never has there been a small-minded man who had philanthropy in him." He asked, "Can any one refuse to toil for those he loves? Can any one refuse to exhort who is true-hearted?" Speaking of the preparation of government notifications in his day, he said, "Bi would draw up a rough sketch of what was to be said. The Shi Shu then looked it carefully through and put it into proper shape. Tsz yu next, who was master of the ceremonial of state intercourse, improved and adorned its phrases. And Tsz ch'an of Dong li added his scholarly embellishments thereto." To some one who asked his opinion of the last named, he said, "He was a kind-hearted man." Asked what he thought of Tsz hsi, he exclaimed, "Alas for him! Alas for him!" Asked again about Kwan Chung, his answer was, "As to him, he once seized the town of Pien with its 300 families from the chief of the Bo clan, who, afterwards reduced to living upon coarse rice, with all his teeth gone, never uttered a word of complaint. It is no light thing," said he, "to endure poverty uncomplainingly, and a difficult thing to bear wealth without becoming arrogant." Respecting Meng Kong Ch'ao, he said that, while he was fitted for something better than the post of chief officer in the Chao or Wei families, he was not competent to act as minister in small states like those of T'ang or Xueh. Tsz lu asked how he would describe a perfect man. He replied, "Let a man have the sagacity of Tsang Wu Zhong, the freedom from covetousness of Kung Ch'o, the boldness of Zhuang of Bian, and the attainments in polite arts of Ran Yu, and gift him further with the graces taught by the books of rites and music, then he may be considered a perfect man. But," said he, "what need of such in these days? The man that may be regarded as perfect now is the one who, seeing some advantage to himself, is mindful of righteousness, who, seeing danger, risks his life, and who, if bound by some covenant of long standing, never forgets its conditions as life goes on." Respecting Kung Shu Wen, the Master inquired of Kung Ming Chia, saying, "Is it true that your master never speaks, never laughs, never takes aught from others?" "Those who told you that of him," said he, "have gone too far. My master speaks when there is occasion to do so, and men are not surfeited with his speaking. When there is occasion to be merry too, he will laugh, but men have never overmuch of his laughing. And whenever it is just and right to take things from others, he will take them, but never so as to allow men to think him burdensome." "Is that the case with him?" said the Master. "Can it be so?" Respecting Tsang Wu Zhong, the Master said, when he sought from Lu the appointment of successor to him, and for this object held on to his possession of the fortified city of Fang, "If you say he was not then using constraint towards his prince, I must refuse to believe it." Duke Wen of Jin he characterized as "artful but not upright," and Duke Huan of Qi as "upright but not artful." Tsz lu remarked, "When Duke Huan caused his brother Qiu to be put to death, Shao Hu committed suicide, but Kwan Chung did not. I should say he was not a man who had much good will in him, eh?" The Master replied, "When Duke Huan held a great gathering of the feudal lords, dispensing with military equipage, it was owing to Kwan Chung's energy that such an event was brought about. Match such good will as that, match it if you can." Tsz kung then spoke up, "But was not Kwan Chung wanting in good will? He could not give up his life when Duke Huan caused his brother to be put to death. Besides, he became the duke's counselor." "And in acting as his counselor, put him at the head of all the feudal lords," said the Master. and unified and reformed the whole empire, and the people, even to this day, reap benefit from what he did. Had it not been for him, we should have been going about with locks unkempt and buttoning our jackets like barbarians on the left. Would you suppose that he should show the same sort of attachment as exists between a poor yokel and his one wife, that he would asphyxiate himself in some sewer, leaving no one the wiser?" Kung Shu Wen's steward, who became the high officer Xun, went up accompanied by Wen to the prince's hall of audience. When Confucius heard of this, he remarked, "He may well be esteemed a Wen." The master having made some reference to the lawless ways of Duke Ling of Wei, Ki K'ang said to him, "If he be like that, how is it he does not ruin his position?" Confucius answered, "The Chung Shu Yu is charged with the entertainment of visitors and strangers, the priest Tuo has charge of the ancestral temple, and Wang Sun Jia has the control of the army and its divisions. With men such as those, how should he come to ruin?" He once remarked, "He who is unblushing in his words will with difficulty substantiate them." Chen Cheng had slain Duke Jian. Hearing of this, Confucius, after performing his ablutions, went to court and announced the news to Duke Ai, saying, "Chen Huan has slain his prince. May I request that you proceed against him?" "Inform the chiefs of the three families," said the duke. Soliloquizing upon this, Confucius said, "Since he uses me to back his ministers." [Footnote 30: Confucius had now retired from office, and this incident occurred only 2 years before his death. I did not dare not to announce the matter to him, and now he says, "Inform the three chiefs." He went to the three chiefs and informed them, but nothing could be done. Whereupon again he said, "Since he uses me to back his ministers, I did not dare not to announce the matter." Tsz lu was questioning him as to how he should serve his prince. "Deceive him not, but reprove him," he answered. "The minds of superior men," he observed, "trend upwards; those of inferior men trend downwards." Again, "Students of old fixed their eyes upon themselves; now they learn with their eyes upon others." Qu Bo Yu dispatched a man with a message to Confucius. Confucius gave him a seat, and among other inquiries he asked, "How is your master managing?" "My master," he replied, "has a great wish to be seldom at fault, and as yet he cannot manage it." "What a messenger!" exclaimed he admiringly when the man went out. "What a messenger!" "When not occupying the office," was a remark of his, "devise not the policy." The learned Tsang used to say, "The thoughts of the superior man do not wander from his own office." "Superior men," said the Master, "are modest in their words, profuse in their deeds." Again, "There are 3 attainments of the superior man which are beyond me: the being sympathetic without anxiety, wise without skepticism, brave without fear." "Sir," said Tsz kung, "that is what you say of yourself." Whenever Tsz kung drew comparisons from others, the Master would say, "Ah, how wise and great you must have become! Now I have no time to do that." Again, "My great concern is, not that men do not know me, but that they cannot." Again, "If a man refrain from making preparations against his being imposed upon, and from counting upon others' want of good faith towards him, while he is foremost to perceive what is passing, surely that is a wise and good man." Wei shengmu accosted Confucius, saying, "Ch'iu, how comes it that you manage to go perching and roosting in this way? Is it not because you show yourself so smart a speaker now?" "I should not dare to do that," said Confucius. "'Tis that I am sick of men's improvableness and deafness to reason. In a well-bred horse," said he, "what one admires is not its speed, but its good points." Some one asked, "What say you of the remark, 'Requite enmity with kindness'? How then," he answered, "would you requite kindness? Requite enmity with straightforwardness, and kindness with kindness." "Ah, no one knows me," he once exclaimed. "Sir," said Tsz kung, "how comes it to pass that no one knows you?" "Well, I murmur not against heaven," continued the Master, "nor cavil at men, while I stoop to learn and aspire to penetrate into things that are high, yet 'tis heaven alone knows what I am." Liao, a kinsman of the duke, having laid a complaint against Tsz lu before Ki K'ang, an officer came to Confucius to inform him of the fact, and he added, "My lord is certainly having his mind poisoned by his kinsman Liao, but through my influence perhaps we may yet manage to see him exposed in the market-place or the court." "If right principles are to have their course, it is so destined," said the Master. "If they are not to have their course, it is so destined. What can Liao do against destiny?" "There are worthy men," said the Master, "fleeing from the world, some from their district, some from the sight of men's looks, some from the language they hear. The men who have risen from their posts and withdrawn in this manner are 7 in number." Tsz lu, having lodged overnight in Shih was accosted by the gatekeeper in the morning. "Where from?" he asked. "From Confucius," Tsz lu responded. "That is the man," said he, "who knows things are not up to the mark, and is making some ado about them, is it not?" When the Master was in Wei, he was once pounding on the musical stone, when a man with a basket of straw crossed his threshold and exclaimed, "Ah, there is a heart that feels! Ay, drop the stone!" After which he added, "How vulgar! How he hammers away on one note, and no one knows him, and he gives up, and all is over! Be it deep, our skirts will raise to the waist, or shallow, then up to the knee." "What determination!" said the Master. Yet it was not hard to do. Tsz chang once said to him, "In the book of the Annals it is stated that, while Kau tsung was in the mourning shed, he spent the 3 years without speaking. What is meant by that?" "Why must you name Kau tsung?" said the Master. "It was so with all other ancient sovereigns. When one of them died, the heads of every department agreed between themselves that they should give ear for 3 years to the prime minister. When their betters love the rules, then the folk are easy tools," was a saying of the Master. Tsz lu having asked what made a superior man, he answered, "Self-culture, with a view to becoming seriously minded." "Nothing more than that?" said he. "Self-culture with a view to the greater satisfaction of others," added the Master. "That and yet no more?" "Self-culture with a view to the greater satisfaction of all the clans and classes." He again added, "Self-culture for the sake of all, a result that would almost put Yao and Shun into the shade." To Yuan Rang, footnote 31. It is a habit with the Chinese, when a number are out walking together, for the eldest to go first, the others pairing off according to their age. It is a custom much older than the time of Confucius. Who was sitting waiting for him in a squatting or disrespectful posture, the Master delivered himself as follows: "The man who in his youth could show no humility or subordination, who in his prime misses his opportunity, and who, when old age comes upon him, will not die, that man is a miscreant." And he tapped him on the shin with his staff. Some one asked about his attendant, a youth from the village of Chue, whether he was one who improved. He replied, "I know that he seats himself in the places reserved for his betters, and that when he is walking, he keeps abreast with his seniors. He is not one of those who care for improvement. He wants to be a man all at once." End of Book 14. Recording by Li Jing. Book 15 of the Analects of Confucius, translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Practical Wisdom. Reciprocity the rule of life. Duke Ling of Wei was consulting Confucius about army arrangements. His answer was, "Had you asked me about such things as temple requisites, I have learned that business, but I have not yet studied military matters." And he followed up this reply by leaving on the following day. After this, during his residence in the state of Ch'in, his followers, owing to a stoppage of food supply, became so weak and ill that not one of them could stand. Tsz-lu, with indignation pictured on his countenance, exclaimed, "And is a gentleman to suffer starvation?" "A gentleman," replied the Master, "will endure it unmoved, but a common person breaks out into excesses under it." Addressing Tsz-kung, the Master said, "You regard me as one who studies and stores up in his mind a multiplicity of things, do you not?" "I do," he replied. "Is it not so?" "Not at all. I have one idea, one chord on which to string all." To Tsz-lu he remarked, "They who know virtue are rare." If you would know one who without effort ruled well, was not Shun such a one? What did he indeed do? He bore himself with reverent dignity, and undeviatingly faced the south, and that was all. Tsz chang was consulting him about making way in life. He answered, "Be true and honest in all you say, and seriously earnest in all you do, and then, even if your country be one inhabited by barbarians, south or north, you will make your way. If you do not show yourself thus in word and deed, how should you succeed, even in your own district or neighborhood? When you are afoot, let these two counsels be two companions preceding you, yourself viewing them from behind. When you drive, have them in view as on the yoke of your carriage. Then may you make your way." Tsz chang wrote them on the two ends of his cincture. "Straight was the course of the analyst Yu," said the Master. "Aye, straight as an arrow flies. Were the country well governed or ill governed, his was an arrow-like course." A man of masterly mind too is Chu Bo yu. When the land is being rightly governed, he will serve. When it is under bad government, he is apt to recoil and brood. "Not to speak to a man," said he, "to whom you ought to speak, is to lose your man. To speak to one to whom you ought not to speak, is to lose your words. Those who are wise will not lose their men nor yet their words." Again, "The scholar whose heart is in his work, and who is philanthropic, seeks not to gain a livelihood by any means that will do harm to his philanthropy. There have been men who have destroyed their own lives in the endeavor to bring that virtue in them to perfection." Tsz-kung asked, "How to become philanthropic?" The Master answered him thus: "A workman who wants to do his work well must first sharpen his tools. In whatever land you live, serve under some wise and good man among those in high office, and make friends with the more humane of its men of education." Yen Yuan consulted him on the management of a country. He answered, "Go by the Sha calendar. Have the stage carriages like those of the Yin princes. Wear the Chou cap. For your music, let that of Shun be used for the posturers. Put away the songs of Ch'in, and remove far from you men of artful speech. The Ch'in songs are immodest, and artful talkers are dangerous." Other sayings of the Master: "They who care not for the morrow will the sooner have their sorrow. Ah, 'tis hopeless! I have not yet met with the man who loves virtue as he loves beauty." Was not Tsang Wan like one who surreptitiously came by the post he held? He knew the worth of Hui of Liu Xia, and could not stand in his presence. Be generous yourself, and exact little from others. Then you banish complaints. With one who does not come to me inquiring, "What of this?" and "What of that?" I never can ask "What of this?" and give him up. If a number of students are all day together, and in their conversation never approach the subject of righteousness, but are fond merely of giving currency to smart little sayings, they are difficult indeed to manage. When the superior man regards righteousness as the thing material, gives operation to it according to the rules of propriety, lets it issue in humility, and become complete in sincerity, there indeed is your superior man. The trouble of the superior man will be his own want of ability. It will be no trouble to him that others do not know him. Such a man thinks it hard to end his days and leave a name to be no longer named. The superior man is exacting of himself, the common man is exacting of others. A superior man has self-respect and does not strive, is sociable, yet no party man. He does not promote a man because of his words, or pass over the words because of the man. Tsz kung put to him the question, "Is there one word upon which the whole life may proceed?" The Master replied, "Is not reciprocity such a word? What you do not yourself desire, do not put before others." So far as I have to do with others, whom do I over-censure? Whom do I over-praise? If there be something in them that looks very praiseworthy, that something I put to the test. I would have the men of the present day to walk in the straight path whereby those of the three dynasties have walked. I have arrived as it were at the annalist's blank page. Once he who had a horse would lend it to another to mount. Now, alas, it is not so. Artful speech is the confusion of virtue. Impatience over little things introduce confusion into great schemes. What is disliked by the masses needs inquiring into. So also does that which they have a preference for. A man may give breadth to his principles. It is not principles in themselves that give breadth to the man. Not to retract after committing an error may itself be called error. If I have passed the whole day without food and the whole night without sleep, occupied with my thoughts, it profits me nothing. I were better engaged in learning. The superior man deliberates upon how he may walk in truth, not upon what he may eat. The farmer may plough, and be on the way to want. The student learns, and is on his way to emolument. To live a right life is the concern of men of nobler minds. Poverty gives them none. Whatsoever the intellect may attain to, unless the humanity within is powerful enough to keep guard over it, is assuredly lost, even though it be gained. If there be intellectual attainments, and the humanity within is powerful enough to keep guard over them, yet, unless in a ruler there be dignity in his rule, the people will fail to show him respect. Again, given the intellectual attainments, and humanity sufficient to keep watch over them, and also dignity in ruling, yet if his movements be not in accordance with the rules of propriety, he is not yet fully qualified. The superior man may not be conversant with petty details, and yet may have important matters put into his hands. The inferior man may not be charged with important matters, yet may be conversant with the petty details. Good fellowship is more to men than fire and water. I have seen men stepping into fire and into water, and meeting with death thereby. I have not yet seen a man die from planting his steps in the path of good fellowship. Rely upon good nature. 'Twill not allow precedence even to a teacher. The superior man is inflexibly upright, and takes not things upon trust. In serving your prince, make your service the serious concern, and let salary be a secondary matter. Where instruction is to be given, there must be no distinction of persons. Where men's methods are not identical, there can be no planning by one on behalf of another. In speaking, perspicuity is all that is needed. When the blind music master Mian paid him a visit, on his approaching the steps, the master called out, "Steps!" and on his coming to the mat, said, "Mat." When all in the room were seated, the master told him, "So and so is here, so and so is here." When the music master had left, Tsz chang said to him, "Is that the way to speak to the music master?" "Well," he replied, "it is certainly the way to assist him." End of Book 15. Recording by Li Jing. Book 16 of the Analects of Confucius, translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Against intestine strife, good and bad friendships. The chief of the Ki family was about to make an onslaught upon the Lunyu domain. Yen Yu and Tsz lu in an interview with Confucius told him, "The Ki is about to have an affair with Lunyu." "Yen," said Confucius, "does not the fault lie with you? The chief of Lunyu in times past was appointed lord of the East Mang mountain. Besides, he dwells within the confines of your own state, and is an official of the state worship. How can you think of making an onslaught upon him?" "It is the wish of our chief," said Yen Yu, "not the wish of either of us ministers." Confucius said, "Yen, there is a sentence of Chou Ren which runs thus: 'Having made manifest their powers and taken their place in the official list, when they find themselves incompetent they resign. If they cannot be firm when danger threatens the government, nor lend support when it is reeling, of what use then shall they be as assistants?' Besides, you are wrong in what you said. When a rhinoceros or tiger breaks out of its cage, when a jewel or tortoise shell ornament is damaged in its casket, whose fault is it?" "But," said Yen Yu, "so far as Chuen Yu is concerned, it is now fortified, and it is close to be; and if he does not now take it, in another generation it will certainly be a trouble to his descendants." "Yen," exclaimed Confucius, "it is a painful thing to a superior man to have to desist from saying, 'My wish is so and so,' and to be obliged to make apologies. For my part, I have learnt this: that rulers of states and heads of houses are not greatly concerned about their small following, but about the want of equilibrium in it; that they do not concern themselves about their becoming poor, but about the best means of living quietly and contentedly. For where equilibrium is preserved, there will be no poverty; where there is harmony, their following will not be small; and where there is quiet contentment, there will be no decline or fall. Now, if that be the case, it follows that, if men in outlying districts are not submissive, then a reforming education and morals will bring them to; and when they have been so won, then will you render them quiet and contented. At the present time, you too are assistants of your chief. The people in the outlying districts are not submissive, and cannot be brought round. Your dominion is divided, prostrate, dispersed, cleft in pieces, and you as its guardians are powerless. And plans are being made for taking up arms against those who dwell within your own state. I am apprehensive that the sorrow of the Ki family is not to lie in Chuen Yu, but in those within their own screen." "When the empire is well ordered," said Confucius, "it is from the emperor that edicts regarding ceremonial, music, and expeditions to quell rebellion go forth. When it is being ill governed, such edicts emanate from the feudal lords; and when the latter is the case, it will be strange if in 10 generations there is not a collapse. If they emanate merely from the high officials, it will be strange if the collapse do not come in 5 generations. When the state edicts are in the hands of the subsidiary ministers, it will be strange if in 3 generations there is no collapse. When the empire is well ordered, government is not left in the hands of high officials. When the empire is well ordered, the common people will cease to discuss public matters. For 5 generations, he said, the revenue has departed from the ducal household. 4 generations ago, the government fell into the hands of the high officials. Hence, alas, the straitened means of the descendants of the 3 Huan families. "There are," said he, "3 kinds of friendships which are profitable, and 3 which are detrimental. To make friends with the upright, with the trustworthy, with the experienced, is to gain benefit. To make friends with the subtly perverse, with the artfully pliant, with the subtle in speech, is detrimental. Again, there are 3 kinds of pleasure which are profitable, and 3 which are detrimental. To take pleasure in going regularly through the various branches of ceremonial and music, in speaking of others' goodness, in having many worthy wise friends, is profitable. To take pleasure in wild, bold pleasures, in idling carelessly about, in the too jovial accompaniments of feasting, is detrimental. Again, 3 errors there be into which they who wait upon their superior may fall. 1. To speak before the opportunity comes to them to speak, which I call heedless haste. 2. Refraining from speaking when the opportunity has come, which I call concealment. And 3. Speaking, regardless of the mood he is in, which I call blindness. Again, 3 things a superior should guard against. 1. Against the lusts of the flesh in his earlier years, while the vital powers are not fully developed and fixed. 2. Against the spirit of combativeness when he has come to the age of robust manhood, and when the vital powers are matured and strong. And 3. Against ambitiousness when old age has come on, and the vital powers have become weak and decayed. 3 things also such a man greatly reveres. 1. The ordinances of heaven. 2. Great men. 3. Words of sages. The inferior man knows not the ordinances of heaven, and therefore reveres them not, is unduly familiar in the presence of great men, and scoffs at the words of sages. They whose knowledge comes by birth are of all men the first in understanding. They to whom it comes by study are next. Men of poor intellectual capacity, who yet study, may be added as a yet inferior class. And lowest of all are they who are poor in intellect and never learn. 9 things there are of which the superior man should be mindful: to be clear in vision, quick in hearing, genial in expression, respectful in demeanor, true in word, serious in duty, inquiring in doubt, firmly self-controlled in anger, just and fair when the way to success opens out before him. Some have spoken of looking upon goodness as upon something beyond their reach, and of looking upon evil as like plunging one's hands into scalding liquid. I have seen the man, I have heard the sayings. Some, again, have talked of living in seclusion to work out their designs, and of exercising themselves in righteous living in order to render their principles the more effective. I have heard the sayings, I have not seen the man. Duke Jing of Qi had his 1,000 teams of 4, yet on the day of his death the people had nothing to say of his goodness. Bo Yi and Shu Qi starved at the foot of Shouyang, and the people make mention of them to this day. Even if not wealth thine object be, 'tis all the same, thou art changed to me. Is not this apropos in such cases? Tsz k'in asked of Bo Yu, "Have you heard anything else peculiar from your father?" "Not yet," said he. "Once, though, he was standing alone when I was hurrying past him over the vestibule, and he said, 'Are you studying the Odes?' 'Not yet,' I replied. 'If you do not learn the Odes,' said he, 'you will not have the wherewithal for conversing.' I turned away and studied the Odes. Another day, when he was again standing alone, and I was hurrying past across the vestibule, he said to me, 'Are you learning the rules of propriety?' 'Not yet,' I replied. 'If you have not studied the rules, you have nothing to stand upon,' said he. I turned away and studied the rules. These 2 things I have heard from him." Tsz k'in turned away, and in great glee exclaimed, "I asked 1 thing, and have got 3. I have learnt something about the Odes, and about the rules, and moreover I have learnt how the superior man will turn away his own son." The wife of the ruler of a state is called by her husband "my helpmeet." She speaks of herself as "your little handmaiden." The people of that state call her "the prince's helpmeet." But addressing persons of another state, they speak of her as "our little princess." When persons of another state name her, they also say "your prince's helpmeet." End of Book 16. Recording by Li Jing. Book 17 of the Analects of Confucius, translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Master induced to take office. Nature and Habit. Yang Huo was desirous of having an interview with Confucius, but on the latter's failing to go and see him, he sent a present of a pig to his house. Confucius went to return his acknowledgments for it at a time when he was not at home. They met, however, on the way. He said to Confucius, "Come, I want a word with you. Can that man be said to have good will towards his fellow men who hugs and hides his own precious gifts, and allows his country to go on in blind error?" "He cannot," was the reply. "And can he be said to be wise who, with a liking for taking part in the public service, is constantly letting slip his opportunities?" "He cannot," was the reply again. "And the days and months are passing, and the years do not wait for us." "True," said Confucius. "I will take office." It was a remark of the Master that while by nature we approximate towards each other, by experience we go far asunder. Again, only the supremely wise and the most deeply ignorant do not alter. The Master once, on his arrival at Wucheng, heard the sound of stringed instruments and singing. His face beamed with pleasure, and he said laughingly, "To kill a cock, why use an ox knife?" Tsz yu, the governor, replied, "In former days, sir, I heard you say, 'Let the superior man learn right principles, and he will be loving to other men. Let the ordinary person learn right principles, and he will be easily managed.'" The Master, turning to his disciples, said, "Sirs, what he says is right. What I said just now was only in play." Having received an invitation from Gongsan Furao, who was in revolt against the government and was holding to his district of Bi, the Master showed an inclination to go. Tsz lu was averse to this, and said, "You can never go, that is certain. How should you feel you must go to that person?" "Well," said the Master, "he who has invited me must surely not have done so without a sufficient reason. And if it should happen that my services were enlisted, I might create for him another East Chow. Don't you think so?" Tsz chang asked Confucius about the virtue of philanthropy. His answer was, "It is the being able to put in practice 5 qualities, in any place under the sun." "May I ask, please, what these are?" said the disciple. "They are," he said, "dignity, indulgence, faithfulness, earnestness, kindness. If you show dignity, you will not be mocked. If you are indulgent, you will win the multitude. If faithful, men will place their trust in you. If earnest, you will do something meritorious. And if kind, you will be enabled to avail yourself amply of men's services." Bi Hsi sent the Master an invitation, and he showed an inclination to go. Tsz lu, seeing this, said to him, "In former days, sir, I have heard you say, 'A superior man will not enter the society of one who does not that which is good in matters concerning himself.' And this man is in revolt, with Chung mau in his possession. If you go to him, how will the case stand?" "Yes," said the Master, "those are indeed my words. But is it not said, 'What is hard may be rubbed without being made thin, and white may be stained without being made black'? I am surely not gored. How am I to be strung up like that kind of thing, and live without means?" "Tsz lu," said the Master, "you have heard of the 6 words with their 6 obfuscations?" "No," said he, "not so far." "Sit down, and I will tell you them. They are these 6 virtues, cared for without care for any study about them: philanthropy, wisdom, faithfulness, straightforwardness, courage, firmness. And the 6 obfuscations resulting from not liking to learn about them are, respectively, these: fatuity, mental dissipation, mischievousness, perversity, insubordination, impetuosity. "My children," said he once, "why does no one of you study the Odes? They are adapted to rouse the mind, to assist observation, to make people sociable, to arouse virtuous indignation. They speak of duties near and far: the duty of ministering to a parent, the duty of serving one's prince, and it is from them that one becomes conversant with the names of many birds, and beasts, and plants, and trees." To his son Po Yu he said, Study you the odes of Chow and the South, and those of Chow and the South. The man who studies not these is, I should say, somewhat in the position of one who stands facing a wall." "Etiquette demands it, so people plead," said he. "But do not these hankerings after jewels and silks indeed demand it? Or it is, the study of music requires it, but do not these predilections for bells and drums require it?" Again, they who assume an outward appearance of severity, being inwardly weak, may be likened to low common men. Nay, are they not somewhat like thieves that break through walls and steal? Again, the plebeian kind of respect for piety is the very pest of virtue. Again, listening on the road and repeating in the lane, this is abandonment of virtue. "Ah, the low-minded creatures!" he exclaimed. "How is it possible indeed to serve one's prince in their company? Before they have got what they wanted, they are all anxiety to get it; and after they have got it, they are all anxiety lest they should lose it; and while they are thus full of concern lest they should lose it, there is no length to which they will not go." Again, "In olden times people had three moral infirmities, which, it may be, are now unknown. Ambitiousness in those olden days showed itself in momentary outburst; the ambitiousness of to-day runs riot. Austerity in those days had its sharp angles; in these it is irritable and perverse. Feebleness of intellect then was at least straightforward; in our day it is never aught but deceitful." Again, "Rarely do we find mutual good feelings where there is fine speech and studied mien." Again, "To me it is abhorrent that purple color should be made to detract from that of vermilion; also that the odes of Chang should be allowed to introduce discord in connection with the music of the festal songs and hymns; also that sharp-witted tongues should be permitted to subvert governments." Once said he, "Would that I could dispense with speech!" "Sir," said Tsz kung, "if you were never to speak, what should your pupils have to hand down from you?" "Does Heaven ever speak?" said the Master. "The four seasons come and go, and all creatures live and grow. Does Heaven indeed speak?" Once Ju Bei desired an interview with Confucius, from which the latter excused himself on the score of ill health. But while the attendant was passing out through the doorway with the message, he took his lute and sang, in such a way to let him hear him. Tsai Wo questioned him respecting the 3 years' mourning, saying that 1 full 12-month was a long time; that if gentlemen were for 3 years to cease from observing rules of propriety, propriety must certainly suffer; and that if for 3 years they neglected music, music must certainly die out; and that seeing nature has taught us that when the old year's grain is finished the new has sprung up for us; seeing also that all the changes in procuring fire by friction have been gone through in the 4 seasons, surely a 12-month might suffice. [Footnote 32: Different woods were adopted for this purpose at the various seasons.] The Master asked him, "Would it be a satisfaction to you that returning to better food that putting on of fine clothes?" "It would," said he. "Then, if you can be satisfied in so doing, do so. But to a gentleman, who is in mourning for a parent, the choicest food will not be palatable, nor will the listening to music be pleasant, nor will comforts of home make him happy in mind. Hence he does not do as you suggest. But if you are now happy in your mind, then do so." Tsai Wo went out, and the Master went on to say, "It is want of human feeling in this man. After a child has lived 3 years, it then breaks away from the tender nursing of its parents; and this 3 years' mourning is the customary mourning prevalent all over the empire. Can this man have enjoyed the 3 years of loving care from his parents?" "Ah, it is difficult," said he, "to know what to make of those who are all day long cramming themselves with food and are without anything to apply their minds to. Are there no dice and chess players? Better, perhaps, join in that pursuit than do nothing at all." "Does a gentleman," asked Tsz lu, "make much account of bravery?" "Righteousness he counts higher," said the Master. "A gentleman who is brave without being just may become turbulent; while a common person who is brave and not just may end in becoming a highwayman." Tsz kung asked, "I suppose a gentleman will have his aversions as well as his likings?" "Yes," replied the Master. "He will dislike those who talk much about other people's ill deeds. He will dislike those who, when occupying inferior places, utter defamatory words against their superiors. He will dislike those who, though they may be brave, have no regard for propriety. And he will dislike those hastily decisive and venturesome spirits, who are nevertheless so hampered by limited intellect. And you too, Tsz kung," he continued, "have your aversions, have you not?" "I dislike," said he, "those plagiarists who wish to pass for wise persons. I dislike those people who wish their lack of humility to be taken for bravery. I dislike also those divulgers of secrets who think to be accounted straightforward." "Of all others," said the Master, "women servants and men servants are the most difficult people to have the care of. Approach them in a familiar manner, and they take liberties. Keep them at a distance, and they grumble. Again, when a man meets with odium at 40, he will do so to the end." End of Book 17. Recording by Li Jing. Book 18 of the Analects of Confucius. Translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Good man in seclusion. Duke of Chow to his son. In the reign of the last king of the Yin dynasty, Confucius said, there were 3 men of philanthropic spirit: the Viscount of Wei, who withdrew from him; the Viscount of Chi, who became his bondsman; and Bi Gan, who reproved him and suffered death. Hui of Liu Xia, who filled the office of chief criminal judge, was thrice dismissed. A person remarked to him, "Can you not yet bear to withdraw?" He replied, "If I act in a straightforward way in serving men, whither in these days should I go, where I should not be thrice dismissed? Were I to adopt crooked ways in their service, why need I leave the land where my parents dwell?" Duke Jing of Qi remarked respecting his attitude towards Confucius, "If he is to be treated like the chief of the Chi family, I cannot do it. I should treat him as somewhere between the Chi and Mang chiefs. I am old," he added, "and not competent to avail myself of him." Confucius, hearing of this, went away. The chief officials presented to the court of Lu a number of female musicians. Chi Huan accepted them, and for 3 days no court was held. Confucius went away. Jie Yu, the madman of Chu. Footnote 33. He only pretended to be mad in order to escape being employed in the public service. End of footnote. Was once passing Confucius, singing as he went along. He sang, "Ha, the phoenix! Ha, the phoenix! How is virtue lying prone? Vain to chide for what is over, plan to meet what's yet in store. Let alone, let alone, risky now to serve a throne." Confucius alighted, wishing to enter into conversation with him, but the man hurried along and left him, and he was therefore unable to get a word with him. Changju and Jie Footnote 34. 2 worthies who had abandoned public life owing to the state of the times. End of footnote. Were working together on some plowed land. Confucius was passing by them, and sent Tsz lu to ask where the ford was. Changju said, "Who is the person driving the carriage?" "Confucius," answered Tsz lu. "He of Lu?" he asked. "The same," said Tsz lu. "He knows then where the ford is?" said he. Tsz lu then put his question to Jie, and the latter asked, "Who are you?" Tsz lu gave his name. "You are a follower of Confucius of Lu, are you not?" "You are right," he answered. "Ah, as these waters rise and overflow their bounds," said he, "'tis so with all throughout the empire. And who is he that can alter the state of things? And you are a follower of a learned man who withdraws from his chief, had you not better be a follower of such as have forsaken the world?" And he went on with his harrowing without stopping. Tsz lu went and informed his master of all this. He was deeply touched, and said, "One cannot herd on equal terms with beasts and birds. If I am not to live among these human folk, then with whom else should I live? Only when the empire is well ordered shall I cease to take part in the work of reformation." Tsz lu was following the master, but had dropped behind on the way, when he encountered an old man with a wheat basket slung on a staff over his shoulder. Tsz lu inquired of him, "Have you seen my master, sir?" Said the old man, "Who is your master? You who never employ your 4 limbs in laborious work, you who do not know one from another of the 5 sorts of grain." And he stuck his staff in the ground, and began his weeding. Tsz lu brought his hands together on his breast and stood still. The old man kept Tsz lu and lodged him for the night, killed a fowl and prepared some millet, entertained him, and brought his 2 sons out to see him. On the morrow Tsz lu went on his way and told all this to the master, who said, "He is a recluse," and sent Tsz lu back to see him again. But by the time he got there, he was gone. Tsz lu remarked upon this, "It is not right he should evade official duties. If he cannot allow any neglect of the terms on which elders and juniors should live together, how is it that he neglects to conform to what is proper, as between prince and public servant? He wishes for himself personally a pure life, yet creates disorder in that more important relationship. When a gentleman undertakes public work, he will carry out the duties proper to it, and he knows beforehand that right principles may not win their way." Among those who have retired from public life have been Bo Yi, Shu Qi, Yu Zhong, Yi Yi, Zhu Zhang, Hui of Liu Xia, and Shao Lian. Of these, said the Master, Bo Yi and Shu Qi may be characterized, I should say, as men who never declined from their high resolve nor soiled themselves by aught of disgrace. Of Hui of Liu Xia and Shao Lian, if one may say that they did decline from high resolve, and that they did bring disgrace upon themselves, yet their words were consonant with established principles, and their action consonant with men's thoughts and wishes, and this is all that may be said of them. Of Yu Zhong and Yi Yi, if it be said that when they retired into privacy they let loose their tongues, yet in their aim at personal purity of life they succeeded, and their defection was also successful in its influence. My own rule is different from any adopted by these. I will take no liberties. I will have no curtailing of my liberty. The chief music master went off to Qi. Gan, the conductor of the music at the second repast, went over to Chu. Liao, conductor at the third repast, went over to Ts'ai. And Chue, who conducted at the fourth, went to Qing. Fang Shu, the drummer, withdrew into the neighborhood of the He. Wu, the tambourer, went to the Han. And Yang, the junior music master, and Shang, who played on the musical stone, went to the sea coast. Anciently the Duke of Chow, addressing his son the Duke of Lu, said, "A good man in high place is not indifferent about the members of his own family, and does not give occasion to the chief ministers to complain that they are not employed, nor without great cause will he set aside old friendships, nor does he seek for full equipment for every kind of service in any single man." There were once 8 officials during the Chow dynasty, who were 4 pairs of twins, all brothers. The eldest pair, Da and Kuo; the next, Tu and Hu; the third, Ye and Xia; the youngest, Sui and Gua. End of Book 18. Recording by Li Jing. Book 19 of the Analects of Confucius. Translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Teachings of various chief disciples. The learned official, said Tsz chang, who, when he sees danger ahead, will risk his very life, who, when he sees a chance of success, is mindful of what is just and proper, who, in his religious acts, is mindful of the duty of reverence, and when in mourning thinks of his loss, is indeed a fit and proper person for his place. Again he said, if a person hold to virtue but never advance in it, and if he have faith in right principles and do not build himself up in them, how can he be regarded either as having such or as being without them? Tsz hia's disciples asked Tsz chang his views about intercourse with others. What says your master? He rejoined. He says, they replied, associate with those who are qualified, and repel from you such as are not. Tsz chang then said, a superior man esteems the worthy and wise, and bears with all. He makes much of the good and capable, and pities the incapable. Am I eminently worthy and wise? Who is there then among men whom I will not bear with? Am I not worthy and wise? Others will be minded to repel me. I have nothing to do with repelling them. Sayings of Tsz hia. Even in inferior pursuits there must be something worthy of contemplation. But if carried to an extreme, there is danger of fanaticism. Hence the superior man does not engage in them. The student who daily recognizes how much he yet lacks, and as the months pass forgets not what he has succeeded in learning, may undoubtedly be called a lover of learning. Wide research and steadfast purpose, eager questioning and close reflection, all this tends to humanize a man. As workmen spend their time in their workshops for the perfecting of their work, so superior men apply their minds to study in order to make themselves thoroughly conversant with their subjects. When an inferior man does a wrong thing, he is sure to gloss it over. The superior man is seen in three different aspects. Look at him from a distance, he is imposing in appearance. Approach him, he is gentle and warm-hearted. Hear him speak, he is acute and strict. Let such a man have the people's confidence, and he will get much work out of them. So long, however, as he does not possess their confidence, they will regard him as grinding them down. When confidence is reposed in him, he may then with impunity administer reproof. So long as it is not, he will be regarded as a detractor. Where there is no overstepping of barriers in the practice of the higher virtues, there may be freedom to pass in and out in the practice of the lower ones. Tsz yu had said, the pupils in the school of Tsz hia are good enough at such things as sprinkling and scrubbing floors, answering calls and replying to questions from superiors, and advancing and retiring to and from such. But these things are only offshoots. As to the root of things, they are nowhere. What is the use of all that? When this came to the ears of Tsz hia, he said, ah, there he is mistaken. What does a master, in his methods of teaching, consider first in his precepts? And what does he account next as that about which he may be indifferent? It is like as in the study of plants, classification by differentiae. How may a master play fast and loose in his methods of instruction? Would they not indeed be sages, who could take in at once the first principles and the final developments of things? Further observations of Tsz hia. In the public service, devote what energy and time remain to study. After study, devote what energy and time remain to the public service. As to the duties of mourning, let them cease when the grief is past. My friend Tsz chang, although he has the ability to tackle hard things, has not yet the virtue of philanthropy. The learned Tsang observed, how loftily Tsz chang bears himself. Difficult indeed along with him to practice philanthropy. Again he said, I have heard this said by the master, that though men may not exert themselves to the utmost in other duties, yet surely in the duty of mourning for their parents they will do so. Again, this also I have heard said by the master. The filial piety of Mang Zhuang in other respects might be equaled, but as manifested in his making no changes among his father's ministers, nor in his father's mode of government, that aspect of it could not easily be equaled. Yang Fu, having been made senior criminal judge by the chief of the Mang clan, consulted with the learned Tsang. The latter advised him as follows: "For a long time the chiefs have failed in their government, and the people have become unsettled. When you arrive at the facts of their cases, do not rejoice at your success in that, but rather be sorry for them, and have pity upon them." Tsz kung once observed, "We speak of the iniquity of Chau, but 'twas not so great as this. And so it is that the superior man is averse from settling in this sink, into which everything runs that is foul in the empire." Again he said, "Faults in a superior man are like eclipses of the sun or moon. When he is guilty of a trespass, men all see it; and when he is himself again, all look up to him." Kung sun Chao of Wei inquired of Tsz kung how Confucius acquired his learning. Tsz kung replied, "The teachings of Wan and Wu have not yet fallen to the ground. They exist in men. Worthy and wise men have the more important of these stored up in their minds, and others, who are not such, store up the less important of them. And as no one is thus without the teachings of Wan and Wu, how should our master not have learned? And moreover, what permanent preceptor could he have?" Shu sun Wu shu, addressing the high officials at the court, remarked that Tsz kung was a greater worthy than Confucius. Tsz fu Ching po went and informed Tsz kung of this remark. Tsz kung said, "Take by way of comparison the walls outside our houses. My wall is shoulder high, and you may look over it, and see what the house and its contents are worth. My master's wall is tens of feet high, and unless you should effect an entrance by the door, you would fail to behold the beauty of the ancestral hall and the rich array of all its officers. And they who effect an entrance by the door, methinks, are few. Was it not, however, just like him, that remark of the chief?" Shu sun Wu shu had been casting a slur on the character of Confucius. "No use doing that," said Tsz kung. "He is irreproachable. The wisdom and worth of other men are little hills and mounds of earth, traversable. He is the sun, or the moon, impossible to reach and pass. And what harm, I ask, can a man do to the sun or the moon by wishing to intercept himself from either? It all shows that he knows not how to gauge capacity." Tsz k'in, addressing Tsz kung, said, "You depreciate yourself. Confucius is surely not a greater worthy than yourself." Tsz kung replied, "In the use of words, one ought never to be incautious, because a gentleman for one single utterance of his is apt to be considered a wise man, and for a single utterance may be accounted unwise. No more might one think of attaining to the master's perfections than think of going upstairs to heaven. Were it ever his fortune to be at the head of the government of a country, then that which is spoken of as 'establishing the country' would be establishment indeed. He would be its guide and it would follow him, he would tranquilize it and it would render its willing homage, he would give forward impulses to it to which it would harmoniously respond. In his life he would be its glory; at his death there would be great lamentation. How indeed could such as he be equaled?" End of Book 19. Recording by Li Jing. Book 20 of the Analects of Confucius, translated by William Jennings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Extracts from the Book of History. The Emperor Yao said to Shun, "Ah, upon you, upon your person, lies the heaven-appointed order of succession. Faithfully hold to it, without any deflection, for if within the 4 seas necessity and want befall the people, your own revenue will forever come to an end." Shun also used the same language in handing down the appointment to Yu. The Emperor Tang in his prayer said, I, the child Lü, presume to avail me of an ox of dusky hue, and presume to manifestly announce to thee, O God, the most high and sovereign potentate, that to the transgressor I dare not grant forgiveness, nor yet keep in abeyance thy ministers. Judgment rests in thine heart, O God. Should we ourselves transgress, may the guilt not be visited everywhere upon all. Should the people all transgress, be the guilt upon ourselves. Chow possessed great gifts, by which the able and good were richly endowed. Although, said King Wu, he is surrounded by his near relatives, they are not to be compared with men of humane spirit. The people are suffering wrongs, and the remedy rests with me, the one man. After Wu had given diligent attention to the various weights and measures, examined the laws and regulations, and restored the degraded officials, good government everywhere ensued. He caused ruined states to flourish again, reinstated intercepted heirs, and promoted to office men who had gone into retirement, and the hearts of the people throughout the empire drew towards him. Among matters of prime consideration with him were these: food for the people, the duty of mourning, and sacrificial offerings to the departed. He was liberal and large-hearted, and so won all hearts; true, and so was trusted by the people; energetic, and thus became a man of great achievements; just in his rule, and all were well content. Tsz chang in a conversation with Confucius asked, "What say you is essential for the proper conduct of government?" The Master replied, "Let the ruler hold in high estimation the five excellences, and eschew the four evils; then may he conduct his government properly." "And what call you the five excellences?" he was asked. "They are," he said, "bounty without extravagance, burdening without exciting discontent, desire without covetousness, dignity without haughtiness, show of majesty without fierceness." "What mean you," asked Tsz chang, "by bounty without extravagance?" "Is it not this," he replied, "to make that which is of benefit to the people still more beneficial, when he selects for them such labors as it is possible for them to do, and exacts them, who will then complain? So, when his desire is the virtue of humaneness, and he attains it, how shall he then be covetous? And if, whether he have to do with few or with many, with small or with great, he do not venture ever to be careless, is not this also to have dignity without haughtiness? And if, when properly vested in robe and cap, and showing dignity in his every look, his appearance be so imposing that the people look up to and stand in awe of him, is not this moreover to show majesty without fierceness?" "What then do you call the four evils?" said Tsz chang. The answer here was, "Omitting to instruct the people and then inflicting capital punishment on them, which means cruel tyranny; omitting to give them warning and yet looking for perfection in them, which means oppression; being slow and late in issuing requisitions, and exacting strict punctuality in the returns, which means robbery; and likewise in intercourse with men to expend and to receive in a stingy manner, which is to act the part of a mere commissioner." "None can be a superior man," said the Master, "who does not recognize the decrees of heaven. None can have stability in him without a knowledge of the proprieties. None can know a man without knowing his utterances." End of Book 20. Recording by Li Jing. End of the Analects of Confucius, translated by William Jennings. Book 1 of Confucian Analects. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Li Jing. Confucian Analects by Confucius. Translated by James Legge. Lunyu. Confucian Analects. 学而第一 Book 1. 学而第一章 子曰：学而时习之，不亦乐乎？有朋自远方来，不亦乐乎？人不知而不愠，不亦君子乎？ Chapter 1. The Master said, Is it not pleasant to learn with a constant perseverance and application? Is it not delightful to have friends coming from distant quarters? Is he not a man of complete virtue who feels no discomposure, though men may take no note of him? 第二章。有子曰：其为人也孝弟，而好犯上者鲜矣；不好犯上而好作乱者，谓之有也。君子务本，本立而道生。孝弟也者，其为人之本与？Chapter 2. The philosopher Yu said, There are few who, being filial and fraternal, are fond of offending against their superiors. There have been none who, not liking to offend against their superiors, have been fond of stirring up confusion. The superior man bends his attention to what is radical. That being established, all practical courses naturally grow up. Filial piety and fraternal submission, are they not the root of all benevolent actions? 第三章。子曰：巧言令色，鲜矣仁。Chapter 3. The Master said, Fine words and an insinuating appearance are seldom associated with true virtue. 第四章。曾子曰：吾日三省吾身，为人谋而不忠乎？与朋友交而不信乎？传不习乎？ Chapter 4. The philosopher Tsang said, I daily examine myself on 3 points. Whether in transacting business for others I may have been not faithful, whether in intercourse with friends I may have been not sincere, whether I may have not mastered and practiced the instructions of my teacher. 第五章。子曰：道千乘之国，敬事而信，节用而爱人，使民以时。 Chapter 5. The Master said, To rule a country of 1,000 chariots, there must be reverent attention to business and sincerity, economy in expenditure and love for men, and the employment of the people at the proper season. 第六章。子曰：弟子入则孝，出则弟，谨而信，反爱众而亲仁，行有余力，则以学文。Chapter 6. The Master said, A youth when at home should be filial, and abroad respectful to his elders. He should be earnest and truthful. He should overflow in love to all, and cultivate the friendship of the good. When he has time and opportunity, after the performance of these things, he should employ them in polite studies. 第七章。子夏曰：贤贤易色，是父母能竭其力，是君能治其身。与朋友交，言而有信。虽曰未学，吾必谓之学矣。 Chapter 7. 子夏 said, If a man withdraws his mind from the love of beauty, and applies it as sincerely to the love of the virtuous, if, in serving his parents, he can exert his utmost strength, if, in serving his prince, he can devote his life, if, in his intercourse with his friends, his words are sincere, although men say that he has not learned, I will certainly say that he has. 第八章。子曰：君子不重则不威，学则不固。主忠信，无有不如己者，过则勿惮改。 Chapter 8. The Master said, If the scholars be not grave, he will not call forth any veneration, and his learning will not be solid. Hold faithfulness and sincerity as first principles. Have no friends not equal to yourself. When you have faults, do not fear to abandon them. 第九章。曾子曰：慎终追远， 明德归后矣. Chapter 9. The philosopher Tsang said, "Let there be a careful attention to perform the funeral rites to parents, and let them be followed when long gone with the ceremonies of sacrifice. Then the virtue of the people will resume its proper excellence." 第10章，子禽问于子贡曰：夫子至于是邦也，必闻其政，求之于，以与之于。子贡曰：夫子温良恭俭让，以得之，夫子之求之也，其主异乎人之求之与。 Chapter 10. Tzu Qing asked Tzu Gong, saying, "When our master comes to any country, he does not fail to learn all about its government. Does he ask his information, or is it given to him?" Tzu Gong said, "Our master is benign, upright, courteous, temperate, and complacent, and thus he gets his information. The master's mode of asking information, is it not different from that of other men?" 11章，子曰：父在，观其志；父没，观其行。3年无改于父之道，可谓孝矣。 Chapter 11. The master said, "While a man's father is alive, look at the bent of his will. When his father is dead, look at his conduct. If for 3 years he does not alter from the way of his father, he may be called filial." 12章，有子曰：礼之用，和为贵。先王之道，斯为美。小大由之。有所不行，知和而和，不以礼节之，亦不可行也。 The philosopher Yu said, "In practicing the rules of propriety, a natural ease is to be prized. In the ways prescribed by the ancient kings, this is the excellent quality, and in things small and great we follow them. Yet it is not to be observed in all cases. If one, knowing how such ease should be prized, manifests it, without regulating it by the rules of propriety, this likewise is not to be done." 13章，有子曰：信近于义，言可复也；恭近于礼，远耻辱也。因不失其亲，亦可宗也。 Chapter 13. The philosopher Yu said, "When agreements are made according to what is right, what is spoken can be made good. When respect is shown according to what is proper, one keeps far from shame and disgrace. When the parties upon whom a man learns are proper persons to be intimate with, he can make them his guides and masters." 14章，子曰：君子食无求饱，居无求安，敏于事而慎于言，就有道而正言，可谓好学也已。 Chapter 14. The master said, "He who aims to be a man of complete virtue, in his food does not seek to gratify his appetite, nor in his dwelling place does he seek the appliances of ease. He is earnest in what he is doing, and careful in his speech. He frequents the company of men of principle, that he may be rectified. Such a person may be said indeed to love to learn." 15章，子贡曰：贫而无谄，富而无骄，何如？子曰：可也。未若贫而乐，富而好礼者也。子贡曰：诗云：如切如磋，如琢如磨，其斯之谓与？子曰：次也，诗可与言诗已矣，告诸往而知来者。 Chapter 15. Tsze Kung said, "What do you pronounce concerning the poor man who yet does not flatter, and the rich man who is not proud?" The master replied, "They will do, but they are not equal to him who, though poor, is yet cheerful, and to him who, though rich, loves the rules of propriety." Tsze Kung replied, "It is said in the book of poetry, 'As you cut and then file, as you carve and then polish.' The meaning is the same, I apprehend, as that which you have just expressed." The master said, "With one like Tsze, I can begin to talk about the odes." I told him one point, and he knew its proper sequence. 16章子曰：不患人之不己知，患不知人也。Chapter 16. The Master said, I will not be afflicted at men's not knowing me. I will be afflicted that I do not know men. End of Book 1. Recording by Legge. Book 2 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 为政第二 Book 2 为政第一章子曰：为政以德，譬如北辰，居其所而众星共之。 Chapter 1. The Master said, He who exercises government by means of his virtue may be compared to the North Polar Star, which keeps its place and all the stars turn towards it. 第二章子曰：诗300，一言以蔽之，曰：思无邪。 Chapter 2. The Master said, In the book of poetry are 300 pieces, but the design of them all may be embraced in one sentence, having no depraved thoughts. 第三章子曰：道之以政，齐之以刑，民免而无耻；道之以德，齐之以礼，有耻且格。 Chapter 3. The Master said, If the people be led by laws, and uniformity sought to be given them by punishments, they will try to avoid the punishment, but have no sense of shame. If they be led by virtue, and uniformity sought to be given them by the rules of propriety, they will have the sense of shame, and moreover will become good. 第四章子曰：50有5而志于学，30而立，40而不惑，50而知天命，60而耳顺，70而从心所欲不逾矩。 Chapter 4. The Master said, At 15 I had my mind bent on learning. At 30 I stood firm. At 40 I had no doubts. At 50 I knew the decrees of heaven. At 60 my ear was an obedient organ for the reception of truth. At 70 I could follow what my heart desired without transgressing what was right. 第五章孟义子问孝，子曰：无为。樊迟玉子告之曰：孟孙问孝于我，我对曰：无为。樊迟曰：何谓也？子曰：生视之以礼，死葬之以礼，祭之以礼。 Chapter 5. Meng Yi asked what filial piety was. The Master said, It is not being disobedient. Soon after, as Fan Ch'i was driving him, the Master told him, saying, Meng Sun asked me what filial piety was, and I answered him, not being disobedient. Fan Ch'i said, What did you mean? The Master replied, That parents, when alive, be served according to propriety; that, when dead, they should be buried according to propriety; and that they should be sacrificed to according to propriety. 第六章孟武伯问孝，子曰：父母为其疾之忧。 Chapter 6. Meng Wu asked what filial piety was. The Master said, Parents are anxious lest their children should be sick. 第七章子游问孝，子曰：今之孝者，是谓能养，至于犬马皆能有养，不敬何以别乎？ Chapter 7. Tsz yu asked what filial piety was. The Master said, The filial piety of nowadays means the support of one's parents. But dogs and horses likewise are able to do something in the way of support. Without reference, what is there to distinguish the one support given from the other? 第八章子夏问孝，子曰：色难，有事弟子服其劳，有酒肆先生传，曾是以为孝乎？ Chapter 8. Tsz asked what filial piety was. The master said, "The difficulty is with the countenance. If, when their elders have any troublesome affairs, the young take the toil of them, and if, when the young have wine and food, they set them before their elders, is this to be considered filial piety?" 第9章，子曰：吾与回言终日，不为如鱼。退而省其思，亦足以发，回也不愚。Chapter 9. The master said, "I have talked with Hui for a whole day, and he has not made any objection to anything I said, as if he were stupid. He has retired, and I have examined his conduct when away from me, and found him able to illustrate my teachings. Hui, he is not stupid." 第10章，子曰：视其所以，观其所由，察其所安。人焉廋哉！人焉廋哉！ Chapter 10. The master said, "See what a man does, mark his motives, examine in what things he rests. How can a man conceal his character? How can a man conceal his character?" 11章，子曰：温故而知新，可以为师矣。Chapter 11. The master said, "If a man keeps cherishing his old knowledge, so as continually to be acquiring new, he may be a teacher of others." 12章，子曰：君子不器。Chapter 12. The master said, "The accomplished scholar is not a utensil." 13章，子贡问君子。子曰：先行其言，而后从之。Chapter 13. Tsze-kung asked what constituted the superior man. The master said, "He acts before he speaks, and afterwards speaks according to his actions." 14章，子曰：君子周而不比，小人比而不周。Chapter 14. The master said, "The superior man is Catholic and no partisan. The mean man is partisan and not Catholic." 15章，子曰：学而不思则罔，思而不学则殆。Chapter 15. The master said, "Learning without thought is labor lost. Thought without learning is perilous." 16章，子曰：攻乎异端，斯害也已。Chapter 16. The master said, "The study of strange doctrines is injurious indeed." 17章，子曰：由诲汝知之乎？知之为知之，不知为不知，是知也。Chapter 17. The master said, "Yo, shall I teach you what knowledge is? When you know a thing, to hold that you know it; and when you do not know a thing, to allow that you do not know it. This is knowledge." 18章，子张学甘露。子曰：多闻阙疑，慎言其余，则寡尤；多见观待，慎行其余，则寡悔。言寡尤，行寡悔，路在其中矣。Chapter 18. Tsze chang was learning with a view to official emolument. The master said, "Hear much, and put aside the points of which you stand in doubt, while you speak cautiously at the same time of the others. Then you will afford few occasions for blame. See much, and put aside the things which seem perilous, while you are cautious at the same time in carrying the others into practice. Then you will have few occasions for repentance. When one gives few occasions for blame in his words, and few occasions for repentance in his conduct, he is in the way to get emolument." 19章，哀公问曰：何为则民服？孔子对曰：举直错诸枉，则民服；举枉错诸直，则民不服。Chapter 19. The Duke A asked, saying, "What should be done in order to secure the submission of the people?" Confucius replied, "Advance the upright and set aside the crooked, then the people will submit. Advance the crooked and set aside the upright, then the people will not submit." 20章，季康子问：使民敬忠以劝，如之何？子曰：临之以庄，则敬；孝慈，则忠；举善而教不能，则劝。Chapter 20. Ji Kang asked how to cause the people to reverence their ruler, to be faithful to him, and to go on to nerve themselves to virtue. The Master said, let him preside over them with gravity. Then they will reverence him. Let him be filial and kind to all. Then they will be faithful to him. Let him advance the good and teach the incompetent. Then they will eagerly seek to be virtuous. 21章，或谓孔子曰：子奚不为政？子曰：书云孝乎？为孝有于兄弟。师于有政，是亦为政。奚其为政？ Chapter 21. Someone addressed Confucius, saying, Sir, why are you not engaged in the government? The Master said, What does the Shu Jing say of filial piety? You are filial, you discharge your brotherly duties. These qualities are displayed in government. This then also constitutes the exercise of government. Why must there be that, making one be in the government? 22章，子曰：人而无信，不知其可也。大车无泥，小车无月，其何以行之哉？ Chapter 22. The Master said, I do not know how a man without truthfulness is to get on. How can a large carriage be made to go without the crossbar for yoking the oxen to, or a small carriage without the arrangement for yoking the horses? 23章，子张问：时事可知也？子曰：殷于下礼，所损益可知也。周殷于殷礼，所损益可知也。其或记周者，虽百世，可知也。Chapter 23. Tsz chang asked whether the affairs of 10 ages after could be known. Confucius said, the Yin dynasty followed the regulations of the Hsia, wherein it took from or added to them may be known. The Zhou dynasty has followed the regulations of Yin, wherein it took from or added to them may be known. Some other may follow the Zhou, but though it should be at the distance of 100 ages, its affairs may be known. 24章，子曰：非其鬼而祭之，谄也；见义不为，无勇也。Chapter 24. The Master said, For a man to sacrifice to a spirit which does not belong to him is flattery. To see what is right and not to do it is want of courage. End of Book 2. Book 3 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 八义第三 Book 3 八义第一章，孔子谓季氏：八义五于庭，是可忍也，孰不可忍也？ Chapter 1. Confucius said of the head of the Ji family, who had 8 rows of pantomimes in his area, If he can bear to do this, what may he not bear to do? 第二章，三家者以雍彻。子曰：相为辟公，天子穆穆，奚取于三家之堂？ Chapter 2. The 3 families used the Yong ode while the vessels were being removed at the conclusion of the sacrifice. The Master said, Assisting are the princes. The Son of Heaven looks profound and grave. What application can these words have in the hall of the 3 families? 第三章，子曰：仁而不仁，如礼何？仁而不仁，如乐何？ Chapter 3. The Master said, If a man be without the virtues proper to humanity, what has he to do with the rites of propriety? If a man be without the virtues proper to humanity, what has he to do with music? 第四章，临放问礼之本。子曰：大哉问！ 礼与其奢也，宁俭；丧与其易也，宁戚。Chapter 4. Lin Fang asked what was the first thing to be attended to in ceremonies. The master said, "A great question indeed! In festive ceremonies it is better to be sparing than extravagant. In the ceremonies of mourning it is better that there be deep sorrow than a minute attention to observances." 第5章，子曰：夷狄之有君，不如诸夏之无也。Chapter 5. The master said, "The rude tribes of the east and the north have their princes, and are not like the states of our great land which are without them." 第6章，季氏旅于泰山，子谓然有曰：汝弗能就与？对曰：不能。子曰：呜呼！曾谓泰山不如临放乎？ Chapter 6. The chief of the Ji family was about to sacrifice to the Tai mountain. The master said to Ran Yu, "Can you not save him from this?" He answered, "I cannot." Confucius said, "Alas, will you say that the Tai mountain is not so discerning as Lin Fang?" 第7章，子曰：君子无所争，必也射乎？揖让而生，下而饮，其争也君子。Chapter 7. The master said, "The student of virtue has no contentions. If it be said he cannot avoid them, shall this be in archery? But he bows complacently to his competitors, thus he ascends the hall, descends, and exacts the forfeit of drinking. In his contention he is still the 君子。第8章，子夏问曰：巧笑倩兮，美目盼兮，素以为寻兮，何为也？子曰：惠氏后素。曰：礼后乎？子曰：其余者商也，实可与言诗矣。Chapter 8. Tsze asked, saying, "What is the meaning of the passage? The pretty dimples of her artful smile, the well-defined black and white of her eye, the plain ground for the colors." The master said, "The business of laying on the colors follows the preparation of the plain ground." Ceremonies, then, are a subsequent thing? The master said, "It is Shang who can bring out my meaning. Now I can begin to talk about the oaths with him." 第9章，子曰：夏礼吾能言之，其不足争也；殷礼吾能言之，宋不足争也。文献不足故也，足则吾能争之矣。Chapter 9. The master said, "I could describe the ceremonies of the Hsia dynasty, but Qi cannot sufficiently attest my words. I could describe the ceremonies of the Yin dynasty, but Song cannot sufficiently attest my words. They cannot do so because of the insufficiency of their records and wise men. If those were sufficient, I could adduce them in support of my words." 第10章，子曰：帝自既冠而亡者，吾不欲观之矣。Chapter 10. The master said, "At the great sacrifice, after the pouring out of the libation, I have no wish to look on." 11章，或问帝之说。子曰：不知也。知其说者，至于天下也。其如是诸斯乎？知其长。Chapter 11. Someone asked the meaning of the great sacrifice. The master said, "I do not know. He who knew its meaning would find it as easy to govern the kingdom as to look on this," pointing to his palm. 12章，祭如在，祭神如神在。子曰：吾不与祭，如不祭。Chapter 12. He sacrificed to the dead as if they were present. He sacrificed to the spirits as if the spirits were present. The master said, "I consider my not being present at the sacrifice as if I did not sacrifice." 13章，王孙贾问曰：与其媚于傲，宁媚于躁，何谓也？子曰： 不然，获罪于天，无所导也。 Chapter 13. Wang Sunjia asked, saying, What is the meaning of the saying, "It is better to pay court to the furnace than to the southwest corner"? The Master said, Not so. He who offends against heaven has none to whom he can pray. 14章 子曰：周见于二代，郁郁乎文哉！吾从周。 Chapter 14. The Master said, Zhou had the advantage of viewing the two past dynasties. How complete and elegant are its regulations! I follow Zhou. 15章 子入大庙，每事问。或曰：孰谓邹人之子之礼乎？入大庙，每事问。子闻之曰：是礼也。 Chapter 15. The Master, when he entered the grand temple, asked about everything. Someone said, Who will say that the son of the man of Tsou knows the rules of propriety? He has entered the grand temple and asks about everything. The Master heard the remark and said, This is a rule of propriety. 16章 子曰：射不主皮，为利不同科，古之道也。 Chapter 16. The Master said, In archery, it is not going through the leather which is the principal thing, because people's strength is not equal. This was the old way. 17章 子贡欲去固朔之细阳。子曰：次也，而爱其阳，我爱其礼。 Chapter 17. Tsze Kung wished to do away with the offering of a sheep connected with the inauguration of the first day of each month. The Master said, Tsze, you love the sheep, I love the ceremony. 18章 子曰：事君敬礼，人以为谄也。 Chapter 18. The Master said, The full observance of the rules of propriety in serving one's prince is accounted by people to be flattery. 19章 定公问君使臣，臣事君，如之何？孔子对曰：君使臣以礼，臣事君以忠。 Chapter 19. The Duke Ding asked how a prince should employ his ministers, and how ministers should serve their prince. Confucius replied, A prince should employ his minister according to the rules of propriety. Ministers should serve their prince with faithfulness. 20章 子曰：官居，乐而不淫，哀而不伤。 Chapter 20. The Master said, The guanju is expressive of enjoyment without being licentious, and of grief without being hurtfully excessive. 21章 哀公问射于宰我。宰我对曰：夏后氏以松，殷人以柏，周人以栗，曰：使民战栗。子闻之曰：臣事不说，岁事不见，既往不究。 Chapter 21. The Duke Ai asked Zai Wo about the altars of the spirits of the land. Zai Wo replied, The Hsia sovereign planted the pine tree about them, the men of the Yin planted the cypress, and the men of the Zhou planted the chestnut tree, meaning thereby to cause the people to be in awe. When the Master heard it, he said, Things that are done, it is needless to speak about. Things that have had their course, it is needless to remonstrate about. Things that are past, it is needless to blame. 22章 子曰：管仲之器小哉！或曰：管仲简乎？曰：管氏有三规，官事不赦，焉得简？然则管仲之礼乎？曰：邦君戍塞门，管事亦戍塞门。邦君为两军之好，有反殿；管事亦有反殿。管事而知礼，孰不知礼？ Chapter 22. The Master said, "Small indeed was the capacity of Kwan Chung." Some one said, "Was Kwan Chung parsimonious?" "Kwan," was the reply, "had the San Kwei, and his officers performed no double duties. How can he be considered parsimonious?" "Then did Kwan Chung know the rules of propriety?" The Master said, "The princes of states have a screen intercepting the view at their gates." Kwan had likewise a screen at his gates. The princes of states on any friendly meeting between two of them had a stand on which to place their inverted cups. Kwan had also such a stand. If Kwan knew the rules of propriety, who does not know them? 23章 子欲鲁太师乐曰：“乐其可知也，始作奚如也，纵之纯如也，矫如也，意如也，已成。” Chapter 23. The master instructing the grand music master of Lu said, "How to play music may be known. At the commencement of the piece, all the stars should sound together. As it proceeds, they should be in harmony while severally distinct and following without break, and thus on to the conclusion." 24章 宜丰人请见曰：“君子之至于斯也，吾未尝不得见也。”从者见之，出曰：“二三子何患于丧乎？天下之无道也久矣，天将以夫子为木铎。” Chapter 24. The border warden at Yi requested to be introduced to the master, saying, "When men of superior virtue have come to this, I have never been denied the privilege of seeing them." The followers of the sage introduced him, and when he came out from the interview, he said, "My friends, why are you distressed by your master's loss of office? The kingdom has long been without the principles of truth and right. Heaven is going to use your master as a bell with its wooden tongue." 25章 子谓少敬美一，又敬善也。谓武敬美一，未敬善也。Chapter 25. The master said of the Shao that it was perfectly beautiful, and also perfectly good. He said of the Wu that it was perfectly beautiful, but not perfectly good. 26章 子曰：“居上不宽，为礼不敬，临丧不哀，吾何以观之哉？” Chapter 26. The master said, "High station filled without indulgent generosity, ceremonies performed without reverence, mourning conducted without sorrow, wherewith should I contemplate such ways?" End of Book 3. Recording by Li Jing. Book 4 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 礼仁第四 Book 4. 礼仁 第一章 子曰：“礼仁为美，则不处人，焉得志？” Chapter 1. The master said, "It is virtuous manners which constitute the excellence of a neighborhood. If a man in selecting a residence do not fix on one where such prevail, how can he be wise?" 第二章 子曰：“不仁者，不可以久处曰，不可以长处乐。仁者安仁，智者利人。” Chapter 2. The master said, "Those who are without virtue cannot abide long either in a condition of poverty and hardship, or in a condition of enjoyment. The virtuous rest in virtue. The wise desire virtue." 第四章 子曰：“为仁者，能好人，能恶人。” Chapter 3. The master said, "It is only the truly virtuous man who can love or who can hate others." 第四章 子曰：“苟至于仁义，无恶也。” Chapter 4. The master said, "If the will be set on virtue, there will be no practice of wickedness." 第五章 子曰：富与贵，是人之所欲也，不以其道得之，不处也。贫与贱，是人之所恶也，不以其道得之，不去也。君子去仁，呜呼！臣民。君子无忠实之间为人，造次必于世，颠沛必于世。Chapter 5. The Master said, Riches and honors are what men desire. If it cannot be obtained in the proper way, they should not be held. Poverty and meanness are what men dislike. If it cannot be avoided in the proper way, they should not be avoided. If a superior man abandon virtue, how can he fulfill the requirements of that name? The superior man does not, even for the space of a single meal, act contrary to virtue. In moments of haste, he cleaves to it. In seasons of danger, he cleaves to it. 第6章，子曰：我未见好仁者，恶不仁者。好仁者，无以上之；恶不仁者，其为仁义，不使不仁者加乎其身。有能一日用其力于仁义乎？我未见力不足者。盖有之矣，我未之见也。Chapter 6. The Master said, I have not seen a person who loved virtue, or one who hated what was not virtuous. He who loved virtue would esteem nothing above it. He who hated what is not virtuous would practice virtue in such a way that he would not allow anything that is not virtuous to approach his person. Is anyone able for one day to apply his strength to virtue? I have not seen the case in which his strength would be insufficient. Should there possibly be any such case, I have not seen it. 第7章，子曰：人之过也，各于其党。观过，斯之仁矣。Chapter 7. The Master said, The faults of men are characteristic of the class to which they belong. By observing a man's faults, it may be known that he is virtuous. 第8章，子曰：朝闻道，夕死可矣。Chapter 8. The Master said, If a man in the morning hear the right way, he may die in the evening without regret. 第9章，子曰：士志于道，而耻恶衣恶食者，未足与义也。Chapter 9. The Master said, A scholar whose mind is set on truth, and who is ashamed of bad clothes and bad food, is not fit to be discoursed with. 第10章，子曰：君子之于天下也，无敌也，无莫也，义之于彼。Chapter 10. The Master said, The superior man in the world does not set his mind either for anything or against anything. What is right he will follow. 11章，子曰：君子怀德，小人怀土；君子怀行，小人怀惠。Chapter 11. The Master said, The superior man thinks of virtue. The small man thinks of comfort. The superior man thinks of the sanctions of law. The small man thinks of favors which he may receive. 12章，子曰：访于利而行，多怨。Chapter 12. The Master said, He who acts with a constant view to his own advantage will be much murmured against. 13章，子曰：能以礼让为国乎？何有？不能以礼让为国，如礼何？ Chapter 13. The Master said, If a prince is able to govern his kingdom with the complaisance proper to the rules of propriety, what difficulty will he have? If he cannot govern it with that complaisance, what has he to do with the rules of propriety? 15章，子曰：深乎！吾道一以贯之。曾子曰：为。子出，门人问曰：何谓也？曾子曰：夫子之道，忠恕而已矣。Chapter 15. The Master said, Shen, my doctrine is that of an all-pervading unity. The disciple Tsang replied, "Yes." The master went out, and the other disciples asked, saying, "What do his words mean?" Tsang said, "The doctrine of our master is to be true to the principles of our nature, and the benevolent exercise of them to others. This and nothing more." 16章 子曰：君子喻于义，小人喻于利。 Chapter 16. The master said, "The mind of the superior man is conversant with righteousness. The mind of the mean man is conversant with gain." 17章子曰：见贤思齐焉，见不贤而内自省也。 Chapter 17. The master said, "When we see men of worth, we should think of equaling them. When we see men of a contrary character, we should turn inwards and examine ourselves." 18章子曰：视父母积谏，见志不从，又敬不违，劳而不怨。 Chapter 18. The master said, "In serving his parents, a son may remonstrate with them, but gently. When he sees that they do not incline to follow his advice, he shows an increased degree of reverence, but does not abandon his purpose. And should they punish him, he does not allow himself to murmur." 19章子曰：父母在，不远游，游必有方。 Chapter 19. The master said, "While his parents are alive, the son may not go abroad to a distance. If he does go abroad, he must have a fixed place to which he goes." 20章子曰：3年无改于父之道，可谓孝矣。 Chapter 20. The master said, "If the son for 3 years does not alter from the way of his father, he may be called filial." 21章子曰：父母之年，不可不知也。一则以喜，一则以惧。 Chapter 21. The master said, "The years of parents may by no means not be kept in the memory, as an occasion at once for joy and for fear." 22章子曰：古者言之不出，耻攻之不逮也。 Chapter 22. The master said, "The reason why the ancients did not readily give utterance to their words was that they feared lest their actions should not come up to them." 23章子曰：以曰失之者鲜矣。 Chapter 23. The master said, "The cautious seldom err." 24章子曰：君子欲讷于言，而敏于行。 Chapter 24. The master said, "The superior man wishes to be slow in his speech and earnest in his conduct." 25章子曰：德不孤，必有邻。 Chapter 25. The master said, "Virtue is not left to stand alone. He who practices it will have neighbors." 26章子游曰：事君说，斯辱矣；朋友说，斯疏矣。 Chapter 26. Tsze yu said, "In serving a prince, frequent remonstrances lead to disgrace. Between friends, frequent reproofs make the friendship distant." End of Book 4. Recording by Li Jing. Book 5 of Confucian Analects by Confucius. Translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 公冶长第5 Book 5. 公冶长第1章子曰：公冶长可欺也，虽在雷泄之中，非其罪也，以其子欺之。子谓难容，邦有道不废，邦无道免于行路，以其兄之子欺之。 Chapter 1. The master said of Gong Ye Chang that he might be wived. Although he was put in bonds, he had not been guilty of any crime. Accordingly, he gave him his own daughter to wife. Of Nanrong, he said that if the country were well governed, he would not be out of office, and if it were ill governed, he would escape punishment and disgrace. He gave him the daughter of his own elder brother to wife. 第二章，子谓子建，君子在若人，鲁无君子者，斯焉取斯。Chapter 2. The master said of Tzu Jian, "Of superior virtue indeed is such a man. If there were not virtuous men in Lu, how could this man have acquired this character?" 第三章，子贡问曰：次也何如？子曰：如气也。曰：何气也？曰：胡连也。Chapter 3. Tsze Kung asked, "What do you say of me, Tsze?" The master said, "You are a utensil." "What utensil?" "A gemmed sacrificial utensil." 第四章，或曰：庸也人而不佞。子曰：焉用佞？欲人以口疾，屡赠于人，不知其人焉用佞。Chapter 4. Someone said, "Yung is truly virtuous, but he is not ready with his tongue." The master said, "What is the good of being ready with the tongue? They who encounter men with smartnesses of speech for the most part procure themselves hatred. I know not whether he be truly virtuous, but why should he show readiness of the tongue?" 第五章，子使漆雕开示，对曰：吾思之未能信。子曰。Chapter 5. The master was wishing Qi Diao Kai to enter an official employment. He replied, "I am not yet able to rest in the assurance of this." The master was pleased. 第六章，子曰：道不行，臣夫浮于海。从我者其有与？子路闻之喜。子曰：有也，好勇过我，无所取材。Chapter 6. The master said, "My doctrines make no way. I will get upon a raft, and float about on the sea. He that will accompany me will be Yu, I dare say." Tsze lu hearing this was glad, upon which the master said, "Yu is fonder of daring than I am. He does not exercise his judgment upon matters." 第七章，孟武伯问子路人乎？子曰：不知也。又问。子曰：有也，千乘之国，可其治其父也，不知其人也。求也何如？子曰：求也，千世之义，百乘之家，可使为之宰也，不知其人也。赤也何如？子曰：赤也，数代立于朝，可使于宾客言也，不知其人也。Chapter 7. Meng Wu asked about Tsze lu, whether he was perfectly virtuous. The master said, "I do not know." He asked again, when the master replied, "In a kingdom of 1,000 chariots, Yu might be employed to manage the military levies, but I do not know whether he be perfectly virtuous." "And what do you say of Ch'iu?" The master replied, "In a city of 1,000 families, or a clan of 100 chariots, Ch'iu might be employed as governor. But I do not know whether he is perfectly virtuous." "What do you say of Ch'i?" The master replied, "With his sash girt and standing in a court, Ch'i might be employed to converse with the visitors and guests. But I do not know whether he is perfectly virtuous." 第八章，子谓子贡曰：如与回也孰欲？对曰：次也，何敢忘回？回也，闻一以知十；次也，闻一以知二。子曰：弗如也。吾与汝，弗如也。Chapter 8. The master said to Tsze Kung, "Which do you consider superior, yourself or Hui?" Tsze Kung replied, "How dare I compare myself with Hui? Hui hears one point and knows all about a subject. I hear one point and know a second." The master said, "You are not equal to him. I grant you, you are not equal to him." 第九章，宰予昼寝。 子曰：朽木不可雕也，粪土之墙不可污也。与何诸？子曰：时无于人也，听其言而信其行；今无于人也，听其言而观其行。于改是。Chapter 9. 宰予 being asleep during the daytime, the master said, Rotten wood cannot be carved. A wall of dirty earth will not receive the trowel. This Yu, what is the use of my reproving him? The master said, At first my way with men was to hear their words and give them credit for their conduct. Now my way is to hear their words and look at their conduct. It is from you that I have learned to make this change. 第10章，子曰：吾未见刚者。或对曰：生臣。子曰：臣也欲，焉得刚。Chapter 10. The master said, I have not seen a firm and unbending man. Someone replied, There is a Shen Chen. Chen, said the master, is under the influence of his passions. How can he be pronounced firm and unbending? 11章，子贡曰：我不欲人之加诸我也，吾亦欲无加诸人。子曰：次也，非尔所及也。Chapter 11. 子贡 said, What I do not wish men to do to me, I also wish not to do to men. The master said, Zi, you have not attained to that. 12章，子贡曰：夫子之文章可得而闻也，夫子之言信与天道不可得而闻也。Chapter 12. 子贡 said, The master's personal displays of his principles and ordinary description of them may be heard. His discourses about man's nature and the way of heaven cannot be heard. 13章，子路有闻，未之能行，唯恐有闻。Chapter 13. When Tsz-lu heard anything, if he had not yet succeeded in carrying it into practice, he was only afraid lest he should hear something else. 14章，子贡问曰：孔文子，何以谓之文也？子曰：敏而好学，不耻下问，是以谓之文也。Chapter 14. Tsz kung asked, saying, On what ground did K'ung Wen get that title of Wen? The master said, He was of an active nature and yet fond of learning, and he was not ashamed to ask and learn of his inferiors. On these grounds he has been styled Wen. 15章，子谓子产：有君子之道四焉，其行己也公，其事上也敬，其养民也惠，其使民也义。Chapter 15. The master said of Tsz Chan that he had 4 of the characteristics of a superior man. In his conduct of himself, he was humble. In serving his superiors, he was respectful. In nourishing the people, he was kind. In ordering the people, he was just. 16章，子曰：言平仲，善与人交，久而敬之。Chapter 16. The master said, Yan Ping knew well how to maintain friendly intercourse. The acquaintance might be long, but he showed the same respect as at first. 17章，子曰：藏文仲，居蔡，山节藻捉，何如其志也？ Chapter 17. The master said, Zhang Wen kept a large tortoise in a house, on the capitals of the pillars of which he had hills made, and with representations of duckweed on the small pillars above the beams supporting the rafters. Of what sort was his wisdom? 18章，子张问曰：令尹子闻三事为令尹，无喜色；三已之，无愠色。就令尹之政，必以告新令尹，何如？子曰：忠矣。曰：仁矣乎？曰：未之，焉得仁？崔子弑齐君，陈文子有马十乘，弃而委之。 至于他邦，则曰：有吾大夫崔子也，谓之；至异邦，则又曰：有吾大夫崔子也，谓之何如？子曰：亲矣。曰：仁矣乎？曰：谓之焉得仁。Chapter 18. Tsze Chang asked, saying, The minister Tsze Wen thrice took office, and manifested no joy in his countenance. Thrice he retired from office, and manifested no displeasure. He made it a point to inform the new minister of the way in which he had conducted the government. What do you say of him? The master replied, He was loyal. Was he perfectly virtuous? I do not know. How can he be pronounced perfectly virtuous? Tsze Chang proceeded. When the officer Cui killed the prince of Qi, Chen Wen, though he was the owner of 40 horses, abandoned them and left the country. Coming to another state, he said, They are here like our great officer Cui, and left it. He came to a second state, and with the same observation left it also. What do you say of him? The master replied, He was pure. Was he perfectly virtuous? I do not know. How can he be pronounced perfectly virtuous? 19章，季文子三思而后行。子闻之曰：在思可矣。Chapter 19. Ji Wen thought thrice and then acted. When the master was informed of it, he said, Twice may do. 20章，子曰：宁无子，邦有道则治，邦无道则愚。其治可及也，其愚不可及也。Chapter 20. The master said, When good order prevailed in his country, Ning Wu acted the part of a wise man. When his country was in disorder, he acted the part of a stupid man. Others may equal his wisdom, but they cannot equal his stupidity. 21章，子在臣曰：归于归于，吾党之小子狂简，斐然成章，不知所以裁之。Chapter 21. When the master was in Chen, he said, Let me return, let me return. The little children of my school are ambitious and too hasty. They are accomplished and complete so far, but they do not know how to restrict and shape themselves. 22章，子曰：伯夷叔齐，不念旧恶，愿是用兮。Chapter 22. The master said, Bo Yi and Shu Qi did not keep the former wickedness of men in mind, and hence the resentments directed towards them were few. 23章，子曰：孰谓微生高直？或其息焉，起竹林而与之。Chapter 23. The master said, Who says of Wei Sheng Gao that he is upright? One begged some vinegar of him, and he begged it of a neighbor and gave it to the man. 24章，子曰：巧言令色，足弓，左丘明耻之，丘亦耻之。逆怨而有其人，左丘明耻之，丘亦耻之。Chapter 24. The master said, Fine words, an insinuating appearance, and excessive respect. Zuo Qiuming was ashamed of them. I also am ashamed of them. To conceal resentment against a person and appear friendly with him. Zuo Qiuming was ashamed of such conduct. I also am ashamed of it. 25章，颜渊记录事。子曰：何各言而至？子路曰：愿车马衣轻裘，与朋友共，比之而无憾。颜渊曰：愿无伐善，无失劳。子路曰：愿闻子之志。子曰：老者安之，朋友信之，少者怀之。Chapter 25. Yan Yuan and Ji Lu being by his side, the master said to them, Come, let each of you tell his wishes. Tsze Lu said, I should like, having chariots and horses and light fur dresses, to share them with my friends, and though they should spoil them, I would not be displeased." Yen Yuan said, "I should like not to boast of my excellence, nor to make a display of my meritorious deeds." Tsz lu then said, "I should like, sir, to hear your wishes." The Master said, "They are in regard to the aged, to give them rest; in regard to friends, to show them sincerity; in regard to the young, to treat them tenderly." 26章 子曰：“已矣乎！吾未见能见其过而内自颂者也。” Chapter 26. The Master said, "It is all over. I have not yet seen one who could perceive his faults and inwardly accuse himself." 27章 子曰：“时事之义必有忠信，如丘者焉，不如丘之好学也。” Chapter 27. The Master said, "In a hamlet of 10 families, there may be found one honorable and sincere as I am, but not so fond of learning." End of Book 5. Recording by Li Jing. Book 6 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 雍也第六 Book 6 雍也 第一章 子曰：“雍也可使难面。”仲弓问子桑伯子，子曰：“可也，简。”仲弓曰：“居敬而行简，以临其民，不亦可乎？居简而行简，吾乃太简乎？”子曰：“雍之言然。” Chapter 1. The Master said, "There is Yong. He might occupy the place of a prince." Zhong Gong asked about Tzu sang Bo zi. The Master said, "He may pass. He does not mind small matters." Zhong Gong said, "If a man cherish in himself a reverential feeling of the necessity of attention to business, though he may be easy in small matters in his government of the people, that may be allowed. But if he cherish in himself that easy feeling, and also carry it out in his practice, is not such an easy mode of procedure excessive?" The Master said, "Yong's words are right." 第二章 哀公问弟子孰为好学？孔子对曰：“有颜回者好学，不迁怒，不贰过，不幸短命死矣。今也则无，未闻好学者也。” Chapter 2. The Duke Ai asked which of the disciples loved to learn. Confucius replied to him, "There was Yan Hui. He loved to learn. He did not transfer his anger. He did not repeat a fault. Unfortunately, his appointed time was short and he died, and now there is not such another. I have not yet heard of anyone who loves to learn as he did." 第三章 子华始于齐，冉子为其母请诉。子曰：“与之辅。”请义曰：“与之与。”冉子与之诉无柄。子曰：“赤之是其也，乘肥马依轻裘。吾闻之也，君子周疾不计父。”元思为之宰，与之诉900，辞。子曰：“吾以鱼而邻里相党乎？” Chapter 3. Tsz Hua being employed on a mission to Qi, the disciple Ran requested grain for his mother. The Master said, "Give her a fu." Ran requested more. "Give her an yu," said the Master. Ran gave her 5 bing. The Master said, when Ch'i was proceeding to Qi, he had fat horses to his carriage and wore light furs. I have heard that a superior man helps the distressed, but does not add to the wealth of the rich. Yuan Si being made governor of his town by the Master, he gave him 900 measures of grain, but Si declined them. The Master said, "Do not decline them. May you not give them away in the neighborhoods, hamlets, towns, and villages?" 第四章 子谓仲弓曰：“犁牛之子心且巧， 虽欲勿用，山川其舍诸。 Chapter 4. The master, speaking of Zhonggong, said, "If the calf of a brindled cow be red and horned, although men may not wish to use it, would the spirits of the mountains and rivers put it aside?" 第5章，子曰：回也，其行3月不为人，其余则日月至焉而已矣。 Chapter 5. The master said, "Such was Hui, that for 3 months there would be nothing in his mind contrary to perfect virtue. The others may attain to this on some days or in some months, but nothing more." 第6章，季康子问仲由：可使从政也与？子曰：由也果，于从政乎何有？曰：次也，可使从政也与？曰：次也达，于从政乎何有？曰：求也，可使从政也与？曰：求也易，于从政乎何有？ Chapter 6. Ji Kang asked about Zhong Yu, whether he was fit to be employed as an officer of government. The master said, "Yu is a man of decision. What difficulty would he find in being an officer of government?" Kang asked, "Is Tsz fit to be employed as an officer of government?" And was answered, "Tsz is a man of intelligence. What difficulty would he find in being an officer of government?" And to the same question about Chiu, the master gave the same reply, saying, "Chiu is a man of various ability." 第7章，季氏使闵子骞为密宰。闵子骞曰：善为我辞焉，如有负我者，则吾必在问上矣。 Chapter 7. The chief of the Qi family sent to ask Ming Tzu-chien to be governor of Mi. Ming Tzu-chien said, "Decline the offer for me politely. If anyone come again to me with a second invitation, I shall be obliged to go and live on the banks of the Wen." 第8章，伯牛有疾，子问之，自有执其手，曰：吾之命亦夫！斯人也而有斯己也，斯人也而有斯己也。 Chapter 8. Bo Niu being ill, the master went to ask for him. He took hold of his hand through the window, and said, "It is killing him. It is the appointment of heaven, alas, that such a man should have such a sickness, that such a man should have such a sickness." 第9章，子曰：贤哉回也！一箪食，一瓢饮，在陋巷，人不堪其忧，回也不改其乐。贤哉回也！ Chapter 9. The master said, "Admirable indeed was the virtue of Hui. With a single bamboo dish of rice, a single gourd dish of drink, and living in his mean narrow lane, while others could not have endured the distress, he did not allow his joy to be affected by it. Admirable indeed was the virtue of Hui." 第10章，然求曰：非不悦子之道，力不足也。子曰：力不足者，中道而废，今汝化。 Chapter 10. Ran Qiu said, "It is not that I do not delight in your doctrines, but my strength is insufficient." The master said, "Those whose strength is insufficient give over in the middle of the way, but now you limit yourself." 11章，子谓子夏曰：汝为君子如，吾为小人如。 Chapter 11. The master said to Tzu-hsia, "Do you be a scholar after the style of the superior man, and not after that of the mean man." 12章，子游为武臣宰。子曰：汝得人焉而乎？曰：有澹台灭明者，行不由径，非公事，未尝至眼之事也。 Chapter 12. Tzu Yu being governor of Wucheng, the master said to him, "Have you got good men there?" He answered, "There is Tan Tai Mie Ming, who never in walking takes a short cut, and never comes to my office excepting on public business." 13章，子曰：孟之反不伐，奔而殿，将入门，策其马，曰：非敢后也，马不进也。 Chapter 13. The Master said, Meng Zhifan does not boast of his merit. Being in the rear on an occasion of flight, when they were about to enter the gate, he whipped up his horse, saying, It is not that I dare to be last, my horse will not advance. 14章 子曰：不有柱陀之佞，而有宋朝之美，难乎免于今之事矣。 Chapter 14. The Master said, Without the precious speech of the litanist Tuo and the beauty of the Prince Chao of Song, it is difficult to escape in the present age. 15章 子曰：谁能出不由户？何莫由斯道也？ Chapter 15. The Master said, Who can go out but by the door? How is it that men will not walk according to these ways? 16章 子曰：智胜文则也，文胜智则始，文质彬彬，然后君子。 Chapter 16. The Master said, Where the solid qualities are in excess of accomplishments, we have rusticity. Where the accomplishments are in excess of the solid qualities, we have the manner of a clerk. When the accomplishments and solid qualities are equally blended, we then have the man of virtue. 17章 子曰：人之生也直，往之生也幸而免。 Chapter 17. The Master said, Man is born for uprightness. If a man lose his uprightness and yet live, his escape from death is the effect of mere good fortune. 18章 子曰：知之者不如好之者，好之者不如乐之者。 Chapter 18. The Master said, They who know the truth are not equal to those who love it, and they who love it are not equal to those who delight in it. 19章 子曰：中人以上可以欲上也，中人以下不可以欲上也。 Chapter 19. The Master said, To those whose talents are above mediocrity, the highest subjects may be announced. To those who are below mediocrity, the highest subjects may not be announced. 20章 樊迟问智。子曰：物民之义，敬鬼神而远之，可谓智矣。问仁。曰：仁者先难而后获，可谓仁矣。 Chapter 20. Fan Ch'i asked what constituted wisdom. The Master said, To give one's self earnestly to the duties due to men, and, while respecting spiritual beings, to keep aloof from them, may be called wisdom. He asked about perfect virtue. The Master said, The man of virtue makes the difficulty to be overcome his first business, and success only a subsequent consideration. This may be called perfect virtue. 21章 子曰：智者要水，仁者要山，智者动，仁者静，智者乐，仁者寿。 Chapter 21. The Master said, The wise find pleasure in water, the virtuous find pleasure in hills. The wise are active, the virtuous are tranquil. The wise are joyful, the virtuous are long-lived. 22章 子曰：其一辩至于鲁，鲁一辩止于道。 Chapter 22. The Master said, Qi by one change would come to the state of Lu. Lu by one change would come to a state where the principles predominated. 23章 子曰：孤不孤，孤哉，孤哉。 Chapter 23. The Master said, A cornered vessel without corners. A strange cornered vessel, a strange cornered vessel. 24章 宰我问曰：仁者虽告之曰：仅有仁焉，其从之也？子曰：何为其然也？君子可视也，不可陷也；可欺也，不可亡也。 Chapter 24. 宰我 asked, saying, A benevolent man, though it be told him, 'There's a man in the well,' will go in after him, I suppose." Confucius said, "Why should he do so? A superior man may be made to go to the well, but he cannot be made to go down into it. He may be imposed upon, but he cannot be fooled." 25章，子曰：“君子博学于文，约之以礼，亦可以佛判矣夫。” Chapter 25. The Master said, "The superior man, extensively studying all learning, and keeping himself under the restraint of the rules of propriety, may thus likewise not overstep what is right." 26章，子见男子，子路不悦。夫子视之曰：“予所否之，天厌之，天厌之。” Chapter 26. The Master having visited Nanzi, Tsz-lu was displeased; on which the Master swore, saying, "Wherein I have done improperly, may heaven reject me! May heaven reject me!" 27章，子曰：“中庸之为德也，其志异乎？民贤久矣。” Chapter 27. The Master said, "Perfect is the virtue which is according to the constant mean. Rare for a long time has been its practice among the people." 28章，子贡曰：“如有博士于民，而能济众，何如？可谓仁乎？”子曰：“何事于人？必也甚乎！尧舜其犹病诸？夫仁者，己欲立而立人，己欲达而达人。能进取辟，可谓仁之方也矣。” Chapter 28. Tsz kung said, "Suppose the case of a man extensively conferring benefits on the people, and able to assist all, what would you say of him? Might he be called perfectly virtuous?" The Master said, "Why speak only of virtue in connection with him? Must he not have the qualities of a sage? Even Yao and Shun were still solicitous about this. Now the man of perfect virtue, wishing to be established himself, seeks also to establish others. Wishing to be enlarged himself, he seeks also to enlarge others. To be able to judge of others by what is nigh in ourselves, this may be called the art of virtue." End of Book 6. Recording by Li Jing. Book 7 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 述而第七 Book 7. 述而 第一章，子曰：“述而不作，信而好古，窃必于我老彭。” Chapter 1. The Master said, "A transmitter and not a maker, believing in and loving the ancients, I venture to compare myself with our old Peng." 第二章，子曰：“默而志之，学而不厌，诲人不倦，何有于我哉？” Chapter 2. The Master said, "The silent treasuring up of knowledge, learning without satiety, and instructing others without being wearied, which one of these things belongs to me?" 第三章，子曰：“德之不修，学之不讲，文艺不能习，不善不能改，是无忧也。” Chapter 3. The Master said, "The leaving virtue without proper cultivation, the not thoroughly discussing what is learned, not being able to move towards righteousness of which a knowledge is gained, and not being able to change what is not good, these are the things which occasion me solicitude." 第四章，子之焉居，深深如也，夭夭如也。Chapter 4. When the Master was unoccupied with business, his manner was easy, and he looked pleased. 第五章，子曰：“圣亦吾衰也，久亦吾不复梦见周公。” Chapter 5. The Master said, "Extreme is my decay. For a long time I have not dreamed, as I was wont to do, that I saw the Duke of Zhou. 第六章，子曰：志于道，据于德，依于仁，游于义。Chapter 6. The Master said, Let the will be set on the path of duty. Let every attainment in what is good be firmly grasped. Let perfect virtue be accorded with. Let relaxation and enjoyment be found in the polite arts. 第七章，子曰：自行数修以上，吾未尝无讳言。Chapter 7. The Master said, From the man bringing his bundle of dried flesh for my teaching upwards, I have never refused instruction to anyone. 第八章，子曰：不愤不启，不悱不发，举一语不以三语反，则不复也。Chapter 8. The Master said, I do not open up the truth to one who is not eager to get knowledge, nor help out anyone who is not anxious to explain himself. When I have presented one corner of a subject to anyone, and he cannot from it learn the other three, I do not repeat my lesson. 第九章，子嗣于有丧者之侧，未尝饱也。子于是日哭，则不歌。Chapter 9. When the Master was eating by the side of a mourner, he never ate to the full. He did not sing on the same day in which he had been weeping. 第十章，子谓颜渊曰：用之则行，舍之则藏，唯我与尔有是夫。子路曰：子行三军，则谁与？子曰：抱虎逢河，死而无悔者，吾不与也。必也临事而惧，好谋而成者也。Chapter 10. The Master said to Yen Yuan, when called to office, to undertake its duties; when not so called, to lie retired. It is only I and you who have attained to this. Tsze lu said, If you had the conduct of the armies of a great state, whom would you have to act with you? The Master said, I would not have him to act with me who will unarmed attack a tiger, or cross a river without a boat, dying without any regret. My associate must be the man who proceeds to action full of solicitude, who is fond of adjusting his plans, and then carries them into execution. 11章，子曰：富而可求也，虽执鞭之事，吾亦为之。如不可求，从无所好。Chapter 11. The Master said, If the search for riches is sure to be successful, though I should become a groom with whip in hand to get them, I will do so. As the search may not be successful, I will follow after that which I love. 12章，子之所慎，斋、战、疾。Chapter 12. The things in reference to which the Master exercised the greatest caution were fasting, war, and sickness. 13章，子在其闻少，3月不知肉味，曰：不图为悦之，至于斯也。Chapter 13. When the Master was in Qi, he heard the shao, and for 3 months did not know the taste of flesh. I did not think, he said, that music could have been so excellent as this. 14章，冉有曰：夫子为魏君乎？子贡曰：诺，吾将问之。入曰：伯夷叔齐何人也？曰：古之贤人也。曰：怨乎？曰：求人而得人，又何怨？出曰：夫子不为也。Chapter 14. 冉有 said, Is our master for the ruler of Wei? Tsze kung said, Oh, I will ask him. He went in accordingly, and said, What sort of men were Bo Yi and Shu Qi? They were ancient worthies, said the Master. Did they have any repinings because of their cause? The Master again replied, They sought to act virtuously, and they did so. What was there for them to repine about?" On this, Tsz kung went out and said, "Our master is not for him." 15章，子曰：饭疏食饮水，取功而枕之，乐亦在其中矣。不义而富且贵，于我如浮云。Chapter 15. The Master said, "With coarse rice to eat, with water to drink, and my bended arm for pillow, I have still joy in the midst of these things. Riches and honors acquired by unrighteousness are to me as a floating cloud." 16章，子曰：假我数年，50以学艺，可以无大过矣。Chapter 16. The Master said, "If some years were added to my life, I would give 50 to the study of the Yi, and then I might come to be without great faults." 17章，子所雅言，诗、书、执礼，皆雅言也。Chapter 17. The Master's frequent themes of discourse were the odes, the history, and the maintenance of the rules of propriety. On all these he frequently discoursed. 18章，社公问孔子与子路，子路不对。子曰：汝昔不曰，其为人也，发愤忘食，乐以忘忧，不知老之将至云耳。Chapter 18. The Duke of She asked Tsz lu about Confucius, and Tsz lu did not answer him. The Master said, "Why did you not say to him, 'He is simply a man, who in his eager pursuit of knowledge forgets his food, who in the joy of its attainment forgets his sorrows, and who does not perceive that old age is coming on?'" 19章，子曰：我非生而知之者，好故民以求之者也。Chapter 19. The Master said, "I am not one who was born in the possession of knowledge. I am one who is fond of antiquity, and earnest in seeking it there." 20章，子不语怪、厉、乱、神。Chapter 20. The subjects on which the Master did not talk were extraordinary things, feats of strength, disorder, and spiritual beings. 21章，子曰：三人行，必有我师焉。择其善者而从之，其不善者而改之。Chapter 21. The Master said, "When I walk along with 2 others, they may serve me as my teachers. I will select their good qualities and follow them, their bad qualities and avoid them." 22章，子曰：天生得与鱼，还颓其辱于何？ Chapter 22. The Master said, "Heaven produced the virtue that is in me. 还颓, what can he do to me?" 23章，子曰：二三子，以我为隐乎？吾无隐乎耳。吾无行而不与二三子者，是丘也。Chapter 23. The Master said, "Do you think, my disciples, that I have any concealments? I conceal nothing from you. There is nothing which I do that is not shown to you, my disciples. That is my way." 24章，子以四教：文、行、忠、信。Chapter 24. There were 4 things which the Master taught: letters, ethics, devotion of soul, and truthfulness. 25章，子曰：圣人无不得而见之矣，得见君子者斯可矣。子曰：善人无不得而见之矣，得见有恒者斯可矣。无而为有，虚而为盈，约而为泰，难乎有恒矣。Chapter 25. The Master said, A sage it is not mine to see. Could I see a man of real talent and virtue, that would satisfy me." The Master said, "A good man it is not mine to see. Could I see a man possessed of constancy, that would satisfy me. Having not and yet affecting to have, empty and yet affecting to be full, straitened and yet affecting to be at ease, it is difficult with such characteristics to have constancy." 26章，子钓而不网，亦不涉宿。Chapter 26. The Master angled, but did not use a net. He shot, but not at birds perching. 27章，子曰：盖有不知而作之者，我无是也。多闻，则其善者而从之；多见而识之，知之次也。Chapter 27. The Master said, "There may be those who act without knowing why. I do not do so. Hearing much and selecting what is good and following it, seeing much and keeping it in memory, this is the second style of knowledge." 28章，互相难语言。童子见，门人惑。子曰：与其进也，不与其退也。为何甚？人竭己以进，与其竭也，不保其亡也。Chapter 28. It was difficult to talk profitably and reputably with the people of Huxiang, and a lad of that place having had an interview with the Master, the disciples doubted. The Master said, "I admit people's approach to me, without committing myself as to what they may do when they have retired. Why must one be so severe? If a man purify himself to wait upon me, I receive him so purified, without guaranteeing his past conduct." 29章，子曰：人远乎哉？我欲人斯人至矣。Chapter 29. The Master said, "Is virtue a thing remote? I wish to be virtuous, and lo, virtue is at hand." 30章，陈思拜问昭公知礼乎？孔子曰：知礼。孔子退，依乌马期而进之，曰：吾闻君子不党，君子亦党乎？君取于吾为同姓，谓之吾孟子。君而知礼，孰不知礼？乌马期以告。子曰：丘也信，苟有过，人必知之。Chapter 30. The minister of crime of Ch'in asked whether the Duke Zhao knew propriety. And Confucius said he knew propriety. Confucius having retired, the minister bowed to Wu Ma-Chi to come forward, and said, "I have heard that the superior man is not a partisan. May the superior man be a partisan also? The prince married a daughter of the house of Wu, of the same surname with himself, and called her the elder Zi of Wu. If the prince knew propriety, who does not know it?" Wu Ma-Chi reported these remarks, and the Master said, "I am fortunate. If I have any errors, people are sure to know them." 31章，子与人歌而善，必使反之，而后和之。Chapter 31. When the Master was in company with a person who was singing, if he sang well, he would make him repeat the song, while he accompanied it with his own voice. 32章，子曰：闻莫吾由人也，公行君子，则吾谓之有德。Chapter 32. The Master said, "In letters I am perhaps equal to other men. But the character of the superior man, carrying out in his conduct what he professes, is what I have not yet attained to." 33章，子曰：若胜与人，则无其感；亦委之不厌，诲人不倦，则可谓云而已矣。 公西华曰：朕为弟子，不能学也。Chapter 33. The Master said, The sage and the man of perfect virtue, how dare I rank myself with them? It may simply be said of me that I strive to become such without satiety, and teach others without weariness. Kung Xi Hua said, This is just what we, the disciples, cannot imitate you in. 34章子疾病。子路请导。子曰：有诸。子路对曰：有之。累曰：导尔于上下神奇。子曰：丘之道久矣。Chapter 34. The master being very sick, Tsz lu asked leave to pray for him. He said, May such a thing be done? Tsz lu replied, It may. In the eulogies it is said, Prayer has been made for thee to the spirits of the upper and lower worlds. The master said, My praying has been for a long time. 35章子曰：奢则不逊，俭则固。与其不逊也，宁固。Chapter 35. The Master said, Extravagance leads to insubordination, and parsimony to meanness. It is better to be mean than to be insubordinate. 36章子曰：君子坦荡荡，小人长戚戚。Chapter 36. The Master said, The superior man is satisfied and composed. The mean man is always full of distress. 37章子温而立，威而不猛，恭而安。Chapter 37. The Master was mild and yet dignified, majestic and yet not fierce, respectful and yet easy. End of Book 7. Recording by Li Jing. Book 8 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 泰伯第八 Book 8. 泰伯第一章子曰：泰伯岂可谓至德也已矣？三以天下让，民无德而称焉。Chapter 1. The Master said, Tai Bo may be said to have reached the highest point of virtuous action. Thrice he declined the kingdom, and the people in ignorance of his motives could not express their approbation of his conduct. 第二章子曰：恭而无礼则劳，慎而无礼则喜，勇而无礼则乱，直而无礼则绞。君子笃于亲，则民心于仁；故旧不移，则民不偷。Chapter 2. The Master said, Respectfulness, without the rules of propriety, becomes laborious bustle. Carefulness, without the rules of propriety, becomes timidity. Boldness, without the rules of propriety, becomes insubordination. Straightforwardness, without the rules of propriety, becomes rudeness. When those who are in high stations perform well all their duties to their relations, the people are aroused to virtue. When old friends are not neglected by them, the people are preserved from meanness. 第三章曾子有疾，召门弟子曰：起于足，起于手。诗云：战战兢兢，如临深渊，如履薄冰。而今而后，吾之面父小子。Chapter 3. The philosopher Tsang being ill, he called to him the disciples of his school and said, Uncover my feet, uncover my hands. It is said in the book of poetry, we should be apprehensive and cautious, as if on the brink of a deep gulf, as if treading on thin ice. And so have I been. Now and hereafter, I know my escape from all injury to my person. Oh ye, my little children. 第4章，曾子有疾，孟敬子问之。曾子言曰：鸟之将死，其鸣也哀；人之将死，其言也善。君子所贵乎道者三：动容貌，斯远暴慢矣；正颜色，斯尽信矣；处辞气，斯远比备矣。贬斗之事，则有司存。Chapter 4. The philosopher Tsang being ill, Meng Jing went to ask how he was. Tsang said to him, when a bird is about to die, its notes are mournful. When a man is about to die, his words are good. There are 3 principles of conduct which the man of high rank should consider specially important: that in his deportment and manner he keep from violence and heedlessness; that in regulating his countenance he keep near to sincerity; and that in his words and tones he keep far from lowness and impropriety. As to such matters as attending to the sacrificial vessels, there are the proper officers for them. 第5章，曾子曰：以能问于不能，以多问于寡。有若无，实若虚，犯而不教，昔者无有，常从事于斯矣。Chapter 5. The philosopher Tsang said, gifted with ability, and yet putting questions to those who were not so; possessed of much, and yet putting questions to those possessed of little; having, as though he had not; full, and yet counting himself as empty; offended against, and yet entering into no altercation. Formerly I had a friend who pursued this style of conduct. 第6章，曾子曰：可以托6尺之孤，可以济100里之命。临大节而不可夺也。君子人与君子人也。Chapter 6. The philosopher Tsang said, suppose that there is an individual who can be entrusted with the charge of a young orphan prince, and can be commissioned with authority over a state of 100 li, and whom no emergency however great can drive from his principles. Is such a man a superior man? He is a superior man indeed. 第7章，曾子曰：士不可以不弘毅，任重而道远。人以为己任，不亦重乎？死而后已，不亦远乎？ Chapter 7. The philosopher Tsang said, the officer may not be without breadth of mind and vigorous endurance. His burden is heavy, and his course is long. Perfect virtue is the burden which he considers it is his to sustain. Is it not heavy? Only with death does his course stop. Is it not long? 第8章，子曰：兴于诗，立于礼，成于乐。Chapter 8. The Master said, it is by the oaths that the mind is aroused. It is by the rules of propriety that the character is established. It is from music that the finish is received. 第9章，子曰：民可使由之，不可使知之。Chapter 9. The Master said, the people may be made to follow a path of action, but they may not be made to understand it. 第10章，子曰：好勇及贫，乱也；仁而不仁，及之以慎，乱也。Chapter 10. The Master said, the man who is fond of daring and is dissatisfied with poverty will proceed to insubordination. So will the man who is not virtuous, when you carry your dislike of him to an extreme. 11章，子曰：如有周公之才之美，使教且令，其余不足观也已。Chapter 11. The Master said, "Though a man have abilities as admirable as those of the Duke of Chow, yet if he be proud and niggardly, those other things are really not worth being looked at." 12章 子曰：3年学，不知于古，不亦得也。 Chapter 12. The Master said, "It is not easy to find a man who has learned for 3 years without coming to be good." 13章 子曰：笃信好学，守死善道，威邦不入，乱邦不居。天下有道则现，无道则隐。邦有道，贫且贱焉，耻也；邦无道，富且贵焉，耻也。 Chapter 13. The Master said, "With sincere faith he unites the love of learning. Holding firm to death, he is perfecting the excellence of his course. Such an one will not enter a tottering state, nor dwell in a disorganized one. When right principles of government prevail in the kingdom, he will show himself. When they are prostrated, he will keep concealed. When a country is well governed, poverty and a mean condition are things to be ashamed of. When a country is ill governed, riches and honor are things to be ashamed of." 14章 子曰：不在其位，不谋其政。 Chapter 14. The Master said, "He who is not in any particular office has nothing to do with plans for the administration of its duties." 15章 子曰：失志之始，官居之乱，洋洋乎盈耳哉。 Chapter 15. The Master said, "When the music master Zhi first entered on his office, the finish of the Guanju was magnificent. How it filled the ears!" 16章 子曰：狂而不直，同而不怨，空空而不信，吾不知之矣。 Chapter 16. The Master said, "Ardent and yet not upright, stupid and yet not attentive, simple and yet not sincere, such persons I do not understand." 17章 子曰：学如不及，犹恐失之。 Chapter 17. The Master said, "Learn as if you could not reach your object, and were always fearing also lest you should lose it." 18章 子曰：巍巍乎舜禹之有天下也，而不与焉。 Chapter 18. The Master said, "How majestic was the manner in which Shun and Yu held possession of the empire, as if it were nothing to them." 19章 子曰：大哉尧之为君也！巍巍乎，为天为大，为尧则之，荡荡乎，民无能名焉。巍巍乎，其有成功也！患乎，其有文章。 Chapter 19. The Master said, "Great indeed was Yao as a sovereign. How majestic was he! It is only heaven that is grand, and only Yao corresponded to it. How vast was his virtue! The people could find no name for it. How majestic was he in the works which he accomplished! How glorious in the elegant regulations which he instituted!" 20章 舜有臣5人，而天下治。武王曰：禹有乱臣10人。孔子曰：才难，不其然乎？唐虞之际，于斯为甚。有妇人焉，9人而已。3分天下有其2，以服事殷。周之德，其可谓至德也已矣。 Chapter 20. Shun had 5 ministers, and the empire was well governed. King Wu said, "I have 10 able ministers." Confucius said, "Is not the saying that talents are difficult to find true? Only when the dynasties of Tang and Yu met, were they more abundant than in this of Chow, yet there was a woman among them. The able ministers were no more than 9 men. King Wen possessed 2 of the 3 parts of the empire, and with those he served the dynasty of Yin. The virtue of the house of Zhou may be said to have reached the highest point indeed. 21章 子曰：与吾无兼然矣。非饮食而致孝乎鬼神，恶衣服而致美乎服冕，卑宫室而尽力乎沟序，与吾无兼然矣。 Chapter 21. The master said, I can find no flaw in the character of Yu. He used himself coarse food and drink, but displayed the utmost filial piety towards the spirits. His ordinary garments were poor, but he displayed the utmost elegance in his sacrificial cap and apron. He lived in a low mean house, but expended all his strength on the ditches and water channels. I can find nothing like a flaw in Yu. End of Book 8. Recording by Li Jing. Book 9 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 子罕第9 Book 9 子罕 第1章子罕严厉与命与人 Chapter 1. The subjects of which the master seldom spoke were profitableness, and also the appointments of heaven, and perfect virtue. 第2章 达相党人曰：大哉孔子，博学而无所成名。子闻之，谓门弟子曰：吾何直？直欲乎？直射乎？吾直欲矣。 Chapter 2. A man of the village of Daxiang said, Great indeed is the philosopher Kong. His learning is extensive, and yet he does not render his name famous by any particular thing. The master heard the observation, and said to his disciples, What should I practice? Should I practice charioteering, or should I practice archery? I will practice charioteering. 第3章 子曰：马冕礼也，今也纯，简，吾从众。拜下礼也，今拜乎上，太也，虽远重，吾从下。 Chapter 3. The master said, The linen cap is that prescribed by the rules of ceremony, but now a silk one is worn. It is economical, and I follow the common practice. The rules of ceremony prescribe the bowing below the hall, but now the practice is to bow only after ascending it. That is arrogant. I continue to bow below the hall, though I oppose the common practice. 第4章子绝嗣，勿义，勿弊，勿故，勿我。 Chapter 4. There were 4 things from which the master was entirely free. He had no foregone conclusions, no arbitrary predeterminations, no obstinacy, and no egoism. 第5章子谓于匡曰：文王寂寞，文不在兹乎？天之将丧斯文也，后死者不得语于斯文也。天之未丧斯文也，匡人其如于何？ Chapter 5. The master was put in fear in Kuang. He said, After the death of King Wen, was not the cause of truth lodged here in me? If heaven had wished to let this cause of truth perish, then I, a future mortal, should not have got such a relation to that cause. While heaven does not let the cause of truth perish, what can the people of Kuang do to me? 第6章太宰问于子贡曰：夫子圣者于，何其多能也？子贡曰：故天纵之将胜，又多能也。子闻之曰：太宰知我乎？吾少也见，故多能比视。君子多乎哉？不多也。劳曰：子云：吾不是，故异。 Chapter 6. A high officer asked Tsz kung, saying, "May we not say that your master is a sage? How various is his ability?" Tsz kung said, "Certainly heaven has endowed him unlimitedly. He is about a sage, and, moreover, his ability is various." The master heard of the conversation and said, "Does the high officer know me? When I was young, my condition was low, and therefore I acquired my ability in many things, but they were mean matters. Must the superior man have such variety of ability? He does not need variety of ability." Lao said, "The master said, 'Having no official employment, I acquired many arts.'" 第7章 子曰：“吾有志乎哉？吾志也。有比夫问于我，空空如也，我扣其两端而解焉。” Chapter 7 The Master said, "Am I indeed possessed of knowledge? I am not knowing. But if a mean person, who appears quite empty-like, ask anything of me, I set it forth from one end to the other, and exhaust it." 第8章 子曰：“凤鸟不至，何不出图？吾已矣乎！” Chapter 8 The Master said, "The fawn bird does not come, the river sends forth no map. It is all over with me." 第9章子见自摧者，免衣伤者，与古者，见之虽少必作，过之必趋。Chapter 9 When the master saw a person in a mourning dress, or anyone with the cap and upper and lower garments of full dress, or a blind person, on observing them approaching, though they were younger than himself, he would rise up, and if he had to pass by them, he would do so hastily. 第10章颜渊岿然叹曰：“仰之弥高，钻之弥坚，瞻之在前，呼延在后。夫子循循然善诱人，博我以文，约我以礼。欲罢不能，既竭吾才，如有所立卓尔，虽欲从之，莫由也已。” Chapter 10 Yen Yuan, in admiration of the master's doctrines, sighed and said, "I looked up to them, and they seemed to become more high. I tried to penetrate them, and they seemed to become more firm. I looked at them before me, and suddenly they seemed to be behind." The master, by orderly method, skillfully leads men on. He enlarged my mind with learning, and taught me the restraints of propriety. When I wish to give over the study of his doctrines, I cannot do so, and having exerted all my ability, there seems something to stand right up before me. But though I wish to follow and lay hold of it, I really find no way to do so. 11子疾病，子路使门人为臣。并兼曰：“久矣哉，由之行诈也！无臣而为有臣，吾谁欺？欺天乎？且于其死于臣之手也，吾宁死于二三子之手乎？且于纵不得大葬，于死于道路乎？” Chapter 11 The master being very ill, Tsz lu wished the disciples to act as ministers to him. During a remission of his illness, he said, "Long has the conduct of Yu been deceitful. By pretending to have ministers when I have them not, whom should I impose upon? Should I impose upon heaven? Moreover, than that I should die in the hands of ministers, is it not better that I should die in the hands of you, my disciples? And though I may not get a great burial, should I die upon the road?” 12章子贡曰：“有美玉于斯，运度而藏诸，求善古而孤诸。”子曰：“孤之哉，孤之哉！我待古者也。” Chapter 12 Tsz kung said, "There is a beautiful gem here. Should I lay it up in a case and keep it? Or should I seek for a good price and sell it?" The master said, "Sell it, sell it! But I would wait for one to offer the price." 13章子欲居九夷，或曰：“陋，汝之何？” 子曰：君子居之，何陋之有? Chapter 13. The master was wishing to go and live among the 9 wild tribes of the East. Someone said, "They are rude. How can you do such a thing?" The master said, "If a superior man dwelt among them, what rudeness would there be?" 14章，子曰：吾自卫反鲁，然后乐正，雅颂各得其所。Chapter 14. The master said, I returned from Wei to Lu, and then the music was reformed, and the pieces in the royal songs and praise songs all found their proper places. 15章，子曰：出则事公卿，入则事父兄，丧事不敢不免，不为久困，何有于我哉? Chapter 15. The master said, abroad, to serve the high ministers and nobles; at home, to serve one's father and elder brothers; in all duties to the dead, not to dare not to exert one's self, and not to be overcome of wine. Which one of these things do I attain to? 16章，子在川上曰：逝者如斯夫，不舍昼夜。Chapter 16. The master standing by a stream said, It passes on just like this, not ceasing day or night. 17章，子曰：吾未见好德如好色者也。Chapter 17. The master said, I have not seen one who loves virtue as he loves beauty. 18章，子曰：譬如围山，未成一篑，知无止也；譬如平地，虽覆一篑，进吾往也。Chapter 18. The master said, The prosecution of learning may be compared to what may happen in raising a mound. If there want but one basket of earth to complete the work, and I stop, the stopping is my own work. It may be compared to throwing down the earth on the level ground. Though but one basketful is thrown at a time, the advancing with it is my own going forward. 19章，子曰：欲之而不惰者，其回也与。Chapter 19. The master said, never flagging when I set forth anything to him. Ah, that is 回。20章，子谓颜渊曰：惜乎！吾见其进也，未见其止也。Chapter 20. The master said of Yen Yuan, Alas! I saw his constant advance. I never saw him stopping his progress. 21章，子曰：苗而不秀者，有一夫；秀而不实者，有一夫。Chapter 21. The master said, There are cases in which the blade springs, but the plant does not go on to flower. There are cases where it flowers, but no fruit is subsequently produced. 22章，子曰：后生可畏，焉知来者之不如今也？40、50而无闻焉，斯亦不足畏也已。Chapter 22. The master said, A youth is to be regarded with respect. How do we know that his future will not be equal to our present? If he reach the age of 40 or 50, and has not made himself heard of, then indeed he will not be worth being regarded with respect. 23章，子曰：法语之言，能无从乎？改之为贵。训语之言，能无悦乎？义之为贵。悦而不义，从而不改，吾莫如之何也已矣。Chapter 23. The master said, Can men refuse to assent to the words of strict admonition? But it is reforming the conduct, because of them, which is valuable. Can men refuse to be pleased with words of gentle advice? But it is unfolding their aim which is valuable. If a man be pleased with these words, but does not unfold their aim, and assents to those, but does not reform his conduct, I can really do nothing with him. 24章， 子曰：主忠信，物有不如己者，过则勿惮改。Chapter 24. The Master said, Hold faithfulness and sincerity as first principles. Have no friends not equal to yourself. When you have faults, do not fear to abandon them. 25章，子曰：三军可夺帅也，匹夫不可夺志也。Chapter 25. The Master said, The commander of the forces of a large state may be carried off, but the will of even a common man cannot be taken from him. 26章，子曰：以彼运袍与一胡落者立，而不耻者，其有也与？不志不求，何用不臧？子路终身诵之。子曰：是道也，何足以臧？ Chapter 26. The Master said, dressed himself in a tattered robe quilted with hemp, yet standing by the side of a man dressed in furs, and not ashamed. Ah, it is Yu who is equal to this. He dislikes none, he covets nothing. What can he do but what is good? Tsz lu kept continually repeating these words of the ode, when the Master said, Those things are by no means sufficient to constitute perfect excellence. 27章，子曰：岁寒，然后知松柏之后凋也。Chapter 27. The Master said, When the year becomes cold, then we know how the pine and the cypress are the last to lose their leaves. 28章，子曰：智者不惑，仁者不忧，勇者不惧。Chapter 28. The Master said, The wise are free from perplexities, the virtuous from anxiety, and the bold from fear. 29章，子曰：可与共学，未可与士道；可与士道，未可与利；可与利，未可与权。Chapter 29. The Master said, There are some with whom we may study in common, but we shall find them unable to go along with us to principles. Perhaps we may go on with them to principles, but we shall find them unable to get established in those along with us. Or, if we may get so established along with them, we shall find them unable to weigh occurring events along with us. 30章，唐立之华，偏其反耳。岂不尔思，世事远耳。子曰：未之思也，为何远之有？ Chapter 30. How the flowers of the aspen plum flutter and turn! Do I not think of you? But your house is distant. The Master said, It is the want of thought about it. How is it distant? End of Book 9. Recording by Li Jing. Book 10 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 乡党第10 Book 10 乡党第一章，孔子与乡党，栩栩如也，死不能言者。其在宗庙朝廷，便便然为谨耳。Chapter 1. Confucius in his village looked simple and sincere, and as if he were not able to speak. When he was in the prince's ancestorial temple, or in the court, he spoke minutely on every point, but cautiously. 第二章，朝与下大夫言，侃侃如也；与上大夫言，盈盈如也。君在，卒疾如也，语语如也。Chapter 2. When he was waiting at court, in speaking with the great officers of the lower grade, he spoke freely, but in a straightforward manner. In speaking with those of the higher grade, he did so blandly, but precisely. When the ruler was present, his manner displayed respectful uneasiness. It was grave, but self-possessed. 第三章，君昭使病，色薄如也，足厥如也。 依所与力，左右手依前后搀如也。趋近亦如也。兵退必复命曰：兵不顾矣。Chapter 3. When the prince called him to employ him in the reception of a visitor, his countenance appeared to change, and his legs to move forward with difficulty. He inclined himself to the other officers among whom he stood, moving his left or right arm as their position required, but keeping the skirts of his robe before and behind evenly adjusted. He hastened forward, with his arms like the wings of a bird. When the guest had retired, he would report to the prince, "The visitor is not turning round any more." 第4章 入宫门，居躬如也，如不容；立不中门，行不履欲。过位，色薄如也，足厥如也，其言似不足者。设资升堂，居躬如也，摒弃似不息者。出降一等，逞颜色，夷如也；莫阶趋近，亦如也。复其位，卒疾如也。Chapter 4. When he entered the palace gate, he seemed to bend his body as if it were not sufficient to admit him. When he was standing, he did not occupy the middle of the gateway. When he passed in or out, he did not tread upon the threshold. When he was passing the vacant place of the prince, his countenance appeared to change, and his legs to bend under him, and his words came as if he hardly had breath to utter them. He ascended the reception hall, holding up his robe with both his hands, and his body bent, holding in his breath also, as if he dared not breathe. When he came out from the audience, as soon as he had descended one step, he began to relax his countenance, and had a satisfied look. When he had got to the bottom of the steps, he advanced rapidly to his place, with his arms like wings, and on occupying it, his manner still showed respectful uneasiness. 第5章 直规，居躬如也，如不胜；上如衣，下如兽；薄如战色，足簌簌如有循；详礼，有容色；思敌，鱼如也。Chapter 5. When he was carrying the scepter of his ruler, he seemed to bend his body, as if he were not able to bear its weight. He did not hold it higher than the position of the hands in making a bow, nor lower than their position in giving anything to another. His countenance seemed to change, and look apprehensive, and he dragged his feet along as if they were held by something to the ground. In presenting the presents with which he was charged, he wore a placid appearance. At his private audience, he looked highly pleased. 第6章 君子不以干邹事，孔子不以为谢服。当属枕螭细，必表而出之。缁衣高裘，素衣泥裘，黄衣狐裘，裘长，短又媚。必有寝衣，长一身有伴；胡落之后以居，去丧无所不配。非为伤，必杀之。高裘悬冠不以吊，吉乐必服而朝。Chapter 6. The superior man did not use a deep purple or pure color in the ornaments of his dress. Even in his undress, he did not wear anything of a red or reddish color. In warm weather, he had a single garment either of coarse or fine texture, but he wore it displayed over an inner garment. Over lamb's fur he wore a garment of black, over fawn's fur one of white, and over fox's fur one of yellow. The fur robe of his undress was long, with the right sleeve short. He required his sleeping dress to be half as long again as his body. When staying at home, he used thick furs of the fox or the badger. When he put off mourning, he wore all the appendages of the girdle. His undergarment, except when it was required to be the curtain shape, was made of silk cut narrow above and wide below. He did not wear lamb's fur or black cap on a visit of condolence. On the first day of the month he put on his court robes and presented himself at court. 第7章，斋必有名医，不；斋必辨识，居必谦坐。Chapter 7. When fasting, he thought it necessary to have his clothes brightly clean and made of linen cloth. When fasting, he thought it necessary to change his food, and also to change the place where he commonly sat in the apartment. 第8章，食不厌精，脍不厌细，食易而爱，鱼馁而肉败，不食；色恶不食，臭恶不食，湿人不食，不食不食，歌不正不食，不得其将不食，肉虽多，不使盛食细，唯酒无量，不及乱，沽酒失腐不食，不彻将食不多食，祭与公不素肉，祭肉不出3日，出3日不食之意，食不语，寝不言，虽蔬食菜根，瓜蓟必斋如也。Chapter 8. He did not dislike to have his rice finely cleaned, nor to have his minced meat cut quite small. He did not eat rice which had been injured by heat or damp and turned sour, nor fish or flesh which was gone. He did not eat what was discolored or what was of a bad flavor, nor anything which was ill cooked, or was not in season. He did not eat meat which was not cut properly, nor what was served without its proper sauce. Though there might be a large quantity of meat, he would not allow what he took to exceed the due proportion for the rice. It was only in wine that he laid down no limit for himself, but he did not allow himself to be confused by it. He did not partake of wine and dried meat bought in the market. He was never without ginger when he ate. He did not eat much. When he had been assisting at the prince's sacrifice, he did not keep the flesh which he received overnight. The flesh of his family sacrifice he did not keep over 3 days. If kept over 3 days, people could not eat it. When eating, he did not converse. When in bed, he did not speak. Although his food might be coarse rice and vegetable soup, he would offer a little of it in sacrifice with a grave, respectful air. 第9章，席不正不坐。Chapter 9. If his mat was not straight, he did not sit on it. 第10章，乡人饮酒，仗者出，斯出矣。乡人挪，朝服而立于坐阶。Chapter 10. When the villagers were drinking together, on those who carried staffs going out, he went out immediately after. When the villagers were going through their ceremonies to drive away pestilential influences, he put on his court robes and stood on the eastern steps. 11章，问人于他邦，再拜而送之。康子馈要，拜而受之，曰：秋未达，不敢尝。Chapter 11. When he was sending complimentary inquiries to anyone in another state, he bowed twice as he escorted the messenger away. Ji Kang having sent him a present of physic, he bowed and received it, saying, I do not know it, I dare not taste it. 12章，旧坟，子退朝，曰：伤人乎？不问马。Chapter 12. The stable being burned down when he was at court, on his return he said, Has any man been hurt? He did not ask about the horses. 13章，君赐食，必正席，先尝之；君赐心，必熟而见之；君赐生，必续之。是食于君，君祭，先饭。即君视之，东守，加朝服脱身；君命召，不似驾行矣。Chapter 13. When the prince sent him a gift of cooked meat, he would adjust his mat, first taste it, and then give it away to others. When the prince sent him a gift of undressed meat, he would have it cooked, and offer it to the spirits of his ancestors. When the prince sent him a gift of a living animal, he would keep it alive. When he was in attendance on the prince and joining in the entertainment, the prince only sacrificed. He first tasted everything. When he was ill and the prince came to visit him, he had his head to the east, made his court robes he spread over him, and drew his girdle across him. When the prince's order called him, without waiting for his carriage to be yoked, he went at once. 14章入大庙每事问 Chapter 14. When he entered the ancestral temple of the state, he asked about everything. 15章朋友死无所归，曰与我病。朋友之馈，虽车马，非祭肉不败。Chapter 15. When any of his friends died, if he had no relations who could be depended on for the necessary offices, he would say, I will bury him. When a friend sent him a present, though it might be a carriage and horses, he did not bow. The only present for which he bowed was that of the flesh of sacrifice. 16章寝不施，居不容。见资摧者，虽瑕必变；见冕者，与骨者，虽谢必以貌。胸腹者视之，视腹板者。有盛传，必变色而作；迅雷风烈，必变。Chapter 16. In bed, he did not lie like a corpse. At home, he did not put on any formal deportment. When he saw anyone in a morning dress, though it might be an acquaintance, he would change countenance. When he saw anyone wearing the cap of full dress, or a blind person, though he might be in his undress, he would salute them in a ceremonious manner. To any person in mourning, he bowed forward to the crossbar of his carriage. He bowed in the same way to anyone bearing the tables of population. When he was at an entertainment where there was an abundance of provisions set before him, he would change countenance and rise up. On a sudden clap of thunder or violent wind, he would change countenance. 17章升车必正立直随，车中不内顾，不急言，不轻止。Chapter 17. When he was about to mount his carriage, he would stand straight, holding the cord. When he was in the carriage, he did not turn his head quite round, he did not talk hastily, he did not point with his hands. 18章色思举意，详而后急。曰：山梁此志，实在实在。子路共之，三袖而坐。Chapter 18. Seeing the countenance, it instantly rises. It flies round, and by settles. The master said, There is the hen pheasant on the hill bridge. At its season, at its season. Tsz lu made a motion to it. Thrice it smelt him, and then rose. End of Book 10. Recording by Li Jing. Book 11 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 仙境第11 Book 11仙境第一章子曰：先敬于礼乐，野人也；后敬于礼乐，君子也。如用之，则无从先敬。Chapter 1. The men of former times, in the matters of ceremonies and music, were rustics, it is said, while the men of these latter times, in ceremonies and music, are accomplished gentlemen. If I have occasion to use those things, I follow the men of former times. 第二章 子曰：从我于陈蔡者，皆不及门也。德行，颜渊、闵子骞、冉伯牛、仲弓；言语，宰我、子贡；政事，冉有、季路；文学，子游、子夏。Chapter 2. The Master said, Of those who were with me in Chen and Tsai, there are none to be found to enter my door. Distinguished for their virtuous principles and practice, there were Yen Yuan, Ming Ziqian, Ran Bo Niu, and Zhong Gong; for their ability in speech, Zai Wo and Zi Gong; for their administrative talents, Ran You and Ji Lu; for their literary acquirements, Zi You and Zi Xia. 第3章，子曰：回也，非助我者也。于吾言，无所不悦。Chapter 3. The Master said, Hui gives me no assistance. There is nothing that I say in which he does not delight. 第4章，子曰：孝在闵子骞，人不见于其父母昆弟之言。Chapter 4. The Master said, Filial indeed is Ming Ziqian. Other people say nothing of him different from the report of his parents and brothers. 第5章，南容三父白圭，孔子以其兄之子弃之。Chapter 5. Nanrong was frequently repeating the lines about a white scepter stone. Confucius gave him the daughter of his elder brother to wife. 第6章，季康子问弟子孰为好学？孔子对曰：有颜回者好学，不幸短命死矣。今也则无。Chapter 6. Ji Kang asked which of the disciples loved to learn. Confucius replied to him, There was a Yan Hui. He loved to learn. Unfortunately, his appointed time was short and he died. Now there is no one who loves to learn as he did. 第7章，颜渊死，颜路请子之车，以为之果。子曰：才不才，亦各言其子也。礼也死，有官而无果。吾不图行以为之果，以吾从大夫之后，不可图行也。Chapter 7. When Yen Yuan died, Yen Lu begged the carriage of the master to sell, and get an outer shell for his son's coffin. The master said, Every one calls his son, whether he has talents or has not talents. There was Li. When he died, he had a coffin, but no outer shell. I would not walk on foot to get a shell for him, because, having followed in the rear of the great officers, it was not proper that I should walk on foot. 第8章，颜渊死，子曰：唉，天丧于，天丧于。Chapter 8. When Yen Yuan died, the master said, Alas! Heaven is destroying me, heaven is destroying me. 第9章，颜渊死，子哭之痛。从者曰：子痛矣。曰：有痛乎？非夫人之为痛，而谁为？ Chapter 9. When Yen Yuan died, the master bewailed him exceedingly, and the disciples who were with him said, Master, your grief is excessive. Is it excessive? Said he. If I am not to mourn bitterly for this man, for whom should I mourn? 第10章，颜渊死，门人欲厚葬之。子曰：不可。门人厚葬之。子曰：回也，是于由父也，于不得是由子也，非我也，夫二三子也。Chapter 10. When Yen Yuan died, the disciples wished to give him a great funeral, and the master said, You may not do so. The disciples did bury him in great style. The master said, Hui behaved towards me as his father. I have not been able to treat him as my son. The fault is not mine, it belongs to you, O disciples. 11章，记录问世鬼神。子曰：未能视人，焉能视鬼？ 敢问死。曰：未知生，焉知死。 Chapter 11. Chi Lu asked about serving the spirits of the dead. The Master said, While you are not able to serve men, how can you serve their spirits? Chi Lu added, I venture to ask about death. He was answered, While you do not know life, how can you know about death? 12章 明子是策，盈盈如也；子路沆沆如也。然有子贡侃侃如也。子乐若有也，不得其死然。 Chapter 12. The disciple Ming was standing by his side, looking bland and precise. Tsz lu looking bold and soldierly. Ran Yu and Tsz kung with a free and straightforward manner. The Master was pleased. He said, Yu there! He will not die a natural death. 13章 鲁人为常府。明子谦曰：人旧惯如之何？何必改作？子曰：夫人不言，言必有众。 Chapter 13. Some parties in Lu were going to take down and rebuild the long treasury. Ming Ziqian said, Suppose it were to be repaired after its old style, why must it be altered and made anew? The Master said, This man seldom speaks. When he does, he is sure to hit the point. 14章 子曰：由之色，奚为于丘之门？门人不敬子路。子曰：由也，升堂亦未入于室也。 Chapter 14. The Master said, What has the lute of Yu to do in my door? The other disciples began not to respect Tsz lu. The Master said, Yu has ascended to the hall, though he has not yet passed into the inner apartments. 15章 子贡问师与商也孰贤？子曰：师也过，商也不及。曰：然则师欲与？子曰：过犹不及。 Chapter 15. Tsz kung asked which of the two, Shi or Shang, was the superior. The Master said, Shi goes beyond the due mean, and Shang does not come up to it. Then said Tsz kung, the superiority is with Shi, I suppose. The Master said, To go beyond is as wrong as to fall short. 16章 季氏附于周公，而求也为之聚练而复益之。子曰：非吾徒也，小子，鸣鼓而攻之可也。 Chapter 16. The head of the Ji family was richer than the Duke of Zhou had been, and yet Qiu collected his imposts for him, and increased his wealth. The Master said, He is no disciple of mine. My little children, beat the drum and assail him. 17章 柴也鱼，参也鲁，师也辟，友也晏。 Chapter 17. Chai is simple. Shen is dull. Shi is specious. Yu is coarse. 18章 子曰：回也其数乎？履空。次不受命而获直焉，义则履众。 Chapter 18. The Master said, There is Hui. He has nearly attained to perfect virtue. He is often in want. Tsz does not acquiesce in the appointments of heaven, and his goods are increased by him. Yet his judgments are often correct. 19章 子张问善人之道。子曰：不见计，亦不入于事。 Chapter 19. Tsz chang asked what were the characteristics of the good man. The Master said, He does not tread in the footsteps of others, but moreover, he does not enter the chamber of the sage. 20章 子曰：论笃是与？君子者乎？色庄者乎？ Chapter 20. The Master said, If Because a man's discourse appears solid and sincere, we allow him to be a good man. Is he really a superior man? Or is his gravity only in appearance? 21章，子路问文思行诸？子曰：有父兄在，如之何其文思行之？冉有问文思行诸？子曰：文思行之。公西华曰：有也问文思行诸？子曰：有父兄在。求也问文思行诸？子曰：文思行之。赤也敢问。子曰：求也退，故进之；有也坚人，故退之。Chapter 21. Tsz-lu asked whether he should immediately carry into practice what he heard. The master said, "There are your father and elder brothers to be consulted. Why should you act on that principle of immediately carrying into practice what you hear?" Ran Yu asked the same, whether he should immediately carry into practice what he heard, and the master answered, "Immediately carry into practice what you hear." Gong Xihua said, "You asked whether he should carry immediately into practice what he heard, and you said, 'There are your father and elder brothers to be consulted.' Chiu asked whether he should immediately carry into practice what he heard, and you said, 'Carry it immediately into practice.' I, Ch'i, am perplexed, and venture to ask you for an explanation." The master said, "Chiu is retiring and slow, therefore I urged him forward. Yu has more than his own share of energy, therefore I kept him back." 22章，子谓于匡，颜渊后。子曰：吾以汝为死矣。曰：子在，回何敢死？ Chapter 22. The master was putting fear in Kwang, and Yen Yuan fell behind. The master, on his rejoining him, said, "I thought you had died." Hui replied, "While you were alive, how should I presume to die?" 23章，季子然问仲由然求，可谓大成语。子曰：吾以子为义之问，曾由于求之问。所谓大成者，以道事君，不可责之。今由与求也，可谓俱成矣。曰：然则从之者与？子曰：事父与君，亦不从也。Chapter 23. 季子然 asked whether Zhong Yu and Ran Qiu could be called great ministers. The master said, "I thought you would ask about some extraordinary individuals, and you only ask about Yu and Qiu. What is called a great minister is one who serves his prince according to what is right, and when he finds he cannot do so, retires. Now, as to Yu and Qiu, they may be called ordinary ministers." Tsz ran said, "Then they will always follow their chief, will they?" The master said, "In an act of parricide or regicide, they will not follow him." 24章，子路使子高为必宰。子曰：贼夫人之子。子路曰：有名人焉，有社稷焉，何必读书然后为学？子曰：是故恶夫佞者。Chapter 24. Tsz-lu got Tsz-kao appointed governor of B. The master said, "You are injuring a man's son." Tsz-lu said, "There are there common people and officers. There are the altars of the spirits of the land and grain. Why must one read books before he can be considered to have learned?" The master said, "It is on this account that I hate your glib-tongued people." 25章，子路、曾皙、冉有、公西华侍坐。子曰：以吾一日长乎尔，吾无以也。居则曰：不吾知也。如或知尔，则何以哉？子路率尔而对曰：千乘之国，设乎大国之间，加之以师旅，应之以机警，有也为之，必及3年，可使有勇，且知方也。夫子审之。求尔何如？对曰：方6、7十，如5、6十， 求也为之，必积3年，可使足民。如其礼乐，以俟君子。赤尔何如？对曰：非曰能之，愿学焉。宗庙之事，如会同，端章谱，愿为小象焉。典尔何如？鼓瑟兮坑耳，舍色而作。对曰：异乎三子者之传。子曰：何伤乎？亦各言其志也。曰：暮春者春服既成，观者5、6人，童子6、7人，欲乎夷，风乎舞雩，咏而归。夫子喟然叹曰：吾与典也。三子者出，曾皙后。曾皙曰：夫三子者之言何如？子曰：亦各言其志而已矣。曰：夫子何审由也？曰：为国以礼，其言不让，是故审之。为求则非邦也歟？安见方6、7十，如5、6十，而非邦也者？为赤则非邦也歟？宗庙会同，非诸侯而何？赤也为之小，孰能为之大？ Chapter 25. 子路、曾皙、冉有 and 公西华 were sitting by the master. He said to them, Though I am a day also older than you, do not think of that. From day to day you are saying, We are not known. If some ruler were to know you, what would you like to do? Tsz lu hastily and lightly replied, Suppose the case of a state of 10,000 chariots. Let it be straitened between other large states. Let it be suffering from invading armies. And to this let there be added a famine in corn and in all vegetables. If I were entrusted with the government of it, in 3 years' time I could make the people to be bold, and to recognize the rules of righteous conduct. The master smiled at him. Turning to Ran Yu, he said, Qiu, what are your wishes? Qiu replied, Suppose a state of 60 or 70 li square, or one of 50 of 60, and let me have the government of it. In 3 years' time, I could make plenty to abound among the people. As to teaching them the principles of propriety and music, I must wait for the rise of a superior man to do that. What are your wishes, Ch'i? Said the master next to Gong Xi Hua. Ch'i replied, I do not say that my ability extends to these things, but I should wish to learn them. At the services of the ancestral temple, and at the audiences of the princes with the sovereign, I should like, dressed in the dark square made robe and the black linen cap, to act as a small assistant. Last of all, the master asked Zeng Xi, Dian, what are your wishes? Dian, pausing as he was playing on his lute, while it was yet twanging, laid the instrument aside and rose. My wishes, he said, are different from the cherished purposes of these 3 gentlemen. What harm is there in that? Said the master. Do you also, as well as they, speak out your wishes. Dian then said, In this, the last month of spring, with the dress of the season all complete, along with 5 or 6 young men who have assumed the cap, and 6 or 7 boys, I would wash in the Yi, enjoy the breeze among the rain altars, and return home singing. The master heaved a sigh and said, I give my approval to Dian. The 3 others having gone out, Zeng Xi remained behind and said, What do you think of the words of these 3 friends? The master replied, They simply told each one his wishes. Xi pursued, Master, why did you smile at Yu? He was answered, The management of a state demands the rules of propriety. His words were not humble, therefore I smiled at him. Xi again said, But was it not a state which Ch'iu proposed for himself? The reply was, Yes. Did you ever see a territory of 60 or 70 li, or one of 50 or 60, which was not a state? Once more Xi inquired, And was it not a state which Ch'i proposed for himself? The master again replied, Yes, who but princes have to do with ancestral temples, and with audiences but the sovereign? If Ch'ih were to be a small assistant in these services, who could be a great one? End of Book 11. Recording by Li Jing. Book 12 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 颜渊第12 Book 12 颜渊第1章颜渊问仁，子曰：克己复礼为仁。一日克己复礼，天下归仁焉。为人由己，而由人乎哉？颜渊曰：请问其目。子曰：非礼勿视，非礼勿听，非礼勿言，非礼勿动。颜渊曰：回虽不敏，请示斯语矣。Chapter 1. Yan Yuan asked about perfect virtue. The Master said, to subdue one's self and return to propriety is perfect virtue. If a man can for one day subdue himself and return to propriety, all under heaven will ascribe perfect virtue to him. Is the practice of perfect virtue from a man himself, or is it from others? Yan Yuan said, I beg to ask the steps of that process. The Master replied, look not at what is contrary to propriety. Listen not to what is contrary to propriety. Speak not what is contrary to propriety. Make no movement which is contrary to propriety. Yan Yuan then said, though I am deficient in intelligence and vigor, I will make it my business to practice this lesson. 第2章仲弓问仁。子曰：出门如见大兵，使民如承大器。己所不欲，勿施于人。在邦无怨，在家无怨。仲弓曰：庸虽不敏，请示斯语矣。Chapter 2. Zhong Gong asked about perfect virtue. The Master said, it is, when you go abroad, to behave to every one as if you were receiving a great guest, to employ the people as if you were assisting at a great sacrifice, not to do others as you would not wish done to yourself, to have no murmuring against you in the country, and none in the family. Zhong Gong said, though I am deficient in intelligence and vigor, I will make it my business to practice this lesson. 第3章司马牛问仁。子曰：仁者，其言也任。曰：其言也任，斯谓之仁义乎？子曰：为之难，言之得无任乎？ Chapter 3. Sima Niu asked about perfect virtue. The Master said, the man of perfect virtue is cautious and slow in his speech. Cautious and slow in his speech, said Niu. Is this what is meant by perfect virtue? The Master said, when a man feels the difficulty of doing, can he be other than cautious and slow in speaking? 第4章司马牛问君子。子曰：君子不忧不惧。曰：不忧不惧，斯谓之君子矣乎？子曰：内省不疚，夫何忧何惧？ Chapter 4. Sima Niu asked about the superior man. The Master said, the superior man has neither anxiety or fear. Being without anxiety or fear, said Niu, does this constitute what we call the superior man? The Master said, when internal examination discovers nothing wrong, what is there to be anxious about? What is there to fear? 第5章司马牛忧曰：人皆有兄弟，我独无。子夏曰：商闻之矣，死生有命，富贵在天。君子敬而无失，与人恭而有礼。四海之内皆兄弟也，君子何患乎无兄弟也？ Chapter 5. Sima Niu, full of anxiety, said, other men all have their brothers, I only have not. Tsze said to him, "There is the following saying which I have heard: 'Death and life have their determined appointment. Riches and honors depend upon heaven.' Let the superior man never fail reverentially to order his own conduct, and let him be respectful to others and observant of propriety. Then all within the four seas will be his brothers. What has the superior man to do with being distressed because he has no brothers?" 第六章，子张问名。子曰：浸润之赠，夫受之粟，不行焉，可谓名也已矣。浸润之赠，夫受之粟，不行焉，可谓远也已矣。Chapter 6. Tsze chang asked what constituted intelligence. The Master said, "He with whom neither slander that gradually soaks into the mind, nor statements that startle like a wound in the flesh, are successful, may be called intelligent indeed. Yea, he with whom neither soaking slander, nor startling statements, are successful, may be called far-seeing." 第七章，子贡问政。子曰：足食，足兵，民信之矣。子贡曰：必不得已而去，于斯三者何先？曰：去兵。子贡曰：必不得已而去，于斯二者何先？曰：去食。自古皆有死，民无信不立。Chapter 7. Tsze kung asked about government. The Master said, "The requisites of government are that there be sufficiency of food, sufficiency of military equipment, and the confidence of the people in their ruler." Tsze kung said, "If it cannot be helped, and one of these must be dispensed with, which of the three should be foregone first?" "The military equipment," said the Master. Tsze kung again asked, "If it cannot be helped, and one of the remaining two must be dispensed with, which of them should be foregone?" The Master answered, "Part with the food. From of old, death has been the lot of all men, but if the people have no faith in their rulers, there is no standing for the state." 第八章，及子成曰：君子智而已矣，何以文为？子贡曰：惜乎夫子之说君子也，驷不及舌。文犹智也，智犹文也。虎豹之阔，犹犬羊之阔。Chapter 8. 及子成 said, "In a superior man it is only the substantial qualities which are wanted. Why should we seek for ornamental accomplishments?" Tsze kung said, "Alas, your words, sir, show you to be a superior man, but 4 horses cannot overtake the tongue. Ornament is as substance, substance is as ornament. The hide of a tiger or a leopard stripped of its hair is like the hide of a dog or a goat stripped of its hair." 第九章，哀公问于有若曰：年饥，用不足，如之何？有若对曰：何彻乎？曰：二，吾犹不足，如之何其彻也？对曰：百姓足，君孰与不足？百姓不足，君孰与足？ Chapter 9. The Duke Ai inquired of Yu Ruo, saying, "The year is one of scarcity, and the returns for expenditure are not sufficient. What is to be done?" Yu Ruo replied to him, "Why not simply tithe the people?" "With 2/10," said the Duke, "I find it not enough. How could I do with that system of 1/10?" Yu Ruo answered, "If the people have plenty, their prince will not be left to want alone. If the people are in want, their prince cannot enjoy plenty alone." 第10章，子张问崇德，辩惑。子曰：主忠信，喜义，崇德也。爱之欲其生，恶之欲其死，既欲其生，又欲其死，是祸也。诚不以富，义直以义。Chapter 10. Tsze chang having asked how virtue was to be exalted, and delusions to be discovered, the Master said, Hold faithfulness and sincerity as first principles, and be moving continually to what is right. This is the way to exalt one's virtue. You love a man and wish him to live. You hate him and wish him to die. Having wished him to live, you also wish him to die. This is a case of delusion. It may not be on account of her being rich, yet you come to make a difference. 11章，齐景公问政于孔子。孔子对曰：君君，臣臣，父父，子子。公曰：善哉！信如君不君，臣不臣，父不父，子不子，虽有粟，吾得而食诸。Chapter 11. The Duke Jing of Qi asked Confucius about government. Confucius replied, There is government when the prince is prince, and the minister is minister, when the father is father, and the son is son. Good, said the Duke, if indeed the prince be not prince, the minister not minister, the father not father, and the son not son, although I have my revenue, can I enjoy it? 12章，子曰：片言可以折喻者，其有也与？子路无宿诺。Chapter 12. The Master said, it is Yu who could with half a word settle litigations. Tsz lu never slept over a promise. 13章，子曰：听讼，吾犹人也；必也，使吾讼乎？ Chapter 13. The Master said, In hearing litigations, I am like any other body. What is necessary, however, is to cause the people to have no litigations. 14章，子张问政。子曰：居之无倦，行之以忠。Chapter 14. 子张 asked about government. The Master said, The art of governing is to keep its affairs before the mind without weariness, and to practice them with undeviating consistency. 15章，子曰：博学于文，约之以礼，亦可以佛判以服。Chapter 15. The Master said, By extensively studying all learning, and keeping himself under the restraint of the rules of propriety, one may thus likewise not err from what is right. 16章，子曰：君子成人之美，不成人之恶，小人反是。Chapter 16. The Master said, The superior man seeks to perfect the admirable qualities of men, and does not seek to perfect their bad qualities. The mean man does the opposite of this. 17章，季康子问政于孔子。孔子对曰：政者，正也。子率以正，孰敢不正？ Chapter 17. Ji Kang asked Confucius about government. Confucius replied, To govern means to rectify. If you lead on the people with correctness, who will dare not to be correct? 18章，季康子患道，问于孔子。孔子对曰：苟子之不欲，虽赏之不切。Chapter 18. Ji Kang, distressed about the number of thieves in the state, inquired of Confucius how to do away with them. Confucius said, If you, sir, were not covetous, although you should reward them to do it, they would not steal. 19章，季康子问政于孔子，曰：如杀无道，以救有道，何如？孔子对曰：子为政，焉用杀？子欲善而民善矣。君子之德风，小人之德草，草上之风必偃。Chapter 19. Ji Kang asked Confucius about government, saying, What do you say to killing the unprincipled for the good of the principled? Confucius replied, Sir, in carrying on your government, why should you use killing at all? Let your evinced desires be for what is good, and the people will be good. The relation between superiors and inferiors is like that between the wind and the grass. The grass must bend when the wind blows across it. 20章 子张问事何如，斯可谓之达矣。子曰：何哉，而所谓达者？子张对曰：在邦必闻，在家必闻。子曰：是闻也，非达也。夫达也者，治直而好义，察言而观色，虑以下人。在邦必达，在家必达。夫闻也者，色取人而行为，居之不疑。在邦必闻，在家必闻。Chapter 20. Tsz chang asked, What must the officer be, who may be said to be distinguished? The master said, What is it you call being distinguished? Tsz chang replied, It is to be heard of through the state, to be heard of throughout his clan. The master said, That is notoriety, not distinction. Now the man of distinction is solid and straightforward, and loves righteousness. He examines people's words, and looks at their countenances. He is anxious to humble himself to others. Such a man will be distinguished in the country. He will be distinguished in his clan. As to the man of notoriety, he assumes the appearance of virtue, but his actions are opposed to it, and he rests in this character without any doubts about himself. Such a man will be heard of in the country. He will be heard of in the clan. 21章 樊迟从游于五鱼之下，曰：敢问崇德、修特、辩惑。子曰：善哉问！先事后德，非崇德语；攻其恶，无攻人之恶，非修特语；一朝之愤，忘其身以及其亲，非惑语。Chapter 21. Fan Chi, rambling with the master under the trees about the rain altars, said, I venture to ask how to exalt virtue, to correct cherished evil, and to discover delusions. The master said, Truly a good question. If doing what is to be done be made the first business, and success a secondary consideration, is not this the way to exalt virtue? To assail one's own wickedness and not assail that of others, is not this the way to correct cherished evil? For morning's anger to disregard one's own life and involve that of his parents, is not this a case of delusion? 22章 樊迟问仁，子曰：爱人。问智，子曰：知人。樊迟未答。子曰：举直错诸枉，能使枉者直。樊迟退，见子夏曰：相也，吾见于夫子而问智。子曰：举直错诸枉，能使枉者直，何谓也？子夏曰：父在言乎！舜有天下，选于众，举高尧，不仁者远矣。汤有天下，选于众，举伊尹，不仁者远矣。Chapter 22. Fan Chi asked about benevolence. The master said, It is to love all men. He asked about knowledge. The master said, It is to know all men. Fan Chi did not immediately understand these answers. The master said, Employ the upright and put aside all the crooked. In this way the crooked can be made to be upright. Fan Chi retired, and seeing Tsz hia, he said to him, A little while ago I had an interview with our master, and asked him about knowledge. He said, Employ the upright and put aside all the crooked. In this way the crooked will be made to be upright. What did he mean? Tsz hia said, Truly rich is his saying. Shun, being in possession of the kingdom, selected from among all the people, and employed Gao Yao, on which all who were devoid of virtue disappeared. Tang, being in possession of the kingdom, selected from among all the people, and employed Yi Yin, and all who were devoid of virtue disappeared. 23章 子贡问友，子曰：忠告而善道之，不可则止，勿自辱焉。Chapter 23. Tsz kung asked about friendship. The master said, Faithfully admonish your friend, and skillfully lead him on. If you find him impracticable, Stop, do not disgrace yourself. 24章 曾子曰：君子以文会友，以友辅仁。 Chapter 24. The philosopher Tsang said, "The superior man on grounds of culture meets with his friends, and by their friendship helps his virtue." End of Book 12. Recording by Li Jing. Book 13 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 子路第13 Book 13 子路 第1章 子路问政 子曰：先之劳之 请益曰：无倦 Chapter 1 子路 asked about government. The master said, "Go before the people with your example, and be laborious in their affairs." He requested further instruction, and was answered, "Be not weary in these things." 第2章 仲弓为礼士宰问政 子曰：先有司设小过举贤才 曰：焉知贤才而举之 曰：举而所知，而所不知，人其舍诸。 Chapter 2 仲弓, being chief minister to the head of the Ji family, asked about government. The master said, "Employ first the services of your various officers, pardon small faults, and raise to office men of virtue and talents." 仲弓 said, "How shall I know the men of virtue and talent, so that I may raise them to office?" He was answered, "Raise to office those whom you know. As to those whom you do not know, will others neglect them?" 第3章 子路曰：为君待子而为政，子将奚先？子曰：必也，正名乎？子路曰：有事在，子之迂也，奚其政？子曰：也哉有也！君子于其所不知，盖确如也。名不正，则言不顺；言不顺，则事不成；事不成，则礼乐不兴；礼乐不兴，则刑罚不重；刑罚不重，则民无所措手足。故君子明之，必可言也；言之，必可行也。君子于其言，无所苟而已矣。 Chapter 3 子路 said, "The ruler of Wei has been waiting for you, in order with you to administer the government. What will you consider the first thing to be done?" The master replied, "What is necessary is to rectify names." "So, indeed," said Tsz lu, "you are wide of the mark. Why must there be such rectification?" The master said, "How uncultivated you are, Yu! A superior man, in regard to what he does not know, shows a cautious reserve. If names be not correct, language is not in accordance with the truth of things. If language be not in accordance with the truth of things, affairs cannot be carried on to success. When affairs cannot be carried on to success, proprieties and music will not flourish. When proprieties and music do not flourish, punishments will not be properly awarded. When punishments are not properly awarded, the people do not know how to move hand or foot. Therefore a superior man considers it necessary that the names he uses may be spoken appropriately, and also that what he speaks may be carried out appropriately. What the superior man requires is just that in his words there may be nothing incorrect. 第4章樊迟请学家 子曰：吾不如老农。请学为仆。曰：吾不如老仆。樊迟出。子曰：小人哉，樊须也！上好礼，则民莫敢不敬；上好义，则民莫敢不服；上好信，则民莫敢不用情。夫如是，则四方之民强父其子而治矣，焉用家？ Chapter 4 Fan Chi requested to be taught husbandry. The master said, "I am not so good for that as an old husbandman." He requested also to be taught gardening, and was answered, "I am not so good for that as an old gardener." Fan Ch'i having gone out, the Master said, "A small man indeed is Fan Xu. If a superior love propriety, the people will not dare not to be reverent. If he love righteousness, the people will not dare not to submit to his example. If he love good faith, the people will not dare not to be sincere. Now, when these things obtain, the people from all quarters will come to him, bearing their children on their backs. What need has he of a knowledge of husbandry?" 第5章，子曰：宋诗300，授之以政，不达，使于四方，不能专对，虽多，以希以为。Chapter 5. The Master said, "Though a man may be able to recite the 300 odes, yet if, when entrusted with a governmental charge, he knows not how to act, or if, when sent to any quarter on a mission, he cannot give his replies unassisted, notwithstanding the extent of his learning, of what practical use is it?" 第6章，子曰：其身正，不令而行；其身不正，虽令不从。Chapter 6. The Master said, "When a prince's personal conduct is correct, his government is effective without the issuing of orders. If his personal conduct is not correct, he may issue orders, but they will not be followed." 第7章，子曰：鲁卫之政，兄弟也。Chapter 7. The Master said, "The governments of Lu and Wei are brothers." 第8章，子谓魏公子瑾善居士，时有曰：苟合矣；少有曰：苟玩矣；富有曰：苟美矣。Chapter 8. The Master said of Ching, a scion of the ducal family of Wei, that he knew the economy of a family well. When he began to have means, he said, "Ha! Here's a collection." When they were a little increased, he said, "Ha! This is complete." When he had become rich, he said, "Ha! This is admirable." 第9章，子是谓冉有仆。子曰：庶矣哉！冉有曰：既庶矣，又何加焉？曰：富之。曰：既富矣，又何加焉？曰：骄之。Chapter 9. When the Master went to Wei, Ran Yu acted as driver of his carriage. The Master observed, "How numerous are the people!" Yu said, "Since they are thus numerous, what more shall be done for them?" "Enrich them," was the reply. "And when they have been enriched, what more shall be done?" The Master said, "Teach them." 第10章，子曰：苟有用我者，积月而已可也，3年有成。Chapter 10. The Master said, "If there were any of the princes who would employ me, in the course of 12 months I should have done something considerable. In 3 years the government would be perfected." 11章，子曰：善人为邦100年，亦可以胜残去杀矣，诚哉是言也。Chapter 11. The Master said, "If good men were to govern a country in succession for 100 years, they would be able to transform the violently bad, and dispense with capital punishments." True indeed is this saying. 12章，子曰：如有王者，必弑而后仁。Chapter 12. The Master said, "If a truly royal ruler were to arise, it would still require a generation, and then virtue would prevail." 13章，子曰：苟正其身矣，于从政乎何有？不能正其身，如正人何？ Chapter 13. The Master said, "If a minister make his own conduct correct, what difficulty will he have in assisting in government? If he cannot rectify himself, what has he to do with rectifying others?" 14章， 冉子退朝。子曰：何晏也？对曰：有政。子曰：其事也，如有政，虽不无矣，吾期与闻之。Chapter 14. The disciple Ran returning from the court, the master said to him, How are you so late? He replied, We had government business. The master said, It must have been family affairs. If there had been government business, though I am not now in office, I should have been consulted about it. 15章，定公问一言而可以兴邦，有诸？孔子对曰：言不可以若是，其几也。人之言曰：为君难，为臣不易。如知为君之难也，不几乎一言而兴邦乎？曰：一言而丧邦，有诸？孔子对曰：言不可以若是，其几也。人之言曰：余无乐乎为君，为其言而莫于为也。如其善而莫之为也，不亦善乎？如不善而莫之为也，不几乎一言而丧邦乎？ Chapter 15. The Duke Ding asked whether there was a single sentence which could make a country prosperous. Confucius replied, Such an effect cannot be expected from one sentence. There is a saying, however, which people have: To be a prince is difficult. To be a minister is not easy. If a ruler knows this, the difficulty of being a prince, may there not be expected from this one sentence the prosperity of his country? The Duke then said, Is there a single sentence which can ruin a country? Confucius replied, Such an effect as that cannot be expected from one sentence. There is, however, the saying which people have, I have no pleasure in being a prince, but only in that no one can offer any opposition to what I say. If a ruler's words be good, is it not also good that no one oppose them? But if they are not good, and no one opposes them, may there not be expected from this one sentence the ruin of his country? 16章，社公问政。子曰：近者悦，远者来。Chapter 16. The Duke of She asked about government. The master said, Good government obtains when those who are near are made happy, and those who are far off are attracted. 17章，子夏为举父宰，问政。子曰：吾欲速，吾见小利。欲速则不达，见小利则大事不成。Chapter 17. Tsze Xia, being governor of Jufu, asked about government. The master said, Do not be desirous to have things done quickly. Do not look at small advantages. Desire to have things done quickly prevents their being done thoroughly. Looking at small advantages prevents great affairs from being accomplished. 18章，社公欲孔子曰：吾党有执公者，其父攘羊，而子正之。孔子曰：吾党之执者异于是，父为子隐，子为父隐，执在其中矣。Chapter 18. The Duke of She informed Confucius, saying, Among us here there are those who may be styled upright in their conduct. If their father have stolen a sheep, they will bear witness to the fact. Confucius said, Among us, in our part of the country, those who are upright are different from this. The father conceals the misconduct of the son, and the son conceals the misconduct of the father. Uprightness is to be found in this. 19章，樊迟问仁。子曰：居处恭，执事敬，与人忠，虽之夷狄，不可弃也。Chapter 19. Fan Chi asked about perfect virtue. The master said, It is in retirement to be sedately grave, in the management of business to be reverently attentive, in intercourse with others to be strictly sincere. Though a man go among rude, uncultivated tribes, these qualities may not be neglected. 20章，子贡问曰：何如斯可谓之是矣？子曰：行己有耻，始于四方，不辱君命，可谓是矣。曰：敢问其次。曰：宗族称孝焉，乡党称弟焉。曰：敢问其次。曰：言必信，行必果，坑坑然，小人哉，亦可以为次矣。曰：今之从政者何如？子曰：哎，斗勺之人何足算也。Chapter 20. 子贡 asked, saying, What qualities must a man possess to entitle him to be called an officer? The master said, He who in his conduct of himself maintains a sense of shame, and when sent to any quarter will not disgrace his prince's commission, deserves to be called an officer. Tsz kung pursued, I venture to ask who may be placed in the next lower rank. And he was told, He whom the circle of his relatives pronounce to be filial, whom his fellow villagers and neighbors pronounce to be fraternal. Again the disciple asked, I venture to ask about the class still next in order. The master said, They are determined to be sincere in what they say and to carry out what they do. They are obstinate little men, yet perhaps they may make the next class. Tsz kung finally inquired, Of what sort are those of the present day who engage in government? The master said, Pooh! There are so many pecks and hampers, not worth being taken into account. 21章，子曰：不得中行而与之，必也狂倦乎？狂者进取，倦者有所不为也。Chapter 21. The master said, Since I cannot get men pursuing the due medium, to whom I might communicate my instructions, I must find the ardent and the cautiously decided. The ardent will advance and lay hold of truth. The cautiously decided will keep themselves from what is wrong. 22章，子曰：南人有言曰：人而无恒，不可以作巫医，善夫。不恒其德，或成之修。子曰：不战而已矣。Chapter 22. The master said, The people of the south have a saying, A man without constancy cannot be either a wizard or a doctor. Good! Inconstant in his virtue, he will be visited with disgrace. The master said, This arises simply from not attending to the prognostication. 23章，子曰：君子和而不同，小人同而不和。Chapter 23. The master said, The superior man is affable but not adulatory. The mean man is adulatory but not affable. 24章，子贡问曰：乡人皆好之，何如？子曰：未可也。乡人皆恶之，何如？子曰：未可也。不如乡人之善者好之，其不善者恶之。Chapter 24. 子贡 asked, saying, What do you say of a man who is loved by all the people of his neighborhood? The master replied, We may not for that accord our approval of him. And what do you say of him who is hated by all the people of his neighborhood? The master said, We may not for that conclude that he is bad. It is better than either of these cases that the good in the neighborhood love him and the bad hate him. 25章，子曰：君子易事而难悦也，悦之不以道，不悦也。及其使人也，弃之。小人难事而易悦也，悦之虽不以道，悦也。及其使人也，求备焉。Chapter 25. The master said, The superior man is easy to serve and difficult to please. If you try to please him in any way which is not accordant with right, he will not be pleased. But in his employment of men, he uses them according to their capacity. The mean man is difficult to serve and easy to please. If you try to please him, though it be in a way which is not accordant with right, he may be pleased. But in his employment of men, he wishes them to be equal to everything. 26章，子曰：君子泰而不骄，小人骄而不泰。Chapter 26. The Master said, The superior man has a dignified ease without pride. The mean man has pride without a dignified ease. 27章，子曰：刚、毅、木、讷、敬人。Chapter 27. The Master said, The firm, the enduring, the simple, and the modest are near to virtue. 28章，子路问曰：何如斯可谓之是矣？子曰：切切思思，怡怡如也，可谓是矣。朋友切切思思，兄弟怡怡。Chapter 28. Tsze-lu asked, saying, What qualities must a man possess to entitle him to be called a scholar? The Master said, He must be thus: earnest, urgent, and bland. Among his friends earnest and urgent, among his brethren bland. 29章，子曰：善人教民7年，亦可以及容矣。Chapter 29. The Master said, Let a good man teach the people 7 years, and they may then likewise be employed in war. 30章，子曰：以不教民战，是谓弃之。Chapter 30. The Master said, To lead an uninstructed people to war is to throw them away. End of Book 13. Recording by Legge. Book 14 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 宪问第14 Book 14, 宪问。第一章，宪问耻。子曰：邦有道，古；邦无道，古，耻也。Chapter 1. Xian asked what was shameful. The Master said, When good government prevails in a state, to be thinking only of salary; and when bad government prevails, to be thinking in the same way only of salary. This is shameful. 第二章，克、伐、怨、欲，不行焉，可以为仁矣。子曰：可以为难矣，仁则吾不知也。Chapter 2. When the love of superiority, boasting, resentments, and covetousness are repressed, this may be deemed perfect virtue. The Master said, This may be regarded as the achievement of what is difficult, but I do not know that it is to be deemed perfect virtue. 第三章，子曰：士而怀居，不足以为士矣。Chapter 3. The Master said, The scholar who cherishes the love of comfort is not fit to be deemed a scholar. 第四章，子曰：邦有道，威严威行；邦无道，威行严训。Chapter 4. The Master said, When good government prevails in a state, language may be lofty and bold, and actions the same. When bad government prevails, the actions may be lofty and bold, but the language may be with some reserve. 第五章，子曰：有德者必有言，有言者不必有德；仁者必有勇，勇者不必有仁。Chapter 5. The Master said, The virtuous will be sure to speak correctly, but those whose speech is good may not always be virtuous. Men of principle are sure to be bold, but those who are bold may not always be men of principle. 第六章，南宫库问于孔子曰：义善射，傲荡周，惧不得其死然。 与季公家而有天下。夫子不答。南宫括出，子曰：君子在若人，上德在若人。Chapter 6. Nan Gongquo, submitting an inquiry to Confucius, said, Yi was skillful at archery, and all could move a boat along upon the land, but neither of them died a natural death. Yu and Ji personally wrought at the toils of husbandry, and they became possessors of the kingdom. The master made no reply, but when Nan Gongquo went out, he said, A superior man indeed is this, an esteemer of virtue indeed is this. 第7章，子曰：君子而不仁者有一夫，未有小人而仁者也。Chapter 7. The master said, Superior men, and yet not always virtuous. There have been, alas! But there never has been a mean man, and at the same time virtuous. 第8章，子曰：爱之，能勿劳乎？忠言，能勿惠乎？ Chapter 8. The master said, Can there be love which does not lead to strictness with its object? Can there be loyalty which does not lead to the instruction of its object? 第9章，子曰：唯命，必臣草创之，世书讨论之，行人子语修饰之，东篱资产润色之。Chapter 9. The master said, In preparing the governmental notifications, Bi Chen first made the rough draft. Shi Shu examined and discussed its contents. Zi Yu, the manager of foreign intercourse, then polished the style, and finally Zi Chan of Dongli gave it the proper elegance and finish. 第10章，或问子产，子曰：惠人也。问子奚，曰：彼哉，彼哉。问管仲，曰：仁也。夺博士便宜300，饭疏食，莫齿无怨言。Chapter 10. Someone asked about Tzu Chan. The master said, He was a kind man. He asked about Tzu Xi. The master said, That man, that man. He asked about Guan Zhong. For him, said the master, the city of Pian, with 300 families, was taken from the chief of the Bo family, who did not utter a murmuring word, though to the end of his life he had only coarse rice to eat. 11章，子曰：贫而无怨，难；富而无骄，易。Chapter 11. The master said, To be poor without murmuring is difficult. To be rich without being proud is easy. 12章，子曰：孟公绰为赵魏老则忧，不可以为腾穴大夫。Chapter 12. The master said, Meng Gongchuo is more than fit to be chief officer in the families of Zhao and Wei, but he is not fit to be great officer to either of the states Tang or Xue. 13章，子路问陈人，子曰：若张武仲之知，公绰之不欲，卞庄子之勇，然求之义，闻之以礼乐，亦可以为成人矣。曰：今之成人者，何必然？见利思义，见危受命，久夭不忘平生之言，亦可以为成人矣。Chapter 13. Tsz lu asked what constituted a complete man. The master said, Suppose a man with the knowledge of Zang Wu Zhong, the freedom from covetousness of Gong Chuo, the bravery of Zhuang of Bian, and the varied talents of Ran Qiu, add to these the accomplishments of the rules of propriety and music. Such a one might be reckoned a complete man. He then added, But what is the necessity for complete men of the present day to have all these things? The man who in the view of gain thinks of righteousness, who in the view of danger is prepared to give up his life, and who does not forget an old agreement however far back it extends, such a man may be reckoned a complete man. 14章，子问公叔文子于公明甲曰：信乎？夫子不言不孝，不取乎？公明甲对曰：以告者过也。夫子食然后言，人不厌其言；乐然后笑，人不厌其笑；义然后取，人不厌其取。子曰：其然，岂其然乎？ Chapter 14. The master asked Gongmingjia about Gongshu Wen, saying, Is it true that your master speaks not, laughs not, and takes not? Gongmingjia replied, This has arisen from the reporters going beyond the truth. My master speaks when it is time to speak, and so men do not get tired of his speaking. He laughs when there is occasion to be joyful, and so men do not get tired of his laughing. He takes when it is consistent with righteousness to do so, and so men do not get tired of his taking. The master said, So, but is it so with him? 15章，子曰：臧武仲以防求为后于鲁，虽曰不邀君，吾不信也。 Chapter 15. The master said, Zhang Wuzhong, keeping possession of Fang, asked of the Duke of Lu to appoint a successor to him in his family. Although it may be said that he was not using force with his sovereign, I believe he was. 16章，子曰：晋文公决而不正，齐桓公正而不决。 Chapter 16. The master said, The Duke Wen of Jing was crafty and not upright. The Duke Huan of Qi was upright and not crafty. 17章，子路曰：桓公杀公子纠，招乎死之，管仲不死。曰：为人乎？子曰：桓公九合诸侯，不以兵车，管仲之利也。如其人，如其人。 Chapter 17. Tsze Lu said, The Duke Huan caused his brother Jiu to be killed, when Zhao Hu died with his master, but Guan Zhong did not die. May not I say that he was wanting in virtue? The master said, The Duke Huan assembled all the princes together, and that not with weapons of war and chariots. It was all through the influence of Guan Zhong, whose beneficence was like his. 18章，子贡曰：管仲非人者与？桓公杀公子纠，不能死，又相之。子曰：管仲相桓公，霸诸侯，一匡天下，民道于今，受其次。威管仲，吾其披发左人矣。其若匹夫匹妇之为量也，自尽于钩毒而莫知之也。 Chapter 18. Tsze Kung said, Guan Zhong, I apprehend, was wanting in virtue. When the Duke Huan caused his brother Jiu to be killed, Guan Zhong was not able to die with him. Moreover, he became prime minister to Huan. The master said, Guan Zhong acted as prime minister to the Duke Huan, made him leader of all the princes, and united and rectified the whole kingdom. Down to the present day, the people enjoy the gifts which he conferred. But for Guan Zhong, we should now be wearing our hair unbound and the lappets of our coats buttoning on the left side. We require from him the small fidelity of common men and common women who would commit suicide in a stream of ditch, no one knowing anything about them. 19章，公叔文子之臣，大夫荀，与文子同生诸公。子闻之曰：可以为文矣。 Chapter 19. The great officer Xun, who had been family minister to Kung Shu Wen, ascended to the prince's court in company with Wen. The master, having heard of it, said, He deserved to be considered Wen the accomplished. 20章，子言卫灵公之无道也。康子曰：夫如是，息而不丧。孔子曰：仲舒与治宾客，祝陀治宗庙，王孙贾治军旅，夫如是，息其丧。Chapter 20. The master was speaking about the unprincipled course of the Duke Ling of Wei, when Ki K'ang said, "Since he is of such a character, how is it he does not lose his state?" Confucius said, "The Chung Shu Yu has the superintendence of his guests and of strangers. The litanist Tuo has the management of his ancestral temple, and Wang Sun Jia has the direction of the army and forces. With such officers as these, how should he lose his state?" 21章，子曰：其言之不作，则为之也难。Chapter 21. The master said, "He who speaks without modesty will find it difficult to make his words good." 22章，臣子是简公。孔子沐浴而朝，告于哀公曰：臣恒视其君，请讨之。公曰：告夫三子。孔子曰：以吾从大夫之后，不敢不告也。君曰：告夫三子者，知三子告不可。孔子曰：以吾从大夫之后，不敢不告也。Chapter 22. Chen murdered the Duke Jian of Qi. Confucius bathed, went to court, and informed the Duke Ai, saying, "Chen Hun has slain his sovereign. I beg that you will undertake to punish him." The Duke said, "Inform the chiefs of the three families of it." Confucius retired and said, "Following in the rear of the great officers, I did not dare not to represent such a matter, and my prince says, 'Inform the chiefs of the three families of it.'" He went to the chiefs, and informed them, but they would not act. Confucius then said, "Following the rear of the great officers, I did not dare not to represent such a matter." 23章，子路问事君。子曰：勿欺也，而犯之。Chapter 23. Tsz lu asked how a ruler should be served. The master said, "Do not impose on him, and, moreover, withstand him to his face." 24章，子曰：君子上达，小人下达。Chapter 24. The master said, "The progress of the superior man is upwards. The progress of the mean man is downwards." 25章，子曰：古之学者为己，今之学者为人。Chapter 25. The master said, "In ancient times, men learned with a view to their own improvement. Nowadays, men learn with a view to the approbation of others." 26章，蘧伯玉使人于孔子。孔子与之坐，而问焉，曰：夫子何为？对曰：夫子欲寡其过，而未能也。使者出。子曰：使乎，使乎。Chapter 26. Qu Bo Yu sent a messenger with friendly inquiries to Confucius. Confucius sat with him and questioned him. "What," said he, "is your master engaged in?" The messenger replied, "My master is anxious to make his faults few, but he has not yet succeeded." He then went out, and the master said, "A messenger indeed, a messenger indeed." 27章，子曰：不在其位，不谋其政。Chapter 27. The master said, "He who is not in any particular office has nothing to do with plans for the administration of its duties." 28章，曾子曰：君子思不出其位。Chapter 28. The philosopher Tsang said, "The superior man in his thoughts does not go out of his place." 29章，子曰：君子耻其言而过其行。Chapter 29. The Master said, "The superior man is modest in his speech, but exceeds in his actions." 30章，子曰：君子道者三，我无能言。仁者不忧，智者不惑，勇者不惧。子贡曰：夫子自道也。Chapter 30. The Master said, "The way of the superior man is threefold, but I am not equal to it. Virtuous, he is free from anxieties. Wise, he is free from perplexities. Bold, he is free from fear." Tsze Kung said, "Master, that is what you yourself say." 31章，子贡方人。子曰：次也贤乎哉！夫我则不暇。Chapter 31. Tsze Kung was in the habit of comparing men together. The Master said, "Tsze must have reached a high pitch of excellence. Now I have not leisure for this." 32章，子曰：不患人之不己知，患其不能也。Chapter 32. The Master said, "I will not be concerned at men's not knowing me. I will be concerned at my own want of ability." 33章，子曰：不逆诈，不义不信，义亦先觉者，是贤乎？ Chapter 33. The Master said, "He who does not anticipate attempts to deceive him, nor think beforehand of his not being believed, and yet apprehends these things readily when they occur, is he not a man of superior worth?" 34章，微生母谓孔子曰：秋，何为是兮兮者于？吾乃为佞乎？孔子曰：非敢为佞也，即故也。Chapter 34. Wei Shengmu said to Confucius, "Qiu, how is it that you keep roosting about? Is it not that you are an insinuating talker?" Confucius said, "I do not dare to play the part of such a talker, but I hate obstinacy." 35章，子曰：计不称其力，称其德也。Chapter 35. The Master said, "A horse is called a ji not because of its strength, but because of its other good qualities." 36章，或曰：以德报怨，何如？子曰：何以报德？以直报怨，以德报德。Chapter 36. Someone said, "What do you say concerning the principle that injury should be recompensed with kindness?" The Master said, "With what then will you recompense kindness? Recompense injury with justice, and recompense kindness with kindness." 37章，子曰：莫我知也夫。子贡曰：何为其莫之子也？子曰：不怨天，不尤人，下学而上达，知我者其天乎？ Chapter 37. The Master said, "Alas, there is no one that knows me." Tsze Kung said, "What do you mean by that saying, that no one knows you?" The Master replied, "I do not murmur against heaven. I do not grumble against men. My studies lie low and my penetration rises high. But there is heaven that knows me." 38章，公伯僚诉子路于季孙，子服景伯以告。曰：夫子固有惑至于公伯僚，武力犹能四诸世朝。子曰：道之将行也于命也，道之将废也于命也。公伯僚其如命何？ Chapter 38. The 公伯僚, having slandered Tsze Lu to Ji Sun, Tsze Fu Jingbo informed Confucius of it, saying, "Our master is certainly being led astray by the Kung Po Liao, but I have still power enough left to cut Liao off, and expose his corpse in the market and in the court." The Master said, "If my principles are to advance, it is so ordered. If they are to fall to the ground, it is so ordered. What can the Kung Po Liao do where such ordering is concerned? 39章，子曰：贤者必士，其次必地，其次必色，其次必言。Chapter 39. The Master said, Some men of worth retire from the world. Some retire from particular states. Some retire because of disrespectful looks. Some retire because of contradictory language. 40章，子曰：作者七人矣。Chapter 40. The Master said, Those who have done this are 7 men. 41章，子路宿于石门，城门曰：西字。子路曰：自恐是。曰：使知其不可而为之者欤？ Chapter 41. 子路 happening to pass the night in Shimen, the gatekeeper said to him, Whom do you come from? 子路 said, From Mr. K'ung. It is he, is it not, said the other, who knows the impracticable nature of the times and yet will be doing in them. 42章，子姬庆于魏，有何愧而过孔氏之门者？曰：有心在姬庆乎？继而曰：彼在坑坑乎？莫及之也，思及而已矣。深则利，浅则揭。子曰：果哉，莫之难矣。Chapter 42. The Master was playing one day on a musical stone in Wei, when a man carrying a straw basket passed the door of the house where Confucius was, and said, His heart is full who so beats the musical stone. A little while after he added, How contemptible is the one-ideaed obstinacy those sounds display! When one is taken no notice of, he has simply at once to give over his wish for public employment. Deep water must be crossed with the clothes on, shallow water may be crossed with the clothes held up. The Master said, How determined is he in his purpose! But this is not difficult. 43章，子张曰：书云，高宗亮阴，3年不言，何谓也？子曰：何必高宗？古之人皆然。君薨，百官总己以听于冢宰3年。Chapter 43. 子张 said, What is meant when the Shu says that Gao Zong, while observing the usual imperial mourning, was for 3 years without speaking? The Master said, Why must Gao Zong be referred to as an example of this? The ancients all did so. When the sovereign died, the officers all attended to their several duties, taking instructions from the prime minister for 3 years. 44章，子曰：上好礼，则民易时也。Chapter 44. The Master said, When rulers love to observe the rules of propriety, the people respond readily to the calls on them for service. 45章，子路问君子。子曰：修己以敬。曰：如斯而已乎？曰：修己以安人。曰：如斯而已乎？曰：修己以安百姓。修己以安百姓，尧舜其有病诸？ Chapter 45. Tsze-lu asked, What constituted the superior man? The Master said, The cultivation of himself in reverential carefulness. And is this all? Said Tsze-lu. He cultivates himself so as to give rest to others, was the reply. And is this all? Again asked Tsze-lu. The Master said, He cultivates himself so as to give rest to all the people. He cultivates himself so as to give rest to all the people. Even Yao and Shun were still solicitous about this. 46章，元攘夷四。子曰：幼而不逊弟，长而无数焉，老而不死，是为贼。以杖扣其筋。 Chapter 46. Yuan Rang was squatting on his heels, and so waited the approach of the master, who said to him, "In youth not humble as befits a junior, in manhood doing nothing worthy of being handed down, and living on to old age, this is to be a pest." With this he hit him on the shank with his staff. 47章，却当童子将命，或问之曰：义者于？子曰：吾见其居于位也，见其与先生并行也，非求义者也，与速成者也。Chapter 47. A youth of the village of Chue was employed by Confucius to carry the messages between him and his visitors. Someone asked about him, saying, "I suppose he has made great progress." The master said, "I observe that he is fond of occupying the seat of a full-grown man. I observe that he walks shoulder to shoulder with his elders. He is not one who is seeking to make progress in learning. He wishes quickly to become a man." End of Book 14. Recording by Legge. Book 15 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 卫灵公第15 Book 15 卫灵公第一章卫灵公问臣于孔子。孔子对曰：祖斗之事，则常闻之矣；军旅之事，谓之学也。明日遂行。在臣绝粮，从者病，莫能兴。子路运见曰：君子亦有穷乎？子曰：君子固穷，小人穷斯滥矣。Chapter 1. The Duke Ling of Wei asked Confucius about tactics. Confucius replied, "I have heard all about sacrificial vessels, but I have not learned military matters." On this he took his departure the next day. When he was in Ch'en, their provisions were exhausted, and his followers became so ill that they were unable to rise. Tsz lu, with evident dissatisfaction, said, "Has the superior man likewise to endure in this way?" The master said, "The superior man may indeed have to endure want, but the mean man, when he is in want, gives way to unbridled license." 第二章 子曰：次也，予以愚为多学而治之者与？对曰：然，非愚。曰：非也，愚一以贯之。Chapter 2. The master said, "Tsz, you think, I suppose, that I am one who learns many things and keeps them in memory." Tsz kung replied, "Yes. But perhaps it is not so." "No," was the answer. "I seek a unity all-pervading." 第三章 子曰：由知德者鲜矣。Chapter 3. The master said, "Yo, those who know virtue are few." 第四章 子曰：无为而治者，其顺也与？夫何为哉？攻己正南面而已矣。Chapter 4. The master said, "May not Shun be instanced as having governed efficiently without exertion? What did he do? He did nothing but gravely and reverently occupy his royal seat." 第五章 子张问行。子曰：言忠信，行笃敬，虽蛮貊之邦，行矣；言不忠信，行不笃敬，虽周礼，行乎哉？立则见其参于前也，在语则见其以于恒也。夫然后行。子张书诸身。Chapter 5. Tsz chang asked how a man should conduct himself so as to be everywhere appreciated. The master said, "Let his words be sincere and truthful, and his actions honorable and careful. Such conduct may be practiced among the rude tribes of the south or the north. If his words be not sincere and truthful, and his actions not honorable and careful, will he, with such conduct, be appreciated even in his neighborhood?" When he is standing, let him see those two things, as it were, fronting him. When he is in a carriage, let him see them attached to the yoke. Then may he subsequently carry them into practice. Tsz chang wrote these counsels on the end of his sash. 第六章，子曰：直哉始于邦有道如是，邦有道如是。君子在衢伯玉，邦有道则仕，邦无道则可卷而怀之。Chapter 6. The Master said, truly straightforward was the historiographer Yu. When good government prevailed in his state, he was like an arrow. When bad government prevailed, he was like an arrow. A superior man indeed is Qu Bo Yu. When good government prevails in his state, he is to be found in office. When bad government prevails, he can roll his principles up and keep them in his breast. 第七章，子曰：可与言而不与之言，失人不可与言而与之言，失言。智者不失人，亦不失言。Chapter 7. The Master said, when a man may be spoken with, not to speak to him is to err in reference to the man. When a man may not be spoken with, to speak to him is to err in reference to our words. The wise err neither in regard to their man nor to their words. 第八章，子曰：治世仁人，无求生以害人，有杀生以成仁。Chapter 8. The Master said, the determined scholar and the man of virtue will not seek to live at the expense of injuring their virtue. They will even sacrifice their lives to preserve their virtue complete. 第九章，子贡问为人。子曰：公欲善其事，必先利其器。居士邦也，是其大夫之贤者，有其事之仁者。Chapter 9. Tsz kung asked about the practice of virtue. The Master said, the mechanic, who wishes to do his work well, must first sharpen his tools. When you are living in any state, take service with the most worthy among its great officers, and make friends of the most virtuous among its scholars. 第十章，颜渊问为邦。子曰：行夏之时，沉阴之路，福州之冕。悦则少武，放正身，远令人。正身迎，令人待。Chapter 10. Yen Yuan asked how the government of a country should be administered. The Master said, follow the seasons of Sha, ride in the state carriage of Yin, wear the ceremonial cap of Zhou, let the music be the shao with its pantomimes. Banish the songs of Zheng and keep far from specious talkers. The songs of Zheng are licentious, specious talkers are dangerous. 11章，子曰：人无远虑，必有近忧。Chapter 11. The Master said, if a man take no thought about what is distant, he will find sorrow near at hand. 12章，子曰：以一乎，吾未见好德如好色者也。Chapter 12. The Master said, it is all over. I have not seen one who loves virtue as he loves beauty. 13章，子曰：藏文重，其切位者愚，知柳下惠之贤而不与利也。Chapter 13. The Master said, was not Zhang Wen like one who had stolen his situation? He knew the virtue and the talents of Hui of Liu Xia, and yet did not procure that he should stand with him in court. 14章，子曰：公自厚而薄责于人，则远怨矣。Chapter 14. The Master said, he who requires much from himself and little from others will keep himself from being the object of resentment. 15章，子曰：不曰如之何，如之何者，吾莫如之何也已矣。Chapter 15. The Master said, when a man is not in the habit of saying, what shall I think of this? What shall I think of this? I can indeed do nothing with him. 16章，子曰：群居终日，言不及义，好行小惠，难矣哉。Chapter 16. The Master said, when a number of people are together for a whole day without their conversation turning on righteousness, and when they are fond of carrying out the suggestions of small shrewdness, theirs is indeed a hard case. 17章，子曰：君子义以为质，礼以行之，训以出之，信以成之，君子哉。Chapter 17. The Master said, the superior man in everything considers righteousness to be essential. He performs it according to the rules of propriety. He brings it forth in humility. He completes it with sincerity. This is indeed a superior man. 18章，子曰：君子病无能焉，不病人之不己知也。Chapter 18. The Master said, the superior man is distressed by his want of ability. He is not distressed by men's not knowing him. 19章，子曰：君子即莫视，而民不称焉。Chapter 19. The Master said, the superior man dislikes the thought of his name not being mentioned after his death. 20章，子曰：君子求诸己，小人求诸人。Chapter 20. The Master said, what the superior man seeks is in himself. What the mean man seeks is in others. 21章，子曰：君子精而不争，群而不党。Chapter 21. The Master said, the superior man is dignified, but does not wrangle. He is sociable, but not a partisan. 22章，子曰：君子不以言举人，不以人废言。Chapter 22. The Master said, the superior man does not promote a man simply on account of his words, nor does he put aside good words because of the man. 23章，子贡问曰：有一言而可以终身行之者乎？子曰：其恕乎！己所不欲，勿施于人。Chapter 23. 子贡 asked, saying, is there one word which may serve as a rule of practice for all one's life? The Master said, is not reciprocity such a word? What you do not want done to yourself, do not do to others. 24章，子曰：吾之于人也，谁毁？谁欲？如有所欲者，其有所示矣。斯民也，三代之所以直道而行也。Chapter 24. The Master said, in my dealings with men, whose evils do I blame, whose goodness do I praise beyond what is proper? If I do sometimes exceed in praise, there must be ground for it in my examination of the individual. This people supplied the ground why the three dynasties pursued the path of straightforwardness. 25章，子曰：吾犹及使之确闻也。有马者，借人乘之，今无一夫。Chapter 25. The Master said, even in my early days, a historiographer would leave a blank in his text, and he who had a horse would lend him to another to ride. Now, alas, there are no such things. 26章，子曰：巧言乱德，小不忍则乱大谋。Chapter 26. The Master said, specious words confound virtue. Want of forbearance in small matters confounds great plans. 27章，子曰：众恶之，必察焉；众好之，必察焉。Chapter 27. The Master said, when the multitude hate a man, it is necessary to examine into the case. When the multitude like a man, it is necessary to examine into the case. 28章，子曰：人能弘道，非道弘人。Chapter 28. The Master said, "A man can enlarge the principles which he follows. Those principles do not enlarge the man." 29章，子曰：过而不改，是谓过矣。Chapter 29. The Master said, "To have faults and not to reform them, this, indeed, should be pronounced having faults." 30章，子曰：吾尝终日不食，终夜不寝，以思无益，不如学也。Chapter 30. The Master said, "I have been the whole day without eating, and the whole night without sleeping, occupied with thinking. It was of no use. The better plan is to learn." 31章，子曰：君子谋道不谋食，耕也馁在其中矣，学也禄在其中矣。君子忧道不忧贫。Chapter 31. The Master said, "The object of the superior man is truth. Food is not his object. There is plowing. Even in that there is sometimes want. So, with learning, emolument may be found in it. The superior man is anxious lest he should not get truth. He is not anxious lest poverty should come upon him." 32章，子曰：志极之，人不能守之，虽得之，必失之。志极之，人能守之，不庄以立之，则民不敬。志极之，人能守之，庄以立之，动之不以礼，未善也。Chapter 32. The Master said, "When a man's knowledge is sufficient to attain, and his virtue is not sufficient to enable him to hold, whatever he may have gained, he will lose again. When his knowledge is sufficient to attain, and he has virtue enough to hold fast, if he cannot govern with dignity, the people will not respect him. When his knowledge is sufficient to attain, and he has virtue enough to hold fast, when he governs also with dignity, yet if he try to move the people contrary to the rules of propriety, full excellence is not reached." 33章，子曰：君子不可小知，而可大受也；小人不可大受，而可小知也。Chapter 33. The Master said, "The superior man cannot be known in little matters, but he may be entrusted with great concerns. The small man may not be entrusted with great concerns, but he may be known in little matters." 34章，子曰：民之于人也，胜于水火。水火无见导而死者矣，未见导人而死者也。Chapter 34. The Master said, "Virtue is more to man than neither water or fire. I have seen men die from treading on water and fire, but I have never seen a man die from treading the course of virtue." 35章，子曰：当仁不让于师。Chapter 35. The Master said, "Let every man consider virtue as what devolves on himself. He may not yield the performance of it even to his teacher." 36章，子曰：君子真而不亮。Chapter 36. The Master said, "The superior man is correctly firm, and not firm merely." 37章，子曰：事君尽其事，而后其时。Chapter 37. The Master said, "A minister, in serving his prince, reverently discharges his duties, and makes his emolument a secondary consideration." 38章，子曰：有教无类。Chapter 38. The Master said, "In teaching there should be no distinction of classes." 39章，子曰：道不同，不相为谋。Chapter 39. The Master said, "Those whose courses are different cannot lay plans for one another." 40章，子曰：辞达而已矣。Chapter 40. The Master said, "In language it is simply required that it convey the meaning." 41章， 师免见，即接。子曰：接也。即席。子曰：席也。皆坐。子告之曰：某在斯，某在斯。师免出。子张问曰：与师言之道与？子曰：然，故向师之道也。Chapter 41. The music master, Mian, having called upon him, when they came to the steps, the master said, Here are the steps. When they came to the mat for the guest to sit upon, he said, Here is the mat. When all were seated, the master informed him, saying, So and so is here, so and so is here. The music master, Mian, having gone out, Tsz chang asked, saying, Is it the rule to tell those things to the music master? The master said, Yes, this is certainly the rule for those who lead the blind. End of Book 15. Recording by Li Jing. Book 16 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 记事第16 Book 16, 记事 第一章 记事将伐颛臾。然有记录见于孔子曰：记事将有事于颛臾。孔子曰：求，吾乃尔事过于？夫颛臾者，昔者先王以为东盟主，且在城邦之中矣，是社稷之臣也，何以伐为？然有曰：夫子欲之，吾二臣者皆不欲也。孔子曰：求，周任有言曰：臣立就列，不能者止。威而不持，颠而不服，则将焉用彼相矣。其二言过矣。虎兕出于峡，龟玉毁于毒中，是谁之过与？然有曰：今夫颛臾，故而近于弊，今不取，后世必为子孙忧。孔子曰：求，君子疾夫舍曰欲之，而必为之辞。丘也闻有国有家者，不患寡而患不均，不患贫而患不安。盖均无贫，和无寡，安无亲。夫如是，则远人不服，则修文德以来之；既来之，则安之。今有与求也，相夫子，远人不服而不能来也，邦分崩离析而不能守也，而谋动干戈于邦内。吾恐季孙之忧，不在颛臾，而在萧墙之内也。Chapter 1. The head of the Ji family was going to attack 颛臾. Ran Yu and Ji Lu had an interview with Confucius, and said, Our chief Ji is going to commence operations against 颛臾. Confucius said, Qiu, is it not you who are in fault here? Now, in regard to 颛臾, long ago a former king appointed its ruler to preside over the sacrifices to the Eastern Mang. Moreover, it is in the midst of the territory of our state, and its ruler is a minister in direct connection with the sovereign. What has your chief to do with attacking it? Ran Yu said, Our master wishes the thing, neither of us two ministers wishes it. Confucius said, Qiu, they are the words of Zhou Ren. When he can put forth his ability, he takes his place in the ranks of office. When he finds himself unable to do so, he retires from it. How can he be used as a guide to a blind man who does not support him when tottering, nor raise him up when fallen? And further, you speak wrongly. When a tiger or rhinoceros escapes from his cage, when a tortoise or piece of jade is injured in its repository, whose is the fault? Ran Yu said, But at present, 颛臾is strong and near to be. If our chief do not take it, it will hereafter be a sorrow to his descendants. Confucius said, Qiu, the superior man hates that declining to say, I want such and such a thing, and framing explanations for the conduct. I have heard that rulers of states and chiefs of families are not troubled lest their people should be few, but are troubled lest they should not keep their several places. That they are not troubled with fears of poverty, but are troubled with fears of want of contented repose among the people in their several places. For when the people keep their several places, there will be no poverty. When harmony prevails, there will be no scarcity of people. And when there is such a contented repose, there will be no rebellious upsettings. So it is. Therefore, if remoter people are not submissive, all the influences of civil culture and virtue are to be cultivated to attract them to be so. And when they have been so attracted, they must be made contented and tranquil. Now, here are you and Ch'iu, assisting your chief. Remoter people are not submissive, and, with your help, he cannot attract them to him. In his own territory there are divisions and downfalls, leavings and separations, and, with your help, he cannot preserve it. And yet he is planning these hostile movements within the state. I am afraid that the sorrow of the Chi Sun family will not be on account of Chuen Yu, but will be found within the screen of their own court. 第二章，孔子曰：天下有道，则礼乐征伐自天子出；天下无道，则礼乐征伐自诸侯出。自诸侯出，盖十世奚不失矣；自大夫出，五世奚不失矣；陪臣执国命，三世奚不失矣。天下有道，则政不在大夫；天下有道，则庶人不义。Chapter 2. Confucius said, when good government prevails in the empire, ceremonies, music, and punitive military expeditions proceed from the Son of Heaven. When bad government prevails in the empire, ceremonies, music, and punitive military expeditions proceed from the princes. When these things proceed from the princes, as a rule, the cases will be few in which they do not lose their power in 10 generations. When they proceed from the great officers of the princes, as a rule, the cases will be few in which they do not lose their power in 5 generations. When the subsidiary ministers of the great officers hold in their grasp the orders of the state, as a rule, the cases will be few in which they do not lose their power in 3 generations. When right principles prevail in the kingdom, government will not be in the hands of the great officers. When right principles prevail in the kingdom, there will be no discussions among the common people. 第三章，孔子曰：禄之去公事，五世矣；政逮于大夫，四世矣。故夫三桓之子孙危矣。Chapter 3. Confucius said, the revenue of the state has left the ducal house now for 5 generations. The government has been in the hands of the great officers for 4 generations. On this account, the descendants of the 3 Huan are much reduced. 第四章，孔子曰：益者三有，损者三有。有直，有量，有多闻，益矣；有辩辟，有善柔，有辩令，损矣。Chapter 4. Confucius said, there are 3 friendships which are advantageous, and 3 which are injurious: friendship with the upright, friendship with the sincere, and friendship with a man of much observation. These are advantageous. Friendship with a man of specious airs, friendship with the insinuatingly soft, and friendship with the glib-tongued. These are injurious. 第五章，孔子曰：益者三乐，损者三乐。乐结礼乐，乐道人之善，乐多贤友，益矣；乐交乐，乐益游，乐宴乐，损矣。Chapter 5. Confucius said, there are 3 things men find enjoyment in which are advantageous, and 3 things they find enjoyment in which are injurious: to find enjoyment in the discriminating study of ceremonies and music; to find enjoyment in speaking of the goodness of others; to find enjoyment in having many worthy friends. These are advantageous. To find enjoyment in extravagant pleasures; to find enjoyment in idleness and sauntering; to find enjoyment in the pleasures of feasting. These are injurious. 第六章， 孔子曰：士于君子有三千，言未及之而言，谓之躁；言及之而不言，谓之隐；未见颜色而言，谓之古。Chapter 6. Confucius said, "There are three errors to which they who stand in the presence of a man of virtue and station are liable. They may speak when it does not come to them to speak. This is called rashness. They may not speak when it comes to them to speak. This is called concealment. They may speak without looking at the countenance of their superior. This is called blindness." 第7章，孔子曰：君子有三戒。少之时，血气未定，戒之在色；及其壮也，血气方刚，戒之在斗；及其老也，血气既衰，戒之在德。Chapter 7. Confucius said, "There are three things which the superior man guards against. In youth, when the physical powers are not yet settled, he guards against lust. When he is strong and the physical powers are full of vigor, he guards against quarrelsomeness. When he is old and the animal powers are decayed, he guards against covetousness." 第8章，孔子曰：君子有三畏，畏天命，畏大人，畏圣人之言。小人不知天命而不畏也，侠大人无圣人之言。Chapter 8. Confucius said, "There are three things of which the superior man stands in awe. He stands in awe of the ordinances of heaven. He stands in awe of great men. He stands in awe of the words of sages. The mean man does not know the ordinances of heaven, and consequently does not stand in awe of them. He is disrespectful to great men. He makes sport of the words of sages." 第9章，孔子曰：生而知之者，上也；学而知之者，次也；困而学之，又其次也；困而不学，民斯为下矣。Chapter 9. Confucius said, "Those who are born with the possession of knowledge are the highest class of men. Those who learn, and so readily get possession of knowledge, are the next. Those who are dull and stupid, and yet compass the learning, are another class next to these. As to those who are dull and stupid, and yet do not learn, they are the lowest of the people." 第10章，孔子曰：君子有九思：视思明，听思聪，色思温，貌思恭，言思忠，事思敬，疑思问，愤思难，见得思义。Chapter 10. Confucius said, "The superior man has 9 things which are subjects with him of thoughtful consideration. In regard to the use of his eyes, he is anxious to see clearly. In regard to the use of his ears, he is anxious to hear distinctly. In regard to his countenance, he is anxious that it should be benign. In regard to his demeanor, he is anxious that it should be respectful. In regard to his speech, he is anxious that it should be sincere. In regard to his doing of business, he is anxious that it should be reverently careful. In regard to what he doubts about, he is anxious to question others. When he is angry, he thinks of the difficulties his anger may involve him in. When he sees gain to be got, he thinks of righteousness." 11章，孔子曰：见善如不及，见不善如探汤。吾见其人矣，吾闻其语矣。隐居以求其志，行义以达其道。吾闻其语矣，未见其人也。Chapter 11. Confucius said, "Contemplating good and pursuing it, as if they could not reach it. Contemplating evil and shrinking from it, as they would from thrusting the hand into boiling water. I have seen such men, as I have heard such words. Living in retirement to study their aims, and practicing righteousness to carry out their principles. I have heard these words, but I have not seen such men. 12章，齐景公有马千驷，死之日，民无德而称焉。伯夷叔齐饿死于首阳之下，民道于今称之。其斯之谓与。Chapter 12. The Duke Jing of Qi had 1,000 teams, each of 4 horses, but on the day of his death the people did not praise him for single virtue. Bo Yi and Shu Qi died of hunger at the foot of the Shouyang mountain, and the people, down to the present time, praise them. Is not that saying illustrated by this? 13章，陈刚问于伯鱼曰：“子亦有一文乎？”对曰：“未也。常独立，礼屈而过庭。”曰：“学诗乎？”对曰：“未也。不学诗，无以言。”礼退而学诗。他日又独立，礼屈而过庭。曰：“学礼乎？”对曰：“未也。不学礼，无以立。”礼退而学礼。闻斯二者。陈刚退而喜曰：“问一得三，闻诗，闻礼，又闻君子之怨其子也。” Chapter 13. Chen Gang asked Bo Yu, saying, "Have you heard any lessons from your father different from what we have all heard?" Bo Yu replied, "No. He was standing alone once, when I passed below the hall with hasty steps, and said to me, 'Have you learned the odes?' On my replying, 'Not yet,' he added, 'If you do not learn the odes, you will not be fit to converse with.' I retired and studied the odes. Another day, he was in the same way standing alone, when I passed by below the hall with hasty steps, and said to me, 'Have you learned the rules of propriety?' On my replying, 'Not yet,' he added, 'If you do not learn the rules of propriety, your character cannot be established.' I then retired and learned the rules of propriety. I have heard only these 2 things from him." Chen Gang retired, and, quite delighted, said, "I asked 1 thing, and I have got 3 things. I have heard about the odes. I have heard about the rules of propriety. I have also heard that the superior man maintains a distant reserve towards his son." 14章，邦君子之妻，君称之曰夫人。夫人自称小童，邦人称之曰君夫人。称诸异邦曰寡小君，异邦人称之亦曰君夫人。Chapter 14. The wife of the prince of a state is called by him 夫人. She calls herself 小童. The people of the state call her 君夫人, and to the people of other states they call her 寡小君. The people of other states also call her 君夫人. End of chapter 16. Recording by Li Jing. Book 17 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 阳货第17 Book 17, 阳货 第1章阳货遇见孔子，孔子不见。窥孔子屯，孔子视其无也，而往拜之。欲诸徒。谓孔子曰：“来，与而言。”曰：“怀其宝而迷其邦，可谓仁乎？”曰：“不可。”好从事而弃失时，可谓智乎？曰：不可。日月是矣，岁不我与。孔子曰：诺，吾将是矣。Chapter 1. Yang Huo wished to see Confucius, but Confucius would not go to see him. On this, he sent a present of a pig to Confucius, who, having chosen a time when Huo was not at home, went to pay his respects for the gift. He met him, however, on the way. Huo said to Confucius, "Come, let me speak with you." He then asked, "Can he be called benevolent who keeps his jewel in his bosom and leaves his country to confusion?" Confucius replied, No. Can he be called wise who is anxious to be engaged in public employment, and yet is constantly losing the opportunity of being so? Confucius again said, No. The days and months are passing away, the years do not wait for us. Confucius said, Right, I will go into office. 第二章，子曰：性相近也，习相远也。Chapter 2. The Master said, By nature men are nearly alike. By practice they get to be wide apart. 第三章，子曰：唯上智与下愚不移。Chapter 3. The Master said, There are only the wise of the highest class and the stupid of the lowest class, who cannot be changed. 第四章，子之五臣，闻弦歌之声。夫子莞尔而笑曰：歌姬焉用牛刀？子游对曰：昔者言也。闻诸夫子曰：君子学道则爱人，小人学道则易时也。子曰：二三子，言之言是也，前言戏之耳。Chapter 4. The Master, having come to Wucheng, heard there the sound of stringed instruments and singing. Well pleased and smiling, he said, Why use an ox knife to kill a fowl? Tsz yu replied, Formerly, Master, I heard you say, When the man of high station is well instructed, he loves men. When the man of low station is well instructed, he is easily ruled. The Master said, My disciples, Yan's words are right. What I said was only in sport. 第五章，公山佛扰以避叛，召子欲往。子路不悦，曰：莫之也已，何必公山氏之之也？子曰：夫招我者而其徒哉？如有用我者，吾其为东周乎？ Chapter 5. Gongshan Forao, when he was holding pea, and in an attitude of rebellion, invited the Master to visit him, who was rather inclined to go. Tsz lu was displeased, and said, Indeed, you cannot go. Why must you think of going to see Gongshan? The Master said, Can it be without some reason that he has invited me? If anyone employ me, may I not make an Eastern Zhou? 第六章，子张问仁于孔子。孔子曰：能行五者于天下为仁矣。请问之。曰：公、宽、信、敏、惠。公则不武，宽则得众，信则人任言，敏则有功，惠则足以使人。Chapter 6. Tsz chang asked Confucius about perfect virtue. Confucius said, To be able to practice 5 things everywhere under heaven constitutes perfect virtue. He begged to ask what they were, and was told, gravity, generosity of soul, sincerity, earnestness, and kindness. If you are grave, you will not be treated with disrespect. If you are generous, you will win all. If you are sincere, people will repose trust in you. If you are earnest, you will accomplish much. If you are kind, this will enable you to employ the services of others. 第七章，必奚招，子欲往。子路曰：昔者有也。闻诸夫子曰：亲于其身，为不善者，君子不入也。必奚以忠谋叛，子之往也，如之何？子曰：然，有是言也。不曰奸乎？磨而不灵，不曰白乎？啮而不滋。吾其刨瓜也在，焉能济而不食？ Chapter 7. Bi Xi invited him to visit him. The Master was inclined to go. Tsz lu said, Master, formerly I have heard you say, When a man in his own person is guilty of doing evil, a superior man will not associate with him. Bi Xi is in rebellion, holding possession of Zhongmou. If you go to him, what shall be said? The Master said, Yes, I did use these words. But is it not said that, if a thing be really hard, it may be ground without being made thin? Is it not said that, if a thing be really white, it may be steeped in a dark fluid without being made black? Am I bitter gourd? How can I be hung up out of the way of being eaten? 第八章，子曰：有也，汝闻六言六必矣乎？对曰：未也。居，吾欲汝。好人不好学，其必也愚；好智不好学，其必也当；好信不好学，其必也贼；好直不好学，其必也狡；好勇不好学，其必也乱；好刚不好学，其必也狂。Chapter 8. The Master said, have you heard the 6 words to which are attached 6 becloudings? Yu replied, I have not. Sit down, and I will tell them to you. There is the love of being benevolent without the love of learning. The beclouding here leads to a foolish simplicity. There is the love of knowing without the love of learning. The beclouding here leads to dissipation of mind. There is the love of being sincere without the love of learning. The beclouding here leads to an injurious disregard of consequences. There is the love of straightforwardness without the love of learning. The beclouding here leads to rudeness. There is the love of boldness without the love of learning. The beclouding here leads to insubordination. There is the love of firmness without the love of learning. The beclouding here leads to extravagant conduct. 第九章，子曰：小子，何莫学夫诗？诗可以兴，可以观，可以群，可以怨。耳之视父，远之视君，多至于鸟兽草木之名。Chapter 9. The Master said, My children, why do you not study the book of poetry? The odes serve to stimulate the mind. They may be used for purposes of self-contemplation. They teach the art of sociability. They show how to regulate feelings of resentment. From them you learn the more immediate duty of serving one's father and the remoter one of serving one's prince. From them we become largely acquainted with the names of birds, beasts, and plants. 第10章，子谓伯鱼曰：汝为周南昭南矣乎？人而不为周南昭南，其由正墙面而立也与。Chapter 10. The Master said to Bo Yu, Do you give yourself to the Zhounan and the Zhaonan? The man who has not studied the Zhounan and the Zhaonan is like one who stands with his face right against a wall. Is he not so? 11章，子曰：礼云，礼云，玉帛云乎哉？乐云，乐云，钟鼓云乎哉？ Chapter 11. The Master said, It is according to the rules of propriety, they say. It is according to the rules of propriety, they say, are gems and silk all that is meant by propriety? It is music, they say. It is music, they say. Are bells and drums all that is meant by music? 12章，子曰：色厉而内荏，譬诸小人，其有川渝之道也与。Chapter 12. The Master said, He who puts on an appearance of stern firmness, while inwardly he is weak, is like one of the small, mean people. Yea, is he not like the thief who breaks through or climbs over a wall? 13章，子曰：乡愿，德之贼也。Chapter 13. The Master said, Your good, careful people of the villages are the thieves of virtue. 14章，子曰：道听而图说，德之器也。Chapter 14. The Master said, To tell as we go along what we have heard on the way is to cast away our virtue. 15章，子曰：彼夫可与事君也与哉？其未得之也，患得之；己得之，患失之。苟患失之，无所不至矣。Chapter 15. The Master said, There are those mean creatures. How impossible it is along with them to serve one's prince. While they have not got their aims, their anxiety is how to get them. When they have got them, their anxiety is lest they should lose them. When they are anxious lest such things should be lost, there is nothing to which they will not proceed. 16章子曰：古者民有三急，今也或是之无也。古之狂也肆，今之狂也荡。古之今也廉，今之今也愤佞。古之愚也直，今之愚也诈而已矣。Chapter 16. The Master said, Anciently men had three failings, which now perhaps are not to be found. The high-mindedness of antiquity showed itself in a disregard of small things. The high-mindedness of the present day shows itself in wild license. The stern dignity of antiquity showed itself in grave reserve. The stern dignity of the present day shows itself in quarrelsome perverseness. The stupidity of antiquity showed itself in straightforwardness. The stupidity of the present day shows itself in sheer deceit. 17章子曰：巧言令色，鲜矣仁。Chapter 17. The Master said, Fine words and an insinuating appearance are seldom associated with virtue. 18章子曰：吾子之夺诸也，吾正身之乱雅乐也，吾利口之富邦家者。Chapter 18. The Master said, I hate the manner in which purple takes away the luster of vermilion. I hate the way in which the songs of Cheng confound the music of the Ya. I hate those who with their sharp mouths overthrow kingdoms and families. 19章子曰：鱼欲无言。子贡曰：子如不言，则小子何述焉？子曰：天何言哉？四时行焉，百物生焉。天何言哉？ Chapter 19. The Master said, I would prefer not speaking. Tsze Kung said, If you, Master, do not speak, what shall we, your disciples, have to record? The Master said, Does heaven speak? The four seasons pursue their courses, and all things are continually being produced. But does heaven say anything? 20章如悲遇见孔子，孔子辞以疾。将命者出户，取色而歌，使之闻之。Chapter 20. Ru Bei wished to see Confucius, but Confucius declined, on the ground of being sick, to see him. When the bearer of this message went out at the door, the Master took his lute and sang to it, in order that Bei might hear him. 21章宰我问3年之丧期已久矣。君子3年不为礼，礼必坏；3年不为乐，乐必崩。旧骨既没，新骨既生，钻髓改火，期可以矣。子曰：是夫道，一夫谨，于汝安乎？曰：安。汝安则为之。夫君子之居丧，视之不甘，闻乐不乐，居处不安，故不为也。今汝安则为之。宰我出。子曰：愚之不仁也。子生3年，然后免于父母之怀。夫3年之丧，天下之通丧也。愚也，有3年之爱于其父母乎？ Chapter 21. Zai asked about the 3 years' mourning for parents, saying that 1 year was long enough. If the superior man, said he, abstains for 3 years from the observances of propriety, those observances will be quite lost. If for 3 years he abstains from music, music will be ruined. Within a year the old grain is exhausted, and the new grain has sprung up, and in procuring fire by friction, we go through all the changes of wood for that purpose. After a complete year, the mourning may stop. The Master said, If you were, after a year, to eat good rice and wear embroidered clothes, would you feel at ease? I should, replied Wo. The Master said, If you can feel at ease, do it. But a superior man during the whole period of mourning does not enjoy pleasant food which he may eat, nor derive pleasure from music which he may hear. He also does not feel at ease if he is comfortably lodged. Therefore he does not do what you propose. But now you feel at ease, and may do it." Tsai Wo then went out, and the Master said, "This shows Yu's want of virtue. It is not till a child is 3 years old that it is allowed to leave the arms of its parents. And the 3 years' mourning is universally observed throughout the empire. Did Yu enjoy the 3 years' love of his parents?" 22章 子曰：饱食终日，无所用心，难矣哉！不有博弈者乎？为之有贤乎矣。 Chapter 22. The Master said, "Hard is it to deal with him who will stuff himself with food the whole day, without applying his mind to anything good. Are there not gamesters and chess players? To be one of these would still be better than doing nothing at all." 23章 子路曰：君子尚勇乎？子曰：君子义以为上。君子有勇而无义，为乱；小人有勇而无义，为道。 Chapter 23. Tsze lu said, "Does the superior man esteem valor?" The Master said, "The superior man holds righteousness to be of highest importance. A man in a superior situation, having valor without righteousness, will be guilty of insubordination. One of the lower people, having valor without righteousness, will commit robbery." 24章 子贡曰：君子亦有恶乎？子曰：有恶。勿称人之恶者，勿居下流而善上者，勿勇而无礼者，勿果敢而智者。曰：次也亦有恶乎？勿矫以为智者，勿不逊以为勇者，勿洁以为直者。 Chapter 24. Tsze kung said, "Has the superior man his hatreds also?" The Master said, "He has his hatreds. He hates those who proclaim the evil of others. He hates the man who, being in a low station, slanders his superiors. He hates those who have valor merely, and are unobservant of propriety. He hates those who are forward and determined, and, at the same time, of contracted understanding." The Master then inquired, "Tsze, have you also your hatreds?" Tsze kung replied, "I hate those who pry out matters and ascribe the knowledge to their wisdom. I hate those who are only not modest and think that they are valorous. I hate those who make known secrets and think that they are straightforward." 25章 子曰：唯女子与小人为难养也，近之则不逊，远之则怨。 Chapter 25. The Master said, "Of all people, girls and servants are the most difficult to behave to. If you are familiar with them, they lose their humility. If you maintain a reserve towards them, they are discontented." 26章 子曰：年40而见恶焉，其中也矣。 Chapter 26. The Master said, "When a man at 40 is the object of dislike, he will always continue what he is." End of Book 17. Recording by Li Jing. Book 18 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 微子第18 Book 18 微子 第1章 微子去之，箕子为之奴，比干见而死。孔子曰：应有3人焉。 Chapter 1. The Viscount of Wei withdrew from the court. The Viscount of Ji became a slave to Zhou. Bi Gan remonstrated with him and died. Confucius said, "The Yin dynasty possessed these 3 men of virtue." 第2章 柳下惠为士师，3处。人曰：子未可以去乎？ 曰：直道而视人，焉往而不三处？枉道而视人，何必去父母之邦？ Chapter 2. Hui of Liuxia, being chief criminal judge, was thrice dismissed from his office. Some one said to him, "Is it not yet time for you, sir, to leave this?" He replied, "Serving men in an upright way, where shall I go to and not experience such a thrice repeated dismissal? If I choose to serve men in a crooked way, what necessity is there for me to leave the country of my parents?" 第三章，齐景公待孔子曰：若济事，则吾不能，以季孟之间待之。曰：吾老矣，不能用也。孔子行。 Chapter 3. The Duke Jing of Qi, with reference to the manner in which he should treat Confucius, said, "I cannot treat him as I would the chief of the Ki family. I will treat him in a manner between that accorded to the chief of the Ki and that given to the chief of the Mang family." He also said, "I am old. I cannot use his doctrines." Confucius took his departure. 第四章，齐人馈女乐，季桓子受之，3日不朝。孔子行。 Chapter 4. The people of Qi sent to Lu a present of female musicians, which Ji Huan received, and for 3 days no court was held. Confucius took his departure. 第五章，楚狂皆与歌而过孔子，曰：凤兮凤兮，何德之衰！往者不可见，来者犹可追。已而已而，今之从政者殆耳。孔子下，欲与之言，趋而避之，不得与之言。 Chapter 5. The madman of Chu, Jie Yu, passed by Confucius, singing and saying, "O Feng, O Feng, how is your virtue degenerated! As to the past, reproof is useless, but the future may still be provided against. Give up your vain pursuit, give up your vain pursuit. Peril awaits those who now engage in affairs of government." Confucius alighted, and wished to converse with him, but Jie Yu hastened away, so that he could not talk with him. 第六章，长居节逆，偶而根。孔子过之，使子路问经言。长居曰：夫执语者为谁？子路曰：为孔丘。曰：是鲁孔丘于？曰：是也。曰：是之今矣。问于节逆。节逆曰：子为谁？曰：为仲由。曰：是孔丘之徒于？对曰：然。曰：滔滔者天下皆是也，而谁以易之？且而与其从辟人之事也，且而与其从避人之事也，其若从避世之事哉？忧而不辍。子路行以告。夫子午然曰：鸟兽不可与同群，吾非斯人之徒与，而谁与？天下有道，丘不与义也。 Chapter 6. Changju and Jiani were at work in a field together when Confucius passed by them, and sent Tsz-lu to inquire for the ford. Changju said, "Who is he that holds the reins in the carriage there?" Tsz-lu told him, "It is K'ung Chiu." "Is it not K'ung Chiu of Lu?" asked he. "Yes," was the reply, to which the other rejoined, "He knows the ford." Tsz-lu then inquired of Jiani, who said to him, "Who are you, sir?" He answered, "I am Zhong Yu." "Are you not the disciple of K'ung Chiu of Lu?" asked the other. "I am," replied he, and then Jiani said to him, "Disorder, like a swelling flood, spreads over the whole empire, and who is he that will change its state for you? Then follow one who merely withdraws from this one and that one. Had you not better follow those who have withdrawn from the world altogether?" With this he fell to covering up the seed, and proceeded with his work without stopping. Tsz-lu went and reported their remarks, when the Master observed with a sigh, "It is impossible to associate with birds and beasts, as if they were the same with us. If I associate not with these people, with mankind, with whom should I associate? If right principles prevailed through the empire, there would be no use for me to change its state." 第7章，子路从而后，与丈人以杖贺吊。子路问曰：子见夫子乎？丈人曰：四体不勤，五谷不分，孰为夫子？执其杖而云。子路拱而立。执子路粟，杀鸡为鼠而饲之，见其二子焉。明日，子路行以告。子曰：迎者也。使子路反见之。至则行矣。子路曰：不是无益，长幼之节不可废也。君臣之义，如之何其废之？欲竭其身而乱大伦。君子之事也，行其义也。道之不行，以知之矣。Chapter 7. Tsz lu, following the Master, happened to fall behind, when he met an old man, carrying across his shoulder on a staff a basket for weeds. Tsz lu said to him, "Have you seen my master, sir?" The old man replied, "Your 4 limbs are unaccustomed to toil. You cannot distinguish the 5 kinds of grain. Who is your master?" With this, he planted his staff in the ground, and proceeded to weed. Tsz lu joined his hands across his breast, and stood before him. The old man kept Tsz lu to pass the night in his house, killed a fowl, prepared millet, and feasted him. He also introduced to him his 2 sons. Next day, Tsz lu went on his way, and reported his adventure. The Master said, "He is a recluse," and sent Tsz lu back to see him again, but when he got to the place, the old man was gone. Tsz lu then said to the family, "Not to take office is not righteous. If the relations between old and young may not be neglected, how is it that he sets aside the duties that should be observed between sovereign and minister? Wishing to maintain his personal purity, he allows that great relation to come to confusion. A superior man takes office, and performs the righteous duties belonging to it. As to the failure of right principles to make progress, he is aware of that." 第8章，佚名。伯夷、叔齐、于仲、夷义、朱张、柳下惠、少年。子曰：不降其志，不辱其身，伯夷叔齐于。谓柳下惠、少年。降志辱身矣，言中伦，行中律，其斯而已矣。谓于仲、夷义。隐居放言，身中轻，肺中全。我则异于事，无可无不可。Chapter 8. The men who have retired to privacy from the world have been 伯夷、叔齐、于仲、夷义、朱张、惠 of 柳下, and 少年. The Master said, refusing to surrender their wills, or to submit to any taint in their persons. Such, I think, were 伯夷 and 叔齐. It may be said of Hui of Liuxia and of Shaolian that they surrendered their wills, and submitted to taint in their persons. But their words corresponded with reason, and their actions were such as men are anxious to see. This is all that is to be remarked in them. It may be said of Yu Zhong and Yi Yi that, while they hid themselves in their seclusion, they gave a license to their words. But in their persons they succeeded in preserving their purity, and in their retirement they acted according to the exigency of the times. I am different from all these. I have no course for which I am predetermined, and no course against which I am predetermined. 第9章，太师治是齐，雅饭干是楚，三饭辽是蔡，四饭缺是秦，古方书入于河，波涛舞入于汉，少师阳击庆香入于海。Chapter 9. The Grand Music Master, Zhi went to Qi. Gan, the master of the band at the second meal, went to Chu. Liao, the bandmaster at the third meal, went to Cai. Quan, the bandmaster at the fourth meal, went to Qing. Fang Shu, the drum master, withdrew to the north of the river. Wu, the master of the hand drum, withdrew to the Han. Yang, the assistant music master, and Xiang, master of the musical stone, withdrew to an island in the sea. 第10章，周公谓鲁公曰：“君子不失其亲，不使大臣怨乎不已。故旧无大故，则不弃也。无求备于一人。” Chapter 10. The Duke of Zhou addressed his son, the Duke of Lu, saying, "The virtuous prince does not neglect his relations. He does not cause the great ministers to repine at his not employing them. Without some great cause he does not dismiss from their offices the members of old families. He does not seek in one man talents for every employment." 11章，周有八士：伯达、伯士、仲突、仲忽、叔夜、叔夏、季随、季瓜。Chapter 11. To Zhou belonged the 8 officers: 伯达、伯士、仲突、仲忽、叔夜、叔夏、季随 and 季瓜。End of Book 18. Recording by Li Jing. Book 19 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 子章第19 Book 19. 子章第1章，子章曰：“士见危致命，见得思义，祭思敬，丧思哀，其可以矣。” Chapter 1. Tsze Zhang said, "The scholar, trained for public duty, seeing threatening danger, is prepared to sacrifice his life. When the opportunity of gain is presented to him, he thinks of righteousness. In sacrificing, his thoughts are reverential. In mourning, his thoughts are about the grief which he should feel. Such a man commands our approbation indeed." 第2章，子章曰：“直德不弘，信道不笃，焉能为有，焉能为无？” Chapter 2. Tsze Zhang said, "When a man holds fast to virtue, but without seeking to enlarge it, and believes right principles, but without firm sincerity, what account can be made of his existence or non-existence?" 第3章，子夏之门人问交于子张。子张曰：“子夏云何？”对曰：“子夏曰：可者愚之，其不可者惧之。”子张曰：“异乎无所闻。君子尊贤而容众，加善而精不能。我之大贤于人何所不容？我之不贤于人将惧我，如之何其惧人也？” Chapter 3. The disciples of Tsze Xia asked Tsze Zhang about the principles that should characterize mutual intercourse. Tsze Zhang asked, "What does Tsze Xia say on the subject?" They replied, "Tsze Xia says, 'Associate with those who can advantage you; put away from you those who cannot do so.'" Tsze Zhang observed, "This is different from what I have learned. The superior man honors the talented and virtuous, and bears with all. He praises the good and pities the incompetent. Am I possessed of great talents and virtue? Who is there among men whom I will not bear with? Am I devoid of talents and virtue? Men will put me away from them. What have we to do with the putting away of others?" 第4章，子夏曰：“虽小道，必有可观者焉。知远恐泥，是以君子不为也。” Chapter 4. Tsze Xia said, "Even in inferior studies and employments there is something worth being looked at. But if it be attempted to carry them out to what is remote, there is a danger of their proving inapplicable. Therefore the superior man does not practice them." 第5章，子夏曰：“ 日知其所无，月无忘其所能，可谓好学也已矣。Chapter 5. Tsze said, He who from day to day recognizes what he has not yet, and from month to month does not forget what he has attained to, may be said indeed to love to learn. 第六章，子夏曰：博学而笃志，切问而静思，人在其中矣。Chapter 6. 子夏 said, They are learning extensively and having a firm and sincere aim, inquiring with earnestness and reflecting with self-application. Virtue is in such a course. 第七章，子夏曰：百工居肆，以成其事；君子学以致其道。Chapter 7. 子夏 said, Mechanics have their shops to dwell in order to accomplish their works. The superior man learns in order to reach to the utmost of his principles. 第八章，子夏曰：小人之过也，必闻。Chapter 8. 子夏 said, The mean man is sure to gloss his faults. 第九章，子夏曰：君子有三变，望之俨然，及之也温，听其言也利。Chapter 9. 子夏 said, The superior man undergoes 3 changes. Looked at from a distance, he appears stern. When approached, he is mild. When he is heard to speak, his language is firm and decided. 第十章，子夏曰：君子信而后劳其民，未信则以为利己也；信而后见，未信则以为谤己也。Chapter 10. 子夏 said, The superior man, having obtained their confidence, may then impose labors on his people. If he have not gained their confidence, they will think that he is oppressing them. Having obtained the confidence of his prince, one may then remonstrate with him. If he have not gained his confidence, the prince will think that he is vilifying him. 11章，子夏曰：大德不逾贤，小德出入可也。Chapter 11. 子夏 said, When a person does not transgress the boundary line in the great virtues, he may pass and repass it in the small virtues. 12章，子游曰：子夏之门人小子，当洒扫应对进退，则可矣。亦莫也，本之则无，如之何？子夏闻之曰：哎，言犹过矣。君子之道，孰先传焉？孰后倦焉？辟诸草木，趋以别矣。君子之道，焉可污也？有始有足者，其为圣人乎？ Chapter 12. 子游 said, The disciples and followers of Tsze Hsia, in sprinkling and sweeping the ground, in answering and replying, in advancing and receding, are sufficiently accomplished. But these are only the branches of learning, and they are left ignorant of what is essential. How can they be acknowledged as sufficiently taught? Tsze Hsia heard of the remark and said, Alas, Yen Yu is wrong. According to the way of the superior man in teaching, what departments are there which he considers of prime importance and delivers? What are there which he considers of secondary importance and allows himself to be idle about? But as in the case of plants, which are sorted according to their classes, so he deals with his disciples. How can the way of a superior man be such as to make fools of any of them? Is it not the sage alone who can unite in one the beginning and the consummation of learning? 13章，子夏曰：事而优则学，学而优则仕。Chapter 13. 子夏 said, The officer, having discharged all his duties, should devote his leisure to learning. The student, having completed his learning, should apply himself to be an officer. 14章，子游曰：丧至乎哀而止。Chapter 14. 子游 said, Mourning, having been carried to the utmost degree of grief, should stop with that. 15章。子游曰：吾有章也，为难能也，然而为人。Chapter 15. 子游 said, My friend Zhang can do things which are hard to be done, but yet he is not perfectly virtuous. 16章。曾子曰：堂堂乎章也，难与并为仁矣。Chapter 16. The philosopher Zeng said, How imposing is the manner of Zhang! It is difficult along with him to practice virtue. 17章。曾子曰：吾闻诸夫子，人未有自治者也，必也亲丧乎。Chapter 17. The philosopher Zeng said, I heard this from our master. Men may not have shown what is in them to the full extent, and yet they will be found to do so on occasion of mourning for their parents. 18章。曾子曰：吾闻诸夫子，孟庄子之孝也，其他可能也；其不改父之臣，与父之政，是难能也。Chapter 18. The philosopher Zeng said, I have heard this from our master. The filial piety of Meng Zhuang in other matters was what other men are competent to. But, as seen in his not changing the ministers of his father, nor his father's mode of government, it is difficult to be attained to. 19章。孟氏使杨夫为士师，问于曾子。曾子曰：上失其道，民散，久矣。如得其情，则哀矜而勿喜。Chapter 19. The chief of the Meng family, having appointed Yang Fu to be chief criminal judge, the latter consulted the philosopher Zeng. Zeng said, The rulers have failed in their duties, and the people consequently have been disorganized for a long time. When you have found out the truth of any accusation, be grieved for and pity them, and do not feel joy at your own ability. 20章。子贡曰：纣之不善，不如士之甚也。是以君子勿居下流，天下之恶皆归焉。Chapter 20. 子贡 said, Zhou's wickedness was not so great as that name implies. Therefore, the superior man hates to dwell in a low-lying situation, where all the evil of the world will flow in upon him. 21章。子贡曰：君子之过也，如日月之食焉。过也，人皆见之；耕也，人皆养之。Chapter 21. 子贡 said, The faults of the superior man are like the eclipses of the sun and the moon. He has his faults, and all men see them. He changes again, and all men look up to him. 22章。魏公孙朝问于子贡曰：仲尼焉学？子贡曰：文武之道，未坠于地，在人。贤者治其大者，不贤者治其小者，莫不有文武之道焉。夫子焉不学，而亦何常师之有？ Chapter 22. 公孙朝 of Wei asked Tsze Kung, saying, From whom did Zhong Ni get his learning? Tsze Kung replied, The doctrines of Wen and Wu have not yet fallen to the ground. They are to be found among men. Men of talents and virtue remember the greater principles of them, and others, not possessing such talents and virtue, remember the smaller. Thus all possess the doctrines of Wen and Wu. Where could our master go that he should not have an opportunity of learning them? And yet what necessity was there for his having a regular master? 23章。叔孙武叔遇大夫于朝曰：子贡贤于仲尼。子服景伯以告子贡。子贡曰：辟之攻强，次之强也，极坚，窥见世家之好。夫子之强，庶任，不得其门而入，不见宗庙之美，百官之富。得其门者或寡一，夫子之云，不亦宜乎？ Chapter 23. 叔孙武叔 observed to the great officers in the court, saying, Tsze Kung is superior to Zhong Ni. Tsze Fu Jingbo reported the observation to Tsze Kung, who said, Let me use the comparison of a house and its encompassing wall. My wall only reaches to the shoulders. One may peep over it, and see whatever is valuable in the apartments. The wall of my master is several fathoms high. If one do not find the door and enter by it, he cannot see the ancestral temple with its beauties, nor all the officers in their rich array. But I may assume that there are few who find the door. Was not the observation of the chief only what might have been expected? 24章叔孙五叔毁仲尼。子贡曰：无以为也。仲尼不可毁也。他人之贤者，丘陵也，犹可喻也。仲尼，日月也，无德而喻焉。人虽欲自觉，其何伤于日月乎？多见其不知量也。Chapter 24. Shu-sun Wu-shu having spoken revilingly of Zhong-ni, Tsz-kung said, "It is of no use doing so. Zhong-ni cannot be reviled. The talents and virtue of other men are hillocks and mounds which may be stepped over. Zhong-ni is the sun or moon, which it is not possible to step over. Although a man may wish to cut himself off from the sage, what harm can he do to the sun or moon? He only shows that he does not know his own capacity." 25章陈子勤谓子贡曰：子为公也，仲尼其贤于子乎？子贡曰：君子一言以为智，一言以为不智。言不可不慎也。夫子之不可及也，有天之不可接而生也。夫子之得邦家者，所谓利之思利，道之思行，馁之思来，动之思合。其生也荣，其死也哀，如之何其可及也。 Chapter 25. Chen Ziqing, addressing Tsz-kung, said, "You are too modest. How can Zhong-ni be said to be superior to you?" Tsz-kung said to him, "For one word a man is often deemed to be wise, and for one word he is often deemed to be foolish. We ought to be careful indeed in what we say. Our master cannot be attained to, just in the same way as the heavens cannot be gone up to by the steps of a stair. Were our master in the position of the ruler of a state or the chief of a family, we should find verified the description which has been given of a sage's rule. He would plant the people, and forthwith they would be established. He would lead them on, and forthwith they would follow him. He would make them happy, and forthwith multitudes would resort to his dominions. He would stimulate them, and forthwith they would be harmonious. While he lived, he would be glorious. When he died, he would be bitterly lamented. How is it possible for him to be attained to?" End of Book 19. Recording by Li Jing. Book 20 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 尧曰第20 Book 20 尧曰第1章尧曰自耳顺天之利数在耳弓，永执其中。四海困穷，天路永中。舜亦以命语，曰：余小子吕，敢用玄木，敢昭告于皇皇后帝，有罪不敢赦。地诚不避，简在地心。正宫有罪，无以万方；万方有罪，罪在正宫。周有大赖，善人是福。虽有周卿，不如人人。百姓有过，在于一人。谨权良，审法度，修废官，四方之政行焉。兴灭国，济绝世，举一民，天下之民归心焉。所重民、食、丧、祭。宽则得众，信则民任焉。敏则有功，功则悦。Chapter 1. Yao said, "Oh, Yu Shun, the heaven-determined order of succession now rests in your person. Sincerely hold fast the due mean. If there shall be distress and want within the four seas, the heavenly revenue will come to a perpetual end." Shun also used the same language in giving charge to Yu. Tang said, "I, the child Lü, presume to use a dark-colored victim, and presume to announce to thee, O most great and sovereign God, that the sinner I dare not pardon, and thy ministers, O God, I do not keep in obscurity. The examination of them is by the mind, O God. If, in my person, I commit offences, they are not to be attributed to you, the people of the myriad regions. If you in the myriad regions commit offences, these offences must rest on my person." Chau conferred great gifts, and the good were enriched. Although he has his near relatives, they are not equal to my virtuous men. The people are throwing blame upon me, the one man. He carefully attended to the weights and measures, examined the body of the laws, restored the discarded officers, and the good government of the kingdom took its course. He revived states that had been extinguished, restored families whose line of succession had been broken, and called to office those who had retired into obscurity, so that throughout the kingdom the hearts of the people turned towards him. What he attached chief importance to were the food of the people, the duties of mourning, and sacrifices. By his generosity he won all. By his sincerity he made the people repose trust in him. By his earnest activity his achievements were great. By his justice all were delighted. 第二章，子张问孔子曰：“何如斯可以从政矣？”子曰：“尊吾美，秉四恶，斯可以从政矣。”子张曰：“何谓吾美？”子曰：“君子惠而不废，劳而不怨，欲而不贪，泰而不骄，威而不猛。”子张曰：“何谓惠而不废？”子曰：“因民之所利而利之，斯不亦惠而不废乎？则可劳而劳之，有谁怨？与人而得人，又言贪。君子无众寡，无大小，无敢慢，斯不亦泰而不骄乎？君子正其衣冠，尊其瞻视，俨然人望而畏之，斯不亦威而不猛乎？”子张曰：“何谓四恶？”子曰：“不教而杀，谓之掠；不戒事成，谓之暴；慢令之妻，谓之贼；由之于人也，出纳之令，谓之有司。” Chapter 2. Tsze-chang asked Confucius, saying, "In what way should a person in authority act in order that he may conduct government properly?" The master replied, "Let him honor the 5 excellent, and banish away the 4 bad things. Then may he conduct government properly." Tsze-chang said, "What are meant by the 5 excellent things?" The master said, "When the person in authority is beneficent without great expenditure, when he lays tasks on the people without their repining, when he pursues what he desires without being covetous, when he maintains a dignified ease without being proud, when he is majestic without being fierce." Tsze-chang said, "What is meant by being beneficent without great expenditure?" The master replied, "When the person in authority makes more beneficial to the people the things from which they naturally derive benefit, is not this being beneficent without great expenditure? When he chooses the labors which are proper, and makes them labor on them, who will repine? When his desires are set on benevolent government, and he secures it, who will accuse him of covetousness? Whether he has to do with many people or few, or with things great or small, he does not dare to indicate any disrespect. Is not this to maintain a dignified ease without any pride? He adjusts his clothes and cap, and throws a dignity into his looks, so that, thus dignified, he is looked at with awe. Is not this to be majestic without being fierce?" Tsze-chang then asked, "What are meant by the 4 bad things?" The master said, "To put the people to death without having instructed them; This is called cruelty. To require from them suddenly the full tale of work without having given them warning, this is called oppression. To issue orders as if without urgency at first, and, when the time comes, to insist on them with severity, this is called injury. And, generally, in the giving pay or rewards to men, to do it in a stingy way, this is called acting the part of a mere official. 第三章，子曰：不知命，无以为君子也；不知礼，无以立也；不知言，无以知人也。Chapter 3. The Master said, "Without recognizing the ordinances of heaven, it is impossible to be a superior man. Without an acquaintance with the rules of propriety, it is impossible for the character to be established. Without knowing the force of words, it is impossible to know men." End of Book 20. End of Confucian Analects by Confucius. Translated by James Legge. Recording of Li Jing.